Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await. The sun had long dipped below the horizon, leaving the forest blanketed in an eerie twilight. The path ahead was narrow, winding, and shrouded in mist that clung to the damp ground like the whisper of forgotten secrets. Trees towered above, their limbs twisted and gnarled, casting twisted shadows that danced like specters in the dying light. The only sound was the crunch of leaves beneath your boots and the occasional rustle of something unseen moving in the brush. You had heard the stories before. Old tales whispered in hushed voices about the lodge at the edge of the forest, about its strange inhabitants and the secrets hidden within its walls. But now, standing at the forest's edge, the tales seemed all too real. The air felt thick with something unspoken, something ancient, and as you moved deeper into the woods, it seemed the trees themselves watched you, waiting for you to step closer to the unknown. The path grew steeper, the trees closing in tighter around you as if trying to keep you from turning back. A soft glow began to break through the gloom up ahead. It was faint, flickering like a candle, casting long shadows across the clearing. It was the lodge. Its silhouette loomed ahead, an old, weathered building with windows that flickered with an unnatural light. The roof was crooked and the walls, though sturdy, seemed to sag with age. The stone foundation was cracked, but it stood strong, stubborn against the passing years. The door creaked open on its own, a soft invitation to enter, though no one was in sight. You could feel the pull, a magnetic force drawing you toward it. You had come here for answers, to uncover the truth of what happened to the travelers who came before. But as you stepped onto the creaking porch, the air seemed to grow colder, and the weight of unseen eyes settled heavily on your shoulders. The door closed behind you, and the darkness of the forest seemed to swallow the last traces of daylight. Inside, the scent of damp wood and something metallic filled the air. The flickering light came from a hearth in the far corner, the fire crackling as though it had been burning for hours. Strange symbols were etched into the walls, their meanings unknown, but they seemed to pulse with an ancient energy, almost as if they were alive. A figure stood by the fire, a tall, thin man with a face obscured by shadows. "Welcome," he said, his voice low and gravelly as though it had not been used in years. "We've been expecting you." The man's voice echoed off the stone walls, each syllable carrying a strange weight, as if it were not just an introduction but a warning wrapped in an invitation. You instinctively took a step back, your heart thudding in your chest as your eyes adjusted to the dim light of the room. The fire crackled, its orange glow throwing shifting shadows across the room, stretching them like long fingers into the corners. The room was colder than you expected, and the hairs on your neck stood on end, prickling with an unsettling chill. The only warmth seemed to be coming from the fire, though it offered little comfort. The man did not move, but his presence seemed to fill the room. His eyes, when they flickered from the fire to you, were unnaturally bright, a glimmer of something ancient behind them, like the faintest hint of a storm just beyond the horizon. "You've come for answers," he said, almost as if reading your thoughts. "But some answers, they are best left untouched." His voice was calm, too calm, and yet there was something about it that made the air feel thick with tension. For a moment, you wondered if you had made a mistake coming here. But the pull that had guided you to this place, this strange, unwelcoming lodge, was too strong to ignore. It was as if something deep within you knew you could not leave until you had seen it through. Whatever it was, you swallowed your throat dry. The man's gaze never left you. "Why am I here?" you asked, your voice surprisingly steady despite the shiver running down your spine. The man's lips curled into a slight smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "That is a question only you can answer." He gestured toward the empty chair by the fire. "Please sit. We have much to discuss." Reluctantly, you took a few slow steps forward, the floorboards creaking underfoot as you moved. The room seemed to shrink around you, the shadows pressing in from every direction. But the chair by the fire looked inviting, almost comforting, and you couldn't resist. Once seated, the warmth of the fire seeped into your bones, but the comfort was fleeting. You felt the weight of something watching you from every corner, something more than just the man in front of you. The silence stretched between you, heavy and thick. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the distant howl of the wind outside, as if the forest itself were alive and whispering secrets that only it could understand. For a long time neither of you spoke. The air hung with anticipation, thick with unspoken tension. Then, without warning, the man spoke again, his voice now lower, as though sharing a secret. "The forest has a way of changing things. It changes people and it changes places." He leaned in slightly, as though his next words were too important to be heard by anyone but you. You are not the first to seek answers in these woods, but you may be the last. Your curiosity spiked. What do you mean? Who else? He raised a hand, silencing you. His eyes glowed faintly in the firelight, as though something inside him were awakening. Long ago, he began, this lodge was a haven for those who sought refuge from the dangers of the world outside. But there are dangers within as well. The flickering fire cast strange shadows across the room, and for a brief moment, you thought you saw something move in the corner of your eye. Something not entirely human, a blur in the darkness. But when you turned your head, there was nothing there. The forest has its own will, the man continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper. It is alive, and it is always hungry. You leaned forward, feeling your heart race. What do you mean by hungry? The man's lips twisted into a sad, knowing smile. There are creatures. They roam the forest, lurking in the shadows. They feed on the lost, the ones who wander too deep and fail to heed the warnings. But it's not just the creatures you need to worry about, he added, his voice becoming more serious. It's the forest itself. It changes the very fabric of your being. You come in one way, but you might leave something else. His words hung in the air, heavy and unsettling. You glanced around the room, half expecting the walls to close in around you. But the lodge remained unchanged, the fire still crackling, the wind still howling outside. The stillness, though, seemed charged, filled with an energy you couldn't quite place. Why are you telling me this? You asked, your voice strained. Because you are already too deep in, he replied simply, his voice tinged with an eerie calmness. You've crossed into the realm of the forest. It won't let you leave until you've faced what it wants. You stood, feeling the ground beneath you shift, though you had not moved. The room seemed to warp, stretching, as if the walls themselves were bending around you. You turned toward the door, the flickering light of the fire casting strange shapes on the walls. The door, which had once been closed, now stood wide open, leading out into the suffocating darkness. Leave if you wish, the man said softly, but know this, the forest never forgets. A chill ran down your spine. The lodge was no longer a safe haven. It was part of the forest, alive with its ancient, restless hunger. You felt the pull again, this time stronger than before, urging you toward the unknown. For a moment you hesitated. The shadows seemed to creep closer, almost as if waiting for your decision. The forest outside beckoned, its secrets just out of reach, and you realized with a sinking feeling that you would not leave until you had uncovered them all. The door stood wide open, the cold wind rushing in from the forest, its icy fingers brushing against your skin. The darkness outside seemed to breathe, exhaling a heavy, damp air that smelled of decay and earth. The invitation was clear. Step outside and the forest would welcome you as one of its own. The man's eyes never left you as you stood frozen at the threshold, the flickering firelight casting shadows over his features. You can't go back now, he said softly, his voice like gravel scraping across stone. You've crossed the line. The forest has seen you, felt your presence. It knows your heart. The words sunk into you like a stone in water, rippling through your thoughts. You could leave, you knew that, but a gnawing sense of inevitability pressed against you. The forest, the lodge, the man, it was all connected in some way. Whatever this was, it would not let you go so easily. Taking a deep breath, you stepped forward, your boots crunching on the old wood beneath you. The door closed behind you with a soft thud, sealing you off from the warmth of the lodge. The sounds of the forest seemed louder now, filling the silence with their eerie whispers and the rustling of unseen creatures. You could feel the weight of the darkness pressing against your back, a heavy, suffocating force that made it hard to breathe. But there was something else too, something ancient. A pull deep in the earth that drew you deeper into the woods. The path before you was narrow and winding, barely visible in the thick mist that curled up from the forest floor like ghostly fingers. The trees grew closer together, their trunks twisted and gnarled, their limbs reaching out like skeletal hands. The air was thick with dampness, the smell of wet leaves, and something metallic like iron. You walked forward, your heart pounding in your chest, every step bringing you deeper into the heart of the forest. The ground beneath your feet was soft and uneven, with roots snaking out from the earth like the fingers of some ancient creature. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, carrying with it faint, unintelligible whispers. They seemed to come from all directions, wrapping around you, drowning you in their murmurs. You couldn't understand them, but the weight of their meaning pressed down on your mind. A sudden flash of movement caught your eye, something just beyond the tree line. A shape, quick and fleeting, disappearing into the shadows. You froze, your breath catching in your throat. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, as if the forest was aware of your fear. You glanced around, but the shadows were still and unmoving, offering no answers. You forced yourself to take another step, then another. The pull grew stronger now, almost magnetic, tugging you forward as if the forest itself were beckoning you toward something. Someone. After what felt like an eternity, the path began to widen, and you came to a clearing. The trees here were taller, their trunks massive and imposing, their bark dark and twisted like the veins of some enormous ancient creature. At the center of the clearing stood a large stone monument, covered in moss and lichen, half buried in the earth. It seemed out of place here, as if it had been forgotten by time itself. You approached it slowly, every instinct telling you to turn back, but you couldn't. The pull was too strong. As you drew closer to the monument, you noticed faint symbols carved into the stone, runes that seemed to shimmer in the low light, faintly glowing as if alive. The air around the monument hummed, a low vibration that thrummed through your body. The whispers were louder now, swirling around you, growing into a cacophony of voices that seemed to come from the very stones themselves. You reached out to touch the monument, your fingers grazing the cool, rough surface. The moment your skin made contact, a jolt ran through you, sharp, electric. The world around you seemed to blur, the clearing stretching and distorting as if reality itself were bending. The air thickened, pressing against your chest, and a deep, guttural growl echoed from the depths of the forest, too close, too real. Panic surged through you. You tried to pull your hand away, but it felt as though the stone were holding you in place. The ground trembled beneath your feet, and a low rumble echoed from the earth itself. The whispers grew louder, turning into something more, something darker. The voice of the forest, ancient and hungry, called out to you, demanding something you couldn't understand. Suddenly the air grew colder. A shadow, taller than the trees, flickered at the edge of your vision, moving swiftly through the woods. The ground shook again, and the growl grew louder, more distinct. It was no longer just a sound, it was a presence, something living, something hunting. You could feel its eyes on you, burning into your back, sending a cold shiver through your spine. A rustling sound to your right caught your attention, and before you could react, something crashed through the underbrush. A creature, half human, half beast, leapt into the clearing, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Its body was covered in dark fur, its limbs long and twisted, and its teeth were sharp, gleaming like knives in the dim light. It snarled, its breath heavy and labored, and the stench of decay filled the air. You stumbled backward, your heart hammering in your chest. The creature growled again, its sharp claws digging into the earth as it advanced toward you. You wanted to run, to flee, but your legs felt like lead, your body frozen in place by fear. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, as if the forest itself was urging you to move, to escape. But it was too late. The creature was almost upon you, its eyes locked on yours with an intensity that made your blood run cold. And then, just as the creature lunged, there was a flash of movement, a blur of light cutting through the trees, and the creature suddenly stopped. It froze in midair, its limbs trembling as if caught in some invisible force. Its eyes flickered, confusion spreading across its twisted face. And then, with a sudden, violent jerk, the creature was ripped back into the shadows, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. The clearing fell silent, the only sound the heavy breathing in your chest. You stood frozen, your body still tense, as the forest seemed to return to its unnatural calm. The whispering voices had quieted, but the weight of the unseen eyes, the creatures lurking just out of sight, was still there, pressing in from all sides. The monument seemed unchanged, its runes still glowing faintly in the dark. You took a hesitant step backward, your pulse racing, the fear still gnawing at your insides. Something had just intervened, something powerful, something that didn't want you to die here, not yet. But the question remained, what was it? The air around you felt dense, almost suffocating, as if the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting for something. The ground beneath your feet was soft with damp earth and decaying leaves, but there was no comfort to be found here, only an overwhelming sense of being watched, always watched. The whispers were gone now, but their absence felt just as unsettling. It was as if the forest had fallen silent in anticipation, waiting for you to make your next move. You backed away from the stone monument, your eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. Your pulse hammered in your throat, each breath shallow, each heartbeat loud in your ears. The creature, whatever it had been, was gone, but its presence still lingered like a dark cloud over the clearing. You couldn't shake the feeling that it had been more than just a beast. It had been a warning. The whispers returned, softer this time, almost like a distant hum in the background, as though the forest itself was murmuring among its roots. You could not make out the words, but they felt familiar, like a lullaby from a time you couldn't remember. They spoke of things long buried, forgotten, of creatures that hunted in the darkness, of powers older than the trees themselves. Something was changing, you could feel it. You were no longer simply walking through a forest, you were moving through something else, something alive. The very earth beneath your feet seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own, a slow, rhythmic thrum that resonated deep within your chest. The trees, once stoic and silent, now seemed to lean closer to you, their twisted branches reaching out like fingers. The very air had a weight to it, thick with an energy you could neither explain nor escape. The path you had been following was no longer visible. The fog had thickened, swirling in unnatural patterns around you, as though the forest was closing in, reshaping itself to trap you within its tangled depths. The clearing where the monument had stood was gone, replaced by a labyrinth of towering trees, their bark slick and wet, their roots snaking across the ground like serpents. You stumbled forward, disoriented, the ground shifting beneath you with every step. It felt as though the forest itself was moving, reshaping, folding in on itself, and you were caught within it, a pawn in a game you couldn't understand. You could hear something moving ahead of you, the soft rustle of leaves, the snap of a twig. A figure? A shadow? You didn't know, but you couldn't ignore it. It was close, too close. The air around you grew colder, and your breath began to mist in front of you. You could feel the weight of the darkness pressing against you, pushing you further into the unknown. Without warning, something stepped into the mist ahead, and for a moment you thought you saw a face, a pale, twisted face staring back at you from the fog. It was too quick, a blur of motion, but there was no mistaking the eyes. They were dark, empty pits, like wells of nothingness, and they seemed to pierce through you, seeing everything, knowing everything. The figure disappeared just as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind only a faint whisper of movement. You froze. Your body locked in place, every muscle tense, every sense alert. The forest had gone still again, but the silence was far worse than any noise. You felt something in the air shift, a deep, ancient force awakening, reaching out to you, calling to you. A voice, low and rough, cut through the quiet. Why have you come? It was not the man from the lodge. No, this voice was deeper, darker, ancient. It came from somewhere beneath the earth, as if the very ground itself was speaking to you. Your mouth went dry, but somehow the words escaped your lips. I need to understand. What is this place? The response came almost immediately, but it wasn't a voice. No, it was something far stranger. It was a feeling, a presence that pressed against your mind, as if the forest itself were speaking to you through your thoughts. This place is the heart of the world, the pulse of the earth itself. The forest is not just a place, it is a living being, ancient and ever-changing. It breathes, it dreams, and it feasts. It is hungry, always hungry. The words slithered into your mind like a cold wind, a whisper of something older than time. The pull, the compulsion to move deeper into the forest, grew stronger, more insistent. It wasn't just curiosity that kept you moving forward now. It was something darker, something deeper, an urge to uncover what lay at the heart of this forest, this living thing. Before you could speak, the ground beneath you trembled, sending a wave of panic through your body. The trees groaned, their massive trunks creaking as if something deep within the earth was stirring. The fog seemed to thicken, swirling around you like a living creature, choking out all light, all warmth. And then, from the center of the fog, a shape emerged. At first, it was nothing more than a shadow, a dark silhouette against the mist. But as it came closer, you saw it more clearly, an enormous figure, tall and thin, its limbs unnaturally long. Its body was shrouded in the same darkness as the forest, its skin slick and black, like the surface of a stagnant pool. Its eyes glowed faintly, an eerie green light that pierced through the fog, locking onto you with an intensity that made your blood run cold. You opened your mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The figure moved closer, its feet barely touching the ground, its long arms swinging by its sides. Its gaze never wavered, never blinked. It was as though it could see into your very soul. You should not have come. The voice was not one voice, it was a chorus, many voices speaking at once, each tone different but unified in their malice. You could feel the weight of them pressing down on your mind, each word wrapping around you like chains, pulling you closer to the creature. It stepped forward, its long fingers reaching out toward you. As it moved, the forest around you seemed to come alive. Roots shifted, branches twisted, and the fog thickened until you could barely see more than a few feet in front of you. The creature's eyes were now inches from your face, the foul, rotting stench of it suffocating you. This is the forest's will. You are but a lost soul, and the forest will consume you, just as it has consumed all who have come before. The creature's hand hovered over your chest, the dark energy radiating from it like an aura of death. The world seemed to slow as its fingers curled, ready to strike. But just as the touch was about to land, there was a flash of light, brilliant, sharp, and blinding. And the creature recoiled, its form blurring for a moment, as if it were being pulled back into the mist. A new figure appeared, moving between you and the dark entity. The light, sharp and searing, filled the clearing, cutting through the dense fog like a blade through darkened silk. The creature recoiled, its twisted form flickering like a shadow in the face of the brightness. For a moment, the air seemed to vibrate with an unnatural force, the forest groaning as if resisting the light's intrusion. You blinked, your eyes struggling to adjust, the harsh light leaving spots before your vision. When the brilliance finally dimmed, the creature was gone, dissolved into the mist like a bad dream. But the air remained thick with tension, charged with an energy that made every hair on your body stand on end. And then, standing before you, bathed in the last remnants of the light, was the figure that had intervened. It was a woman, tall, with pale skin that shimmered like moonlight. Her eyes were a deep, unfathomable black, like endless pools of darkness that seemed to absorb everything around her. Her hair, long and silver, flowed like liquid mercury, twisting in the air as if it had a life of its own. She was dressed in a cloak of dark, ethereal fabric, the edges of it fluttering despite the lack of wind. The light that had engulfed the clearing seemed to emanate from her very being, though she did not appear to be of the forest. She was something else, a presence that did not belong in this world. You took a step back, your body still trembling from the encounter with the creature, but the woman's gaze was calm, almost gentle. She did not seem threatening, but there was an undeniable power in her stillness. "You should not have come," she said, her voice smooth, soft like the night wind, but filled with an undeniable weight. Her words were the same as the creature's, but they didn't carry the same malice. There was sadness in her voice, something mournful. Her eyes flicked to the place where the creature had stood, then returned to you, her gaze piercing. "You were drawn here, yes? By the forest's whispers? By its hunger?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It calls to those it desires, those it can claim." You nodded, unable to speak, your mouth dry. You felt as if your very breath had been stolen by the weight of the forest's presence, by the strangeness of this woman standing before you. "I am known to some as the Keeper," she continued, her voice steady, but there was a faraway look in her eyes, as if she were speaking of something far beyond this world. "And you are in more danger than you realize." She raised a hand, and the mist around you seemed to swirl and part, as if her mere gesture commanded it. The trees, their twisted limbs reaching into the sky, shifted slightly, their dark forms now forming a circle around you. You had the distinct feeling that the forest was watching, aware of every move you made. "The forest," she said softly, "is not what it seems. It is alive, yes, but it is also much more. The land here is old, older than you can imagine. It was once a place of peace, a sanctuary for those who sought refuge from the outside world. But over time, something changed." Her eyes grew distant, her voice quieter now, as if recalling a memory long buried. "A long time ago the land was cursed. The forest was imbued with a powerful magic, dark and twisted. It became a prison for creatures, beasts, spirits and shadows of all kinds, who were bound here by an ancient force. They feed on the lost souls, the wanderers, those who stumbled too far from the path. And the forest, it hungers for them, for you." You shivered. It made sense now in a horrifying way. The whispers, the strange pull you had felt, the creatures lurking just out of sight, everything fit together like a puzzle, but a puzzle you weren't sure you wanted to solve. "The creature you encountered," she continued, her voice growing darker, "was one of many that haunt these woods. But it is not the worst of them. The forest itself, the very earth beneath you, is what you must fear." You didn't want to ask, but you couldn't help yourself. "What do you mean? What is it that the forest wants?" The Keeper's eyes flickered toward the trees, a flash of sorrow passing through them. She shook her head as though she had said too much. "The forest's hunger is not just for flesh. It craves the essence of life, the very spirit of those who wandered too deep. It twists them, makes them part of itself, until they are no longer who they were." Her voice dropped to a near whisper. "And once it takes you, there is no return." The wind seemed to pick up again, though the air around you remained still. You could feel the energy building, the oppressive weight of the forest closing in on you. But the Keeper didn't seem concerned, her gaze never leaving yours. "You are not the first to seek answers in these woods," she said softly. "Many have come before you, some seeking refuge, some seeking power. They found neither. They found only death." She began to walk slowly, moving past you with the grace of someone who had long been at home in the darkness. "But You are different. You are drawn here for a reason, and I fear you may be too deep into the forest's grip to leave. You felt a sudden pang of dread settle in your stomach. What do you mean? Can't you help me? The keeper stopped, her back turned to you as she faced the trees, her hair flowing in the windless air. I can help you, but only if you understand the true cost of it. You must make a choice now. She paused for a long moment, and when she spoke again, her voice was tinged with regret. Leave this place and you may survive. But the forest will never forget you. It will follow you. The hunger will not be sated until it has consumed you. Her words struck like a thunderclap, and for a brief moment, the earth seemed to rumble beneath your feet. The air around you thickened once more, and you could hear it, the low hum of something ancient, something alive within the earth. And if I stay? You asked, barely able to breathe. The keeper turned back to face you, her expression somber, almost pitying. If you stay, you may learn the forest's deepest secrets. You may uncover the source of its power and the darkness that binds it. But, her voice grew soft, it will claim you, in ways you cannot yet understand. It will break you, bend you to its will, until you are no longer yourself. You felt a deep, cold pit form in your stomach. The choice was impossible, but there was no going back now. You had come too far. The forest had already marked you, its tendrils reaching into your very soul. The keeper raised a hand, her fingers gently brushing the air. The time to decide is now. There is no turning back once you make your choice. You stood there, frozen in place, your mind racing. Every part of you screamed to run, to leave this cursed place behind. But something deep within you, compelled you to press on. To uncover the forest's secrets, to understand what lay at the heart of this ancient, living world. And with that decision made, the keeper's eyes softened. You may follow the path ahead, she said, her voice almost a whisper now. But beware, the deeper you go, the darker it becomes. The world around you shifted, the fog rolling back to reveal a narrow path that had not been there before. The trees seemed to part, the way forward opening up to you. The keeper was silent now, standing still, watching you with those deep, fathomless eyes. Her form began to fade, the light around her dimming. Go, she whispered. But know this, there are no easy answers in the forest, and there are no guarantees. With a final glance at the keeper, you stepped forward, the weight of your decision settling heavily upon you. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, but you could not turn back. The path ahead of you was narrow, barely wide enough to fit your shoulders, winding its way between the gnarled trunks of ancient trees whose roots seemed to reach out, twisted and clawing at the earth. The mist had thickened again, swirling around your legs, and the once faint whispers from the forest were now a soft, persistent murmur, distant voices that carried with them a strange sense of urgency. You couldn't make out the words, but they tugged at your consciousness, as if the forest were trying to communicate with you, trying to pull you deeper into its embrace. Your mind raced, and your breath came in shallow gasps. The keeper's words echoed in your mind. If you stay, you will learn the forest's deepest secrets. But it will claim you. The weight of that warning pressed down on you, and the pull of the forest seemed to grow stronger with each step you took, as if the very land beneath you were pulling you forward, unwilling to let you turn back. You continued walking, your footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of moss and leaves that covered the forest floor. The trees here were different, darker, their trunks covered in strange runes that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. It was as if they were alive, watching you, their markings shifting and changing as you passed. The air was thick with the smell of wet earth and decaying leaves, and the temperature seemed to drop with every step you took, sending a shiver through your spine. As you moved deeper into the forest, the mist grew thicker, swirling around your legs like an oppressive living thing. It was as if the forest were closing in on you, the path narrowing with every step, until you could barely see more than a few feet in front of you. The trees loomed taller now, their branches twisting and bending in strange, unnatural ways. The feeling of being watched intensified, and you couldn't shake the sense that something was following you, something just out of sight, lurking in the shadows, waiting for you to make a mistake. The wind picked up, howling through the branches above, carrying with it a strange, mournful cry. It wasn't the wind, you realized, it was a voice, a low, guttural sound, almost like a growl, but too soft to be a warning. The hairs on the back of your neck stood on end, and you quickened your pace, pushing through the dense underbrush, your heart racing. You couldn't explain why, but you felt the urgency now. Something was coming. The path seemed to open up ahead, and you stumbled into a small clearing. The trees here were spaced farther apart, allowing a sliver of moonlight to break through the canopy above, casting an eerie glow on the ground. In the center of the clearing stood an old stone structure, half buried in the earth, covered in vines and moss. It was a ruin, ancient and weathered by time, but there was something about it that felt wrong. It didn't belong here in this wild, untamed forest. It felt out of place, like an intrusion upon something sacred. You approached cautiously, your eyes scanning the ruin. It was hard to make out the details in the dim light, but you could make out strange symbols etched into the stones, similar to those you had seen on the trees. They seemed to pulse faintly as though they were alive, just like the forest itself. A low hum filled the air, emanating from the stones, a vibration that seemed to resonate deep within your bones. You took a hesitant step forward, reaching out to touch the weathered stone. The moment your fingers made contact, a jolt of electricity shot through you, sharp and sudden, as if the ruin itself were waking up. Your head spun, and the world around you seemed to tilt, the edges of your vision blurring as if reality itself were unraveling. The hum grew louder, now a deep, resonating sound that filled your mind, drowning out everything else. It was the sound of something ancient, something alive, something that had been dormant for far too long. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the sensation stopped. You blinked, your vision clearing, and you found yourself standing in the center of the ruin, the stone beneath your hand now cold and unyielding. The hum faded, leaving only the silence of the forest. But the silence felt wrong. It wasn't the natural quiet of the woods. It was an unnatural stillness, as if the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. And then you saw it, movement in the shadows just at the edge of the clearing. A figure, dark and indistinct, slipping between the trees, its shape shifting and warping as it moved. You felt the breath catching your throat. This wasn't just any creature. It was something else, something that was not bound by the rules of the world you knew. The shadows moved with it, bending around its form like liquid, a mass of darkness that swirled and twisted as it approached. The figure stopped at the edge of the clearing, its form solidifying for a moment before melting back into the mist. Its eyes, two glowing orbs of red, stared at you from the darkness, piercing through you as though it could see every thought, every fear you had ever had. For a long moment, neither of you moved. It was as if the very forest was holding its breath, watching, waiting for something to happen. You wanted to run, to flee, but your feet felt like they were glued to the ground, your body frozen in place by the gaze of those glowing eyes. The creature's voice broke the silence, low and guttural, carrying with it an ancient malice that seemed to echo from the depths of the earth. You should not be here. Its words were like a curse, a command that carried weight and consequence. You wanted to speak, to ask what it was, why it was here, but the words wouldn't come. The only sound was the growl of the creature's voice, vibrating through the air like an echo from the past. The ground beneath your feet trembled again, and the creature stepped forward, its form flickering in and out of existence, as though it were not entirely real. It was a creature of the forest, born from its darkest corners, an ancient guardian, or perhaps something far worse. You are not meant to know. The ground shifted beneath you, and the creature lunged, its claws stretching out toward you with terrifying speed. You instinctively stepped back, but before you could react, a sharp pain shot through your chest like a searing fire. Your vision blurred, and for a moment you thought you might fall, but the pain subsided as quickly as it had come. The creature stopped, its eyes narrowing, and then, with a chilling laugh, it faded back into the mist, vanishing like smoke in the wind. The silence returned, even heavier than before. You stood there, panting, your heart racing in your chest, unsure of what had just happened. Had it been real? Had the creature been a figment of your imagination, or was it something far worse? A manifestation of the forest itself? You took a cautious step forward, but the ground felt unstable beneath your feet, as though the very earth beneath you was shifting. The ruin behind you seemed to loom larger, more oppressive now, its stones dark and foreboding. The symbols on the stones pulsed faintly as though alive, waiting for you to make your next move. You turned, your gaze flicking to the path ahead. The forest stretched on, endless and uninviting, the trees casting long, twisted shadows over the path. The whispers had returned, faint at first, but growing louder, more insistent. The forest was calling you deeper still, urging you to press on. But you weren't sure how much longer you could take it. The forest had already taken so much from you, your peace, your safety, your very sense of reality. And yet, something still drove you forward. Something deeper than fear, deeper than curiosity, told you that you had to keep going. The forest had already claimed you. And now there was no turning back. The path ahead was no longer a simple trail, it had become something more. The trees, once distant and silent, now seemed to crowd in on you, their twisted branches almost brushing the top of your head. The air felt heavier, thicker, and every step you took seemed to send ripples through the dense fog that clung to the ground like a living thing. It was as though the forest itself was alive, aware of your every movement, waiting for you to make the next misstep. The deep whispers were no longer faint murmurs. They had grown louder, more distinct, as if the voices of the forest were rising from the very roots beneath your feet. The ground trembled lightly with each whisper, like the soft vibration of a heartbeat, and a strange, almost hypnotic rhythm began to take hold of you. Your steps slowed, the forest's pull growing stronger, as though the trees were gently guiding you along a path you didn't want to follow. Your heart pounded in your chest as the memories of the strange creature, its glowing eyes and monstrous form, flooded back into your mind. The way it had seemed to flicker in and out of existence, the chilling voice that had warned you, its promise that you were not meant to be here, that you were not meant to know. But the forest was pulling you deeper, urging you to uncover something buried beneath the earth, something ancient and forgotten. The keeper had spoken of the forest's hunger, its dark, insatiable need, but you hadn't truly understood until now. The forest wasn't just a place, it was a living thing, and it wasn't going to let you leave without revealing its secrets. The path before you seemed to stretch out endlessly, the trees growing taller, their twisted branches intertwining above you like the fingers of some great, sleeping giant. The fog thickened, swallowing the path ahead until all you could see was the dim, flickering light of your own breath, clouding the air in front of you. You felt like you were walking in a dream, the world around you shifting in strange, unpredictable ways, as though the forest itself were rewriting the very laws of reality. And then, suddenly, the fog lifted. Ahead, the path opened into a massive clearing, unlike any you had seen before. The trees here were far older, taller, their trunks thick with age and coated in layers of moss and vines. The air was still, holding its breath as if the very forest was waiting for you. In the center of the clearing was something vast, something ancient. A tree, though it was no ordinary tree. It was immense, its trunk wide and gnarled, its roots spreading out in every direction like the veins of the earth itself. The tree's bark was black, scorched, and cracked, as if it had withstood a great fire, but it still stood strong, its limbs stretching high into the air like the skeletal hands of a forgotten god. The roots, however, were the most disturbing part. They weren't just roots, they were tendrils, thick and serpentine, coiling around the ground and reaching into the earth like hungry claws. And beneath them you could see something else, something dark and shifting, as if the roots themselves were hiding something. Something buried, something that was being kept from sight. You couldn't move. Your body felt frozen in place, as though the sheer magnitude of the tree's presence had paralyzed you. The whispers had grown louder now, louder than ever before, and they seemed to be coming from within the tree itself. They spoke in a language you couldn't understand, but the urgency of the words was unmistakable. Something was waking, something that had been dormant for centuries, and it was coming to life beneath the roots. For a moment you thought you saw something stir beneath the tree. A dark shape, something moving, shifting with the same unnatural grace as the shadowy creature you had encountered earlier. It was like a nightmare, a vision of something older than time itself, slithering beneath the earth, just out of reach. And then a voice, a low, echoing voice, spoke from the depths of the tree. It was deep and powerful, resonating through your very bones, as though the tree itself was speaking directly into your mind. You have come far, mortal, farther than most, but you do not understand. You do not know what you seek. The voice sent a shiver through your entire body, and you took an instinctual step back, your heart pounding in your chest. The tree seemed to pulse with life, its ancient, gnarled trunk creaking as though it were waking from a long slumber. The roots shifted, their tendrils slowly unraveling from the earth, and something dark and terrible stirred beneath the surface. "You are not meant to find this place," the voice continued, its tone laced with a sorrow that chilled you to the core. "But the forest, it has brought you here. It has chosen you. It has fed on your fear, your curiosity. And now it will take what it desires." The ground beneath your feet trembled again, and this time it wasn't just the earth shifting, it was something more. The very air around you seemed to crackle with dark energy, as though the forest itself were alive with an ancient magic. The tree's roots writhed like serpents, the dark shapes beneath them growing larger, more distinct, until you could see them clearly, creatures, shadowy, shifting figures that seemed to be made of the same darkness as the forest itself. They slithered and coiled beneath the earth, their eyes glowing faintly as they watched you, their hunger palpable. The voice from the tree grew louder, its power surging with each word. The forest is not just a place. It is a living, breathing thing, ancient beyond measure. It feeds on those who dare to enter its depths, drawing them into its grasp. And once it has taken you, you will become a part of it, forever. The ground beneath your feet shook violently, and the creatures below the earth began to emerge, their dark, twisted forms rising from the soil like phantoms, their eyes locked onto you with a hunger that chilled your very soul. You had heard the stories, the ancient legends about the forest and its dark magic, the creatures that lurked in the shadows, and the terrible fate that awaited anyone who dared to enter its depths. But you had never imagined it would be like this. You had never imagined the forest would be alive, would feel you, would call you by name and draw you into its insatiable hunger. The tree's roots stretched higher now, reaching toward you, and the creatures below began to slither forward, their movements swift and unnerving. The whispers had turned into a deafening roar, a cacophony of voices, each one calling out, urging you to run, to turn back. But you couldn't. You couldn't move. There is no escape. The voice boomed, and the ground began to crack, the earth splitting open as the creatures emerged fully from beneath the roots. You are mine now. The forest claims you. The darkness closed in around you, the creatures rushing forward, their claws and fangs gleaming in the faint light. The tree above seemed to bend, its branches reaching out like arms to pull you toward its massive trunk. And then, in the distance you saw it, a figure, a silhouette, standing at the edge of the clearing. It was the keeper. Her eyes locked onto yours, and in that moment you saw something in them, something ancient and sorrowful. She didn't speak, but her presence alone was enough to send a wave of understanding through you. The keeper had known all along what the forest was capable of. She had seen the darkness, had felt its pull. And now you were part of it. The air around you thickened, suffocating in its intensity, as if the forest itself were drawing the life from you. The creatures below the earth had emerged fully now, their shapes shifting and writhing in the dim light. They were no longer just shadows. They were real, tangible, their elongated limbs reaching out with grotesque, clawed hands. Their faces were obscured, twisted, and contorted, as though their very existence defied the natural order. And yet, their eyes, those glowing, hungry eyes, locked onto you with a focused, predatory gaze. The keeper stood at the edge of the clearing, her figure distant yet unwavering. She was watching you, her black eyes filled with an unsettling mix of sorrow and pity. The weight of her gaze was enough to paralyze you, to root you to the spot as the creatures closed in, their bodies crawling over the cracked earth like living nightmares. You wanted to move, to run, but your limbs felt heavy, as though the forest had taken hold of you. The whispers grew louder, louder than ever before, a constant barrage of unintelligible voices that filled your head with their frantic, desperate pleas. You couldn't distinguish one voice from another, but there was a collective sense of urgency, of dread, like the very earth was crying out to you, begging you to do something, anything, to escape the inevitable. The roots of the massive tree above you began to shake, its gnarled, twisting limbs stretching further, reaching out toward you like the hands of some great, forgotten god. The tree was not just a part of the forest, it was the heart of it, the center, the very thing that held everything together. Its power radiated outward, a dark energy that seeped into the very soil beneath your feet, making your skin crawl. The branches were thick with the weight of the ancient magic they carried, and the runes carved deep into its bark pulsed with an eerie glow, their symbols shifting and moving as though they were alive. And beneath it all, the dark creatures continued to advance, their movements too fast, too fluid. You could feel them now, close, so close, their breath hot against your skin, their presence suffocating. Their eyes never left you, and in those eyes was a hunger so deep, so primal, that it made your blood run cold. Then, as the first creature reached out toward you, its claws gleaming like black knives in the dim light, you heard the voice again, the deep, resonating voice of the tree. You have been chosen mortal. The forest calls to you. You will feed it, as all others before you have fed it. You tried to scream, but your voice was lost, swallowed by the forest's eerie hum. You couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The world around you blurred, the edges of your vision darkening as the weight of the forest's power crushed down on you. The whispers swirled faster, their voices merging into a single, overwhelming sound. It was a song that called you home. It was the forest's song, ancient and primal, a song that pulled at your very soul, urging you to surrender. The roots began to move, their tendrils curling and twisting toward you with terrifying precision. You could feel them reaching out, seeking you, their touch cold and clammy as if they were alive. The air grew colder, the fog swirling around you like a living thing, constricting, closing in, suffocating you. And then, everything stopped. The creatures paused, frozen in place, their eyes still glowing with hunger but no longer moving. The tree's voice filled the air, louder now, reverberating through your very bones. You are the forest's gift, it said, the words slow and deliberate. You have come seeking the truth, but the truth will consume you. You will not leave. No one leaves once the forest has chosen them. A deep rumbling sound shook the ground beneath you. The creature's eyes flickered with understanding, their movements now synchronized as if the trees had given them purpose. Slowly they began to move forward again, their claws scraping against the earth, their limbs stretching unnaturally as they advanced toward you. The tendrils of the roots were just as relentless, winding their way around you like serpents, slowly constricting. A surge of panic flooded your chest. You tried to move, but your legs felt like lead, your feet frozen to the ground by an unseen force. The whispers had become louder now, deafening, their frantic, maddened tones filling your mind. You could feel them scraping at your thoughts, clawing at your very consciousness, trying to take you. And then, as the roots reached out, the tendrils closing around your body, you saw it. The keeper. Her figure remained distant, but now, as you struggled beneath the grasp of the tree's roots, her eyes locked onto yours with an intensity that sent a shiver through you. She didn't speak, but the weight of her gaze was enough to make you stop, to make you think. She had known. She had known all along what the forest would do. She had known what would happen if you ventured too deep. And yet she had let you come. She had let you reach this point despite the warnings. Was she trying to save you? Or had she been waiting for this moment all along? As if in answer, the keeper's figure shifted. Slowly she began to move, walking toward you through the mist, her silver hair flowing behind her like a river of moonlight. She stepped carefully between the dark creatures, her gaze unwavering, never looking at them, never flinching. The creatures parted as if they recognized her, but there was no reverence in their movements, only the slow, rhythmic pulse of hunger that emanated from them. The keeper reached you, her black eyes meeting yours as she knelt down beside you, her hand resting gently on your shoulder. "I cannot stop it," she said, her voice soft, almost regretful. "This is the way of the forest. It has chosen you just as it has chosen so many before you." Her touch was cold, yet there was a strange comfort in it, as if her presence could shield you from the suffocating grip of the forest. The roots, sensing her approach, paused for a brief moment, but only for a moment. The hunger within them was relentless, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent. "You have come so far," she continued, her voice barely a whisper, "but there is no escape from the forest's embrace. It will take you as it has taken all who dared to enter its depths." You looked at her, confusion and fear rising within you. "Then why did you let me come? Why didn't you stop me?" Her eyes softened, and for the first time, you saw a flicker of something deeper in them, a sorrow so profound that it seemed to seep into her very being. "I could not stop you," she whispered. "I have tried countless times. But the forest, it draws you in. It is stronger than anything you could imagine." The roots began to tighten once more, the earth beneath you shaking violently. The creatures moved in closer, their glowing eyes now just inches from your face, their claws scraping against the dirt. "There is one thing I can offer," the keeper said, her voice trembling. "A choice." The roots reached for you, their tendrils curling around your limbs. The choice was clear. Surrender or fight. But how could you fight something this ancient, this powerful? The forest had already claimed you. And yet, there was a glimmer of something deep within you. A spark of resistance. A chance to survive. The keeper's eyes met yours one last time, and in that moment, you knew what you had to do. You could not let the forest win. You would not be its prey. The struggle had only just begun. The earth beneath your feet trembled again, the roots of the ancient tree tightening their grip, coiling around your legs and torso like serpents. Every inch of your body felt heavy, weighed down by the suffocating force of the forest's presence. The whispers had turned into a cacophony, a violent storm of voices that filled your head, each one pleading, begging, or crying out in agony. The air was thick with tension, the kind of silence that precedes something inevitable, something terrible. And still, the keeper stood beside you, her eyes never leaving yours. The creatures, those shadowy, shifting things, surrounded you now, circling slowly, their glowing eyes never blinking, never wavering from their focus on you. You could feel their hunger, the raw, primal desire that radiated from them, and you knew deep in your gut that they would stop at nothing to claim you. They were part of the forest, extensions of its will, and they had been waiting for this moment, the moment when it would feast. The keeper's fingers gently tightened on your shoulder, her cold touch offering some comfort amidst the storm. Her black eyes were filled with an emotion you couldn't quite place, something between pity and determination, but there was no mistaking the sadness in her gaze. She knew what was coming. She knew what the forest had in store for you. And yet she hadn't stopped you. She hadn't even tried to warn you. "I cannot save you, not in the way you think," she said, her voice barely a whisper, almost lost in the roar of the forest. "But there is still hope. There is a choice." You swallowed hard, the weight of her words pressing down on you. The roots were tightening now, constricting your chest, making it harder and harder to breathe. The forest's power was suffocating, its ancient magic seeping into your skin, drawing out the very essence of life from you. The creatures, still circling, began to draw closer, their bodies flickering in and out of shadow, as though they could not fully exist in this world. Their eyes were wide, gleaming with a hunger that made your skin crawl. What choice? You managed to choke out, your throat tight with fear. There's no choice here. The forest, it's already taken me. It's too late. The keeper's expression remained unreadable, but her eyes flickered with something. Perhaps regret, perhaps a kind of acceptance. She didn't say anything at first, only stepped back slightly, her gaze still locked on yours. For the briefest moment, the world seemed to slow. The creature stopped moving. The air grew still. The whispers paused, leaving behind only a deafening silence, as if the forest were waiting for you to make the decision that would define your fate. You are right, the keeper said softly. The forest has already claimed you, just as it claims all those who venture too deep. But that does not mean it has taken everything. The roots around your chest slackened slightly, and for the first time, you could feel the air rushing into your lungs again, your heartbeat thunderous in your ears. The creatures, sensing the shift, moved closer once more, but this time there was a hesitation, a moment of uncertainty that ran through them. They were bound to the forest, to its will, but there was something in the air now, something that had changed the balance. The forest does not fully claim those it binds. Not until they surrender completely, the keeper continued, her voice steady but low. It has already taken your fear, your curiosity, and your pain. It has feasted on your doubts, your questions. But it has not taken your will. You didn't understand what she meant. You couldn't. The forest was everywhere, its roots in the ground, its creatures all around you, the magic thick in the air. It was all-consuming. The weight of it was unbearable. You still have a choice, she repeated, her eyes softening. Asterisk, the forest feeds on those who let it take them, who allow themselves to be consumed by its hunger. But you do not have to be like the others. You can fight back. You can resist. Your eyes shifted to the tree, to the massive roots that sprawled across the earth, holding you in place. It was impossible to think of a way to break free. The very ground beneath you felt like it was alive, and with each passing second, the forest's power grew stronger. But something in the keeper's words sparked a flicker of resistance deep within you, a spark of defiance. Could it be true? Could you truly fight the forest? Could you overcome the pull, the darkness, the overwhelming weight of its hunger? The creatures continued to circle, their eyes still locked on you, but now their movements were slower, less sure, as though they were waiting for something, waiting for you to make a choice. You have two choices, the keeper said quietly, her voice calm yet filled with an unmistakable finality. You can give in to the forest. You can let it consume you as it has consumed countless others. You will become part of its endless hunger. You will be one of the whispers in the darkness, a soul lost forever. You shuddered at the thought. To be consumed, to become another lost voice within the forest. The idea made your stomach turn, but there was no escaping the fact that the forest's power was real, that it was here, and that it was all-consuming. The creatures, those horrific, shadowy forms, would ensure it. The keeper was right. If you chose to resist, you would be fighting an ancient force beyond comprehension. And the other choice? You whispered, your voice trembling, though you didn't want to know the answer. Deep inside, you feared it might be worse than surrendering. Her eyes narrowed, and for a moment, you thought you saw a flicker of something dark and powerful within them. You can choose to take what remains of your will. You can embrace the ancient magic beneath the roots, the power that lies dormant beneath the tree. But this choice comes with a price. A cold shiver ran down your spine. The keeper's words hung in the air like a death sentence. You could sense the terrible weight of what she was offering. What price? The keeper's gaze hardened, and she stepped closer, the darkness of the forest seeming to part around her. To resist the forest's will, you must become part of it, in a way. The forest will try to consume you, to twist you, but if you embrace the magic beneath the tree, if you tap into that ancient power, you can fight it. But you will never be the same. The magic will change you, warp you. You will become bound to the forest, not as prey, but as something else. Something darker. The creatures continued to move closer, their forms flickering, their hunger palpable. The roots around your body tightened once more, pulling you toward the tree, toward the pulsing energy at its center. But as you looked back at the keeper, you saw something else in her eyes now. Something softer. She was offering you this choice, but it came with a heavy, terrible cost. Choose now, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, but filled with a cold finality. Give in and become another lost soul, or fight, and change forever. The choice hung in the air, the fate of your soul trembling in the balance. The forest was closing in, its roots reaching, its creatures circling. But the keeper's gaze remained steady, unwavering. This was your moment. There was no turning back. The weight of the keeper's words pressed down on you like a stone, each syllable carving itself into your mind. The path before you was no longer just a choice. It was a life-altering moment that could shape your very essence. The forest hummed, a low, ominous thrum that seemed to reverberate through your bones, urging you to choose. You could feel the roots of the great tree tightening around you, pulling, coaxing, their pressure suffocating but not yet unbearable. The forest was patient. It had all the time in the world to wait. But you didn't have time to wait. Not anymore. The creatures circling you were not mere animals. They were manifestations of the forest's hunger, dark echoes of what had come before. Their eyes burned with ancient malice, a glint of twisted power that suggested they were once human, once something like you, and had given themselves over completely to the forest's will. Each of them had been claimed, consumed, and transformed. They were reminders of the price you would pay if you chose to surrender. The keeper's eyes bored into you, her gaze unwavering, as though she were seeing into the very depths of your soul. There was no judgment in her eyes, only a quiet resignation. She had seen this happen countless times before. People like you coming to the forest, desperate for answers, desperate for something they couldn't find in the world beyond the trees. They came seeking knowledge, seeking power, but the forest only offered one thing in the end: consumption. What will it be? The keeper's voice was soft, but the weight of her words settled over you like a heavy blanket. Will you let the forest claim you, or will you take its power for yourself? You could feel the tension building in the air, the ancient magic in the ground stirring beneath your feet, waiting for you to make your decision. Every part of you screamed to flee, to turn and run back the way you came. But something inside you, something deeper than fear, kept you rooted to the spot. You had come too far. The forest had already taken hold of you. You couldn't run anymore. You looked around, your eyes scanning the creatures that were still circling, their glowing eyes filled with a hunger that sent a cold chill through your veins. They moved with eerie precision, their bodies slithering in and out of the shadows, their every movement deliberate. They were waiting, patient, watching you as though they already knew what you would do. The keeper, however, remained still. Her gaze was steady, but there was a flicker of something deep within her that you couldn't quite place. Perhaps it was pity, or perhaps regret. She had chosen this path long ago. She had made the decision, and now she was offering you the same choice she had once faced. The same choice that had bound her to the forest. And yet she was still free. Free in some ways that you were not. There was something about her, something that felt out of place in this corrupted, twisted landscape. She wasn't fully consumed by the forest, but neither was she untouched by it. She had become a part of it in a way, but she had also retained some semblance of her former self. Her existence was a delicate balance, a tether between the world of men and the ancient magic of the forest. What happens if I choose the magic? You whispered, your voice shaking with uncertainty. What will it do to me? The keeper's eyes flickered with something that could have been pain, but she didn't look away. She took a step forward, her form becoming clearer in the dim light of the clearing, her silver hair flowing around her like a river of moonlight. The shadows seemed to part as she moved, her presence powerful yet sorrowful. It will change you, she said, her voice calm, but her words carried a warning that made your blood run cold. The magic beneath the tree is old, older than the forest itself. It has been buried, forgotten, and now it awakens. The forest calls for it to return to its full power. If you choose it, you will tap into that power, but it will come at a cost. The forest will not allow you to take its strength without demanding something in return. You felt the roots around you tighten once more, a reminder of how close you were to being consumed. The creatures continued to watch, their eyes glowing with an almost detached interest. They knew what was coming. They had seen it happen before. The power beneath the tree is not a gift, the keeper continued, her voice low and steady. It is a curse. It will bind you to the forest just as I am bound. You will be tethered to it forever. You will see things you were never meant to see, feel things you were never meant to feel. The forest will speak to you, and its whispers will never leave you. The creatures you see now, they are what happens when the magic consumes you fully. You will become something else. A wraith, a servant, a part of the forest. Her words hit you like a blow to the chest, the truth of them sinking deep into your heart. The forest power was not something you could control. It was a force of nature, as ancient and untamable as the world itself. And yet, there was still a part of you, something stubborn, something driven by desperation, that wanted it. You could feel the pull of it, a strange, magnetic force that whispered to you, promising power, knowledge, and the chance to fight back against the suffocating darkness. But could you control it? Could you wield it without being consumed? What happens if I surrender? You asked, your voice barely above a whisper. If I let the forest take me, what will happen then? The keeper's eyes softened, and she took another step toward you, her presence calming, though there was a deep sadness in her expression. If you surrender to the forest's will, you will become one with it. Your body will be taken, yes, but your soul, your very essence, will join the whispers. You will no longer be yourself. You will be a part of the forest's hunger, a piece of its eternal, endless cycle. But you will never know peace again. You will forever be trapped in the forest's grip, feeding it, becoming a part of the very darkness you sought to escape. The words settled over you like a heavy fog, and you could feel the weight of their meaning. Surrendering to the forest would mean giving up everything, your identity, your freedom, your very soul. You would become one of the creatures, one of the whispers in the shadows, forever lost in the hunger of the ancient magic. But choosing the magic beneath the tree, choosing the power that lay hidden deep in the roots, that was no easy path either. It would change you, warp you, bind you to the forest in ways you couldn't yet comprehend. The keeper's warnings were clear. The price of power was steep. And yet, something deep within you resisted the idea of surrender. The forest had already taken so much from you. Your fear, your hope, your sense of safety, it had all been consumed piece by piece since you first set foot on this cursed land. The idea of giving it everything, of letting it claim you entirely, was more terrifying than anything else. It felt like a fate worse than death. But the magic, the ancient power beneath the roots, was still a mystery. It was a chance, a risk. It could give you the strength to fight back, to break free from the forest's grip. You were at a crossroads. The forest's hunger was still here, its claws reaching for you, but the keeper had given you a chance to fight back, to choose. The darkness pressed in on you from all sides. The whispers were louder now, the creatures circling closer, their eyes burning with insatiable hunger. The roots around you began to tighten again, pulling you toward the heart of the forest. You had to make your choice. There was no more time. Time seemed to stretch as you stood there, caught between two forces, one ancient and predatory, the other dark and powerful, but uncertain. The forest pressed in on you from all sides, its roots curling tighter, its creatures circling closer. The weight of the keeper's words hung in the air like a suffocating fog. The magic beneath the tree, the forest's hunger, it was all around you, threatening to consume you whole. Yet, within that darkness, there was still a flicker of something. Choice. The keeper's eyes never wavered. She watched you with a quiet, patient intensity, as though she were waiting for you to make the decision that would change everything. She had given you the truth, all of it. The forest's price, the magic's curse, the fate of those who had surrendered. But she had also offered you something else. The chance to fight back, to resist, to choose a different path, even if it meant becoming something more, something less human. The risk was immense. The change would be brutal. But it was a chance for power, a chance for freedom. And then there was the forest, ancient and relentless, pulling you closer with every breath you took. The air felt thicker now, more oppressive. The whispers in the trees had risen into a frantic, maddening hum, a chorus of voices that seemed to be laughing at your indecision. Choose, they whispered. Choose before we do it for you. The roots that held you began to shift, the tendrils constricting with new urgency, as though the tree itself were growing impatient. The creatures, those twisted, shadowy forms, paused their movements, their eyes locked onto you with silent hunger. They knew the moment of choice was here. They had seen it before. Seen others stand where you stood, torn between two paths. And they knew what would happen if you chose wrong. I don't want to become like them, you whispered, more to yourself than to anyone else, but the keeper's eyes softened in response, a flicker of something like sorrow passing through her gaze. No one does, she said, her voice barely audible over the rising roar of the forest. But we don't always have a choice in how we become. You looked at the creatures around you, their forms flickering in and out of shadow. They weren't merely animals or monsters. They were lost souls, people who had made the same choice you now faced. They had given themselves to the forest, surrendered completely to its hunger. And now they were nothing more than echoes of the past, trapped in a cycle of consumption, feeding the forest's endless appetite. Their eyes gleamed with an eternal hunger, but there was no recognition in their gaze. They had forgotten what it was to be human. And then you saw it, the truth behind their eyes. They were no longer individuals. They were part of the forest now, bound to it forever, feeding its hunger with every step they took. Their faces were contorted, twisted with the agony of an eternity spent in darkness, but they were silent. Silent in their suffering, lost in the endless cycle of the forest's will. The thought chilled you to the bone. You didn't want that. You couldn't become one of them. The forest would take everything from you if you surrendered. It would strip you of your identity, your memories, and leave you as nothing more than another whisper in the wind. You could feel the weight of that fate, and it terrified you. And yet, the magic, the ancient power beneath the roots, tempted you. You could feel it, a crackling force just beneath your skin, waiting for you to embrace it. It promised strength, freedom from the forest's grasp. It offered the chance to fight back. But what would you become in the process? The keeper's words echoed in your mind. The magic will change you. You will be bound to the forest, not as prey, but as something else. Something darker. Would you be able to live with that? To give up everything you knew, everything you were, for the chance to wield that kind of power? The forest was growing louder, the whispers now a full-throated roar, demanding your attention. Choose, it called. Choose before you are taken. Choose before the magic is taken from you. The keeper watched you with those deep, black eyes, as though she could see every part of your soul. She understood the weight of this moment better than anyone. She had faced the same choice and had made her own decision long ago. She was bound to the forest, tied to it in ways you couldn't begin to comprehend, but she had not given in completely. She was something in between, neither fully free nor fully enslaved by the forest's hunger. What happened to you? You asked, the question slipping from your lips before you could stop it. How did you become like this? Her expression darkened, and for the first time, you saw a flicker of pain behind her eyes. She took a slow, measured step toward you, the forest seeming to part around her as she did. The creatures shifted, watching her, but they made no move to stop her. There was an unspoken respect in the way they stayed back, as though they understood that she was different from them. I chose the magic, she said quietly, her voice laced with a deep, sorrowful truth. I was drawn to it just as you are. It promised power, more power than I had ever dreamed. I thought I could control it. I thought I could become something greater, something more. But the magic doesn't obey. It feeds. It consumes. And when you embrace it, it takes everything. You felt a coldness settle deep inside you as you processed her words. She had chosen the magic just as you were considering. But at what cost? What had she lost? What had been taken from her in exchange for the power she now wielded? She was different, no longer fully human, but not entirely consumed by the forest either. She was something in between, a ghost of herself, a living reminder of what could happen if you made the wrong choice. I can't be like you, you whispered, the realization settling in your chest like a stone. I don't want that. The keeper nodded slowly, her expression softening. No one does, but the forest chooses those who come here. Test them. It draws them in, feeds on their fears and desires, and then forces them to make a choice. To surrender or to fight. The roots of the tree shifted again, tightening around you, pulling you closer to the heart of the forest. The creatures moved once more, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They were hungry. They were waiting for you to choose. I can't, you said, your voice trembling. I don't know if I can fight. I don't know what I'll become. The keeper's eyes softened, but there was something else in them now, something that you hadn't noticed before. Oh, it was faint, but it was there, hidden beneath the sorrow and the years of regret. You don't have to know everything, she said, her voice quiet but filled with quiet strength. Sometimes the choice isn't about knowing what will happen. Sometimes it's about choosing to do, to fight even when you don't know the outcome. The forest may take everything from you, but it can't take your will, not unless you let it. You have more power than you realize. You took a deep breath, your heart pounding in your chest. The creatures were getting closer now, their bodies flickering in and out of the shadows. The forest's power was pressing down on you, suffocating you, but there was something else, a spark of defiance deep inside you. The keeper had given you the truth, had shown you the path that lay ahead. And now the decision was yours. The forest had already taken so much. It had claimed your fear, your uncertainty, your sense of safety. But it had not taken your will. It had not taken your choice. And for the first time, you realized that you were the one who could decide. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the creatures frozen in place, their hunger palpable. The roots that had once bound you to the earth tightened their grip for a brief moment, testing your resolve, then loosened slightly as though waiting for your decision. The tree above you, ancient and towering, seemed to stir with a dark, expectant energy. The forest was watching. It had always been watching. And now it was waiting for you to act. Your heart pounded in your chest, the rhythmic beating of it echoing in your ears. The air was thick with tension, and the weight of the keeper's words hung over you like a shroud. The path ahead was clear, but it was anything but simple. Surrender, and you would become just another lost soul, a whisper in the wind, feeding the endless hunger of the forest. Fight, and you would risk everything, your very identity, your humanity, and perhaps even your sanity. The magic beneath the tree would change you. It would bind you to the forest in ways you couldn't yet understand. But then a quiet, powerful voice echoed in the back of your mind, a voice that felt like your own but somehow different, stronger, more certain. You are not the forest's prey. The realization struck you like lightning, sending a jolt of energy through your entire body. The forest had been feeding on your fear, your doubt, your confusion, but it had never taken your will. It had never taken your choice. That was something the forest could never control. The magic beneath the roots, the darkness in the air, it was powerful, yes, but it wasn't all powerful. It was bound by laws older than time itself, and those laws could be defied. You turned your gaze back to the keeper, whose eyes watched you with quiet intensity. Her expression was unreadable, but there was something in her that seemed to have shifted, something that had changed since you first met her. It was subtle, but it was there, a flicker of something like hope or perhaps understanding. She had made her choice long ago, but she had not given up completely. She was not lost. "I will not be consumed," you said, your voice steady despite the tremor in your chest. "I will fight. I will resist." The keeper's eyes softened, and for the first time since you had encountered her, she smiled, though it was a sad, knowing smile. "You are stronger than I thought," she whispered. "Stronger than most who come here. The forest does not expect defiance, but it is possible. It is possible to resist, to reclaim what it has taken from you. But it will not be easy. It will change you. You must be prepared for what is to come." The roots around your body shifted again, this time pulling you toward the great tree with renewed force. But this time, something inside you flared in response. You could feel the magic, the ancient power beneath the tree calling to you, offering you its strength. It whispered promises of power, of freedom from the forest's grasp, but the warning in the keeper's voice echoed louder than the magic's temptation. If you embraced the power, you would be bound to it. The forest's hunger would claim you in ways you couldn't yet imagine. But what choice did you have? The forest has already taken so much from me, you thought. It has already claimed my fear. But I will not surrender my will. The air around you crackled with energy as the roots tightened once more, pulling you closer to the tree's massive trunk. The creatures around you began to shift, their eyes glinting with anticipation. They knew what was coming. They had seen others make this choice, only to be consumed by the forest. Some had fought and failed. Others had given in, becoming part of the forest's endless hunger. But you would not be like them. You would fight. Your breath came in ragged gasps, but you stood tall, planting your feet firmly on the ground. The power beneath the tree surged again, its pull stronger now, the dark magic curling around you like tendrils, reaching for your very soul. It wanted you. It hungered for you. But you wouldn't let it consume you. With a deep, steadying breath, you closed your eyes. The whispers, the voices in the wind, they grew louder, their frantic calls rising in pitch. The creatures, still circling, continued to watch you with their glowing eyes. The forest was watching. The keeper was watching. And the tree, the heart of the forest, was waiting. You could feel the magic stirring deep within you now, the power of the roots, the earth, the ancient forest that had fed on so many before you. It was in your blood now, coursing through your veins, urging you to embrace it, to let it take you. But there was something more, something that burned inside you like a fire of defiance, of resistance. The whispers were no longer just voices. They were thoughts, feelings, memories. You could hear them all now, rising up within you, distant cries for help, souls long lost, trapped in the forest's endless hunger. They were calling to you, urging you to fight, to not let the forest claim another soul. But beneath them there was a deeper, darker voice, one that was your own. The magic beneath the tree was powerful, but you had the power to resist it. You had the power to push back. And in that moment you made your choice. You reached out, your hands trembling, and placed them against the roots of the great tree. The magic surged around you, threatening to consume you, to swallow you whole. But you held firm. You focused on the fire inside you, the defiance, the will to survive. You would not let the forest take you. You would not let it consume you. The moment your hands touched the roots, the world around you exploded into light and sound. The forest trembled, the ground shaking beneath your feet as the ancient magic of the tree responded to your touch. The roots tightened around your body, but now, instead of suffocating you, they throbbed with a strange, unfamiliar energy. The power of the forest, the power of the magic beneath the tree, was merging with your own. You could feel it within you, the forest's strength, its hunger, its ancient, boundless energy, but now it was tempered by your own will. You were not the forest's prey. You were not a whisper in the wind. You were something more. You were the resistance. You were the one who had chosen to fight. The tree groaned, its roots shifting, its branches reaching out as if it were alive, reacting to your defiance. The creatures around you hissed and snarled, their eyes glowing with fury. They could feel it too, the change, the shift. The forest's hunger was being challenged, and it didn't like it. The keeper stepped back, watching you with a mixture of awe and fear. She had seen this before, but it had been so long since someone had resisted the forest's pull. The power you were tapping into was dangerous, and it would change you in ways you couldn't yet understand. But you were no longer afraid. The magic beneath the tree surged within you, its dark power threatening to consume you whole, but you resisted. You pushed back. The ancient force that had once seemed so overwhelming was now something you could control, something you could bend to your will. The creatures hissed again, their movements becoming erratic, as if the forest itself was turning against them. The tree shook violently, its massive trunk creaking as the roots began to tremble beneath you. The air was thick with power, with the raw energy of the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. And you stood at the center of it, your heart pounding, your breath coming in quick gasps. The forest was still hungry, still powerful, but you had not given in. You had chosen to fight. And in that moment, you realized that you could fight. You could win. The world around you pulsed with power, thick, raw, and tangible. The air hummed as though it were charged with static electricity, vibrating with the intense energy flowing through you and the forest. The roots beneath your hands writhed like serpents, but you held fast, every fiber of your being vibrating with the force you were harnessing. You could feel the forest fighting back, its ancient hunger rising up against your defiance, but you stood your ground. You were no longer a passive participant in this ancient dance of power, you were taking part in it, leading it. The keeper watched you from the shadows, her eyes wide, a mixture of awe and fear in her gaze. She had never seen anyone do what you were doing. No one had ever resisted the forest's power with such force, such determination. It was as though you were channeling the very essence of the forest itself, but controlling it. It wasn't a surrender. It was a confrontation, a challenge to the very forces that had claimed so many before you. The creatures around you, still circling, seemed to grow restless. Their movements became erratic, their eyes flickering with a combination of hunger and fear. They had been bound to the forest for so long that the very idea of someone resisting it, someone challenging it, was foreign to them. They had long since given up the notion of fighting. They had surrendered. They were the forest's hunger made flesh, and now they saw the glimmer of hope that could undo everything they had become. As the power inside you surged, you felt the roots beneath your hands begin to change. They were no longer twisting in hunger, no longer pulling at your body with the same suffocating force. Instead, they were reacting to you, to your will. The magic that had once seemed so foreign now felt like a part of you, something you could control, something that bent to your desires. The forest itself had been feeding on this power for centuries, drawing from it, taking what it needed, but now you were the one drawing from it, using it to strengthen yourself. You closed your eyes and breathed deeply, focusing on the power coursing through your veins. There was a deep, ancient rhythm to it, a pulse, a heartbeat, a connection to something far older than yourself. It was as if you were tapping into something that had been here long before the forest, long before the tree, long before even the creatures that surrounded you. You were connected to the earth, to the very heart of this place. And with that connection came clarity. The keeper's voice, soft but steady, reached you through the whirlwind of power. "You don't understand," she said, her voice a mixture of wonder and concern. "This magic, it is older than the world itself. It is the foundation of the forest, the heart of everything here. It cannot be controlled. No one can. The more you fight, the more it will try to break you. It will twist you. It will warp you into something else. You don't know what you're doing." But as her words echoed in your mind, you realized something. The magic beneath the tree was dangerous, yes, but it was also full of untapped potential. For centuries, the forest had fed on the fear of those who entered its depths. It had twisted those who tried to resist, consuming them, molding them into the very creatures you had seen circling you. But you were different. You were different because you were not just resisting, it was not just an act of defiance. It was an understanding, a recognition of the power that flowed through the forest, a comprehension of the ancient rhythm that governed it. You had not just tried to fight it, You had embraced it. The forest was no longer your enemy. It was part of you. You could feel the power within you growing stronger by the second, feeding off your defiance, feeding off your will. The roots around your hands began to respond to your touch, twisting and moving in time with your thoughts. The dark magic that had once felt suffocating now felt like an extension of yourself. Your heartbeat matched the rhythm of the forest's pulse. You were the forest, and the forest was you. The creatures around you, once so terrifying, were now nothing more than echoes, shadows of what they once were. They no longer held any power over you. You opened your eyes, and for the first time since you had entered this cursed place, you saw the forest differently. The shadows in the trees weren't just twisted creatures. They were the forest's memories, its whispers, its history. The roots weren't just tendrils of hunger. They were the veins of the earth itself, pulsing with ancient magic. The tree at the center of it all wasn't just a source of power. It was the very foundation of this place, the keeper of secrets, the anchor that held the entire forest together. You turned to the keeper, her form standing at the edge of the clearing, watching you with a mixture of disbelief and fear. She had seen countless others enter this place, but none had ever done what you were doing. None had ever embraced the magic without being consumed by it. "I'm not afraid anymore," you said, your voice steady and filled with an odd sense of peace. "I understand now. This forest, it's not just a force of hunger. It's a force of life, a force of creation. But it's been twisted, warped by centuries of feeding off fear. I won't let it consume me." The keeper's eyes narrowed, and for the first time, you saw something flicker in them, something like regret. "You think you understand? You don't. You're still bound to it. It will twist you just as it has twisted everyone before you. It's inescapable." But you could feel the change within you, a steady, pulsating force of power that rose up to meet her words. Her warnings were meaningless now. The forest had been a prison to those who had entered it, but you weren't a prisoner. You were its equal. You could feel the power surging through your limbs, your chest, your very soul. It was a force greater than any fear, any hunger. It was the forest's heartbeat, and now it was yours. With a swift motion, you pulled your hands away from the roots, feeling their tug as though the forest were reluctant to let you go. But you knew now that you could leave whenever you chose. The forest was no longer an enemy. It was a part of you. You could feel it, its power, its rhythm, its ancient magic flowing through you. The creatures, the shadows, the whispers, they had no hold on you. The keeper stepped back, her expression one of disbelief. She had seen it happen before, people who fought the forest, who tried to defy it only to be consumed. But you had done something no one else had done. You had embraced the forest. You had become a part of it. And in doing so, you had taken its power for yourself. "You've done it," she whispered, her voice filled with awe and fear. "You've taken the forest's power. But don't think you can control it forever. It will take its toll. It always does." But you weren't afraid of the toll. You weren't afraid of what the forest could do. You had learned its secrets, understood its power, and now it would be your strength. You were no longer just a visitor in this place. You were its equal. You were part of its very fabric. And with that understanding, a flood of energy surged through you, and the forest responded in kind. The ground beneath you trembled, the roots around you pulsing with life. The creatures that had circled you, once so menacing, stepped back, bowing to the power you now held. The keeper too seemed to recognize it. She no longer saw you as a mere mortal who had wandered into the forest. You were something more. You were the forest's future. The world around you had shifted in ways that were beyond comprehension. The forest, the creatures, the keeper, they had all become mere reflections of a greater truth you were beginning to understand. The power you had embraced was ancient, untouchable by mere mortals, but now it was yours. The forest's rhythm pulsed through your veins, its dark energy intertwined with your own essence. You could feel it moving, vibrating, within every fiber of your being. The earth itself seemed to acknowledge your presence, as if the very land had been waiting for this moment, for someone who could transcend the boundaries of its hunger and become a part of it. The keeper stood at the edge of the clearing, her form bathed in the dim light of the twilight that had descended over the forest. Her eyes were wide with something, fear, awe, or perhaps a blend of both. You couldn't be sure. She had seen the forest consume countless others, and she had long ago come to accept that no one could resist it. But now, standing before her, you were no longer the person you had been. You were no longer a mere wanderer caught in the forest's snare. You were something more, something greater. The creatures that had once circled you with hunger in their eyes now moved to the periphery of the clearing, their forms flickering in and out of the shadows. They no longer appeared menacing. They no longer seemed like predators. Instead, they stood silent as if recognizing your newfound power. The energy that now radiated from you was undeniable. The very air around you felt charged, crackling with the intensity of the ancient magic that surged within your veins. You had not been consumed by it. You had transformed with it. You were the forest's pulse, its breath, its heartbeat. For the first time since entering this place, you felt the ground beneath your feet as it was meant to be felt. Not as something suffocating or oppressive, but as something alive with possibility. The roots beneath you were no longer constricting. They were moving with you in harmony with your thoughts, your will. The forest was no longer a force you had to fight. It was a force you had come to understand. And in doing so, you had become its master. The keeper took a cautious step forward, her eyes never leaving yours. "I never thought it would come to this," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "I thought you would be like the others, consumed, twisted, lost. But you've done something no one has done before. You've taken the forest's power without losing yourself. You've become it, but you're not lost." Her words hung in the air, and for a moment, you allowed yourself to feel the weight of them. The forest had always been a place of consumption, of darkness, a place where souls were lost to its endless hunger. But now you had become something else entirely. You had crossed the threshold that no one else had dared to cross. You had transcended the forest's pull, and in doing so, you had unlocked its true potential. "I'm not lost," you said softly, your voice carrying the weight of a truth that felt deep inside you. "I've found something here. Something more than fear, more than hunger. The forest has always been about taking. But what if it could be about giving? What if it could be something more than just an endless cycle of consumption? I don't need to fight it. I need to understand it." The keeper's expression was unreadable, her face half-shadowed in the low light of the forest. She had heard words like these before, from those who had come and gone, their spirits broken by the very force that now flowed through you. But there was something different in your voice, something that made her pause. She could see it in the way you stood, in the way the forest responded to you. This was no ordinary power. This was the forest's power, yes, but it had been tempered with something that wasn't part of the ancient magic. The creatures around you moved restlessly, their glowing eyes flicking toward you. The forest's magic had a peculiar way of turning those who wielded it into something else, something between the living and the dead, between human and forest. You could feel it, the magic seeking to change you, to mold you into its will. But you resisted. The forest was now a part of you, yes, but it would not define you. You would be the one to define it. You would be the one to reshape it. The keeper stepped closer, her face softening as she met your eyes. "I can see it in you," she murmured. "You are not like the others. You found a way to bend the forest to your will, to use its power without losing yourself. But you must be careful. The magic is seductive. It will try to draw you and twist you. It will pull at your humanity, at your sense of self. You must remember who you are." Her words felt like a warning, but they didn't feel like a threat. She wasn't trying to stop you. She was trying to help you. She understood, in her own way, the temptation of the magic beneath the roots. She had tasted it, had tried to control it, and had ultimately become a part of it. But she had never had the strength to master it. She had been consumed by it, just like so many before her. She had never understood that the forest wasn't just a force of hunger. It was a force of creation, of rebirth. And now you were on the verge of unlocking its true potential. "I'll be careful," you said, meeting her gaze. "I know what it can do, but I also know what it can be." The keeper nodded slowly, her expression one of cautious understanding. She took a step back, her presence still heavy in the air, but there was something different about her now. Perhaps it was the realization that she had underestimated you, or perhaps it was the dawning awareness that you might be the key to changing everything. The forest had always been a place of hunger, but maybe it didn't have to be. "You are stronger than I ever was," she said quietly. "I can see that now. But be warned, there are forces here that are older than the forest itself. Forces that will not let you reshape it so easily. There are others who will try to stop you. The balance here has been maintained for centuries. You cannot simply change it without consequences." You didn't respond at first. You didn't need to. The air around you crackled with energy, the power of the forest alive within you, and you could feel the pull of it. The whispers, the shadows, the ancient magic, they were all part of this place, part of you now. But you would not be controlled by it. You would use it. The forest's hunger had always been its greatest weakness, but now it was also its greatest strength. You would teach it to give, to grow, to create. The forest had the power to take, but it also had the power to build. The keeper's words echoed in your mind, but you silenced them, focusing on the magic beneath your feet. The roots pulsed with life, moving in time with your breath. You reached out, extending your will into the heart of the forest, feeling the magic respond to you. It was an ancient, unstoppable force, yes, but it was also malleable. It could be shaped. You could make it something new. With a deep breath, you closed your eyes and allowed yourself to become one with the forest. The magic surged through you, but now, instead of threatening to consume you, it felt like an extension of yourself, like a river flowing within you. You were the forest, and the forest was you. For the first time, the forest listened. As the forest listened, something inside you shifted. It was as if a dam had broken, and the flood of energy that had once seemed so overwhelming now flowed with a calm, steady rhythm. The connection to the earth deepened, becoming more intricate, more personal. The ancient magic beneath the tree, the magic that had been so hungry, so wild, was no longer a threat. It had become something you could shape, something you could use. But the more you embraced this power, the more you felt its weight. For all its wonder, its beauty, its unspoken promise of creation, this magic came with a price that would have to be paid. You stood in the center of the clearing, your arms outstretched, as the magic of the forest wrapped around you like an invisible cloak. The air hummed with a strange, quiet power. The roots beneath you trembled, and the creatures that had once circled you now stood motionless, watching with eyes that gleamed like embers in the shadows. They could sense the change just as the keeper could. They understood that something new had taken root in the forest. A new force, a new way. But the forest's silence was not one of peace. It was a quiet before the storm, a waiting, a stillness that could not last forever. The keeper, though she had stepped back, was not gone. She remained just outside the clearing, watching you with a mixture of concern and awe. She had seen it before, the danger of becoming too attuned to the forest's power, of becoming it. "You feel it, don't you?" she asked, her voice cutting through the quiet like a blade. "The weight of what you've done. The burden of creation." You nodded slowly, the truth of her words sinking deep into your bones. Yes, you had embraced the forest, had unlocked its power and made it your own. But now, with that power came responsibility. The forest had always been a place of hunger, of death, of decay. It had consumed everything in its path, and the cycle had never changed. But you had defied it. You had broken its endless hunger by giving it something else, life. But with that life came the understanding that you could no longer simply be an observer in this place. You were its new heartbeat, its pulse. And that was no small thing. The ground beneath you seemed to shift, and for the first time, you felt the weight of the entire forest pressing down on you, not as an enemy but as a presence, a force that was vast and unknowable. You had taken the forest's power for yourself, but now you were responsible for it. You could feel it in the air, the subtle vibration of every leaf, every root, every tree. They were all tied to you now, bound to you in a way that went beyond mere physical proximity. You were the keeper of this place. You were the guardian of the forest's life and death. "I don't know if I can carry this," you murmured, more to yourself than to the keeper. "I don't know if I can be what this forest needs." The keeper stepped closer, her eyes filled with something like empathy, but also caution. "No one can carry it alone," she said softly. "The forest is not a force that can be tamed, not fully. It will take and take until there is nothing left. That is its nature. But you have the power to guide it, to shape it. The question is, what will you shape it into?" Her words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. The question had no easy answer. The forest had always been a place of consuming darkness. Even now, as you held its power, you could feel the pull of that darkness, calling to you, whispering promises of control, of dominance. It wanted you to bend it to your will, to use its power to reshape the world. But the cost of such power, that was something you couldn't yet understand. "You have a choice," the keeper continued, her voice steady. "You can shape this forest, make it into something new, something better. Or you can let it fall back into the hunger it has always known, let it become the thing it was before. The thing that devours everything in its path." The weight of her words hung in the air, and you could feel the forest around you, its ancient magic, its pulse. The roots beneath your feet seemed to grow deeper, their tendrils reaching into the earth as if they were seeking something. The creatures in the shadows grew restless again, their eyes flicking toward you. They had been born from the forest's hunger, and now they were waiting for you to decide. Would you use the power you held to tame them, to transform them, or would you allow them to remain as they were, twisted and hungry reflections of the darkness you had resisted? The keeper's gaze lingered on you, her eyes full of something that was almost hope, but also something else. A warning. "You must remember," she said softly, "the forest will always try to take back what it gives. It is a force of balance, life and death, creation and destruction. It cannot exist without both. You cannot be all light without dark, but you can choose the form that balance takes. The question is, what will you choose? You closed your eyes, your mind racing. The forest stretched before you, a vast and endless expanse of possibility, of power. The magic was within you now. You could feel it surging through your veins, pulling you in 1,000 directions at once. You could use it to reshape the forest, to turn it into something new, something better, something safer. But there was a darker temptation, one that whispered from the deepest corners of the forest's heart. You could surrender to that hunger. You could give yourself to it, let it consume you completely, and in doing so, take control of the forest in a way no one had ever done before. But that, too, came at a cost. The forest had always fed on fear. It had always consumed. The magic beneath its roots was a reflection of that hunger, that never-ending cycle of life and death. It was an unbalanced force, a force that was always shifting, always changing, always on the edge of destruction. And now you held its power. The question lingered in your mind, echoing in the stillness of the forest. What will you choose? Would you become the forest's creator, its guardian? Or would you let it consume you, let it become something more dangerous than it had ever been before? You opened your eyes and looked around, at the creatures, at the keeper, at the forest itself. The weight of the decision pressed down on you, but now you felt something else as well. Something that felt almost like peace. For the first time since you had entered this place, you felt as though you understood the forest. You understood its hunger, its power. You understood what it wanted from you. But you also understood that you had the power to shape it. You didn't have to give in. You didn't have to become a part of its endless cycle of consumption. You could be its force of change, its force of creation. And with that understanding, a decision began to form within you, a clarity that settled deep into your heart. You would create. You would not let the forest become a place of endless darkness. You would guide it. You would give it life. The roots beneath you seemed to pulse with renewed energy, the forest responding to your decision, to your choice. You could feel the magic shifting again, swirling around you, becoming something new, something different, something that could heal. I choose creation, you said softly, your voice filled with certainty. I will make this forest something more. I will give it life, not hunger. The keeper nodded slowly, her expression one of quiet approval. Then you must be prepared. This will not be easy. The forest will fight you, resist you. But if you stay true to your path, if you remember who you are, then there is nothing the forest can do to stop you. The creatures around you stirred, their eyes flickering with something like recognition. The forest had always been about balance, life and death, creation and destruction. But now you had chosen the path of creation, and the forest had no choice but to follow. The air around you seemed to grow heavier with each breath, each thought that passed through your mind. The forest, once an endless, suffocating expanse of shadow and hunger, now hummed with the vibrations of something new, something alive. You could feel the roots beneath your feet shifting, their pulse aligning with yours, the magic that had once been a force of consumption now bending to your will. The creatures surrounding you, their glowing eyes now calm, seemed to recognize that something had changed. The tension in the air was palpable, as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for you to act. The keeper stood at the edge of the clearing, her form half obscured by the trees, but her presence was unmistakable. She watched you, her eyes a mixture of awe and caution. She had seen countless individuals come to this place, each seeking to control the forest, each failing in their own way. Some had embraced the magic only to be consumed by it. Others had resisted, only to be twisted and transformed into something unrecognizable. But you were different. You were not just fighting the forest. You were not just resisting it. You were shaping it. And that was something no one had ever done before. The air around you crackled with energy, the very fabric of the forest seeming to respond to your presence. The roots that had once clung to you, binding you in place, now felt as though they were asking for your touch. The tree at the heart of the forest, ancient and towering, groaned with the weight of its own power, but instead of a groan of hunger, it sounded almost like a sigh, like a release, as if it had been waiting for someone to come who could finally see beyond its endless cycle of consumption. You closed your eyes, focusing on the pulse of the forest beneath your feet. There was a rhythm to it, a steady, unyielding pulse that was both beautiful and terrifying. It was the heartbeat of the earth, the lifeblood of the forest, and it had always been there, waiting for someone to recognize it. Now you felt that rhythm in your chest, in your soul, syncing with your own heartbeat, becoming one with you. The forest had always been a place of hunger. But hunger, in its truest form, was not just about taking. It was about needing, desiring, a desire to grow, to spread, to fill the emptiness. But that emptiness could be filled in more than one way. You had learned that now. You had learned that the forest's hunger didn't have to be destructive. It could be a force of creation, a force that gave life, that nurtured, that allowed things to grow and flourish. You took a slow, steady breath, letting the power of the forest settle deep within you. The ancient magic beneath the earth was still there, swirling, beckoning, tempting you to use it to shape the world as you saw fit. But you had learned something important. Power, in its purest form, was not just about control. It was about understanding. The magic you had embraced was not an enemy to be defeated. It was a force of nature, like the wind or the rain, like the earth beneath your feet. And just as you could not control the wind or the rain or the earth, you could not truly control the forest. But you could coexist with it. You could guide it. And so, with that understanding, you extended your will deeper into the forest, letting the magic flow through you, through the roots, through the earth. You reached out, not with the intention of bending the forest to your will, but with the intent to nurture it. You spread your influence gently, like a gardener tending to the soil, allowing the forest's energy to flow freely but with purpose. You focused on the areas that had been twisted by hunger, by the ancient cycles of destruction, and you called upon the magic to heal them. Slowly, the darkness receded, and the air seemed to grow lighter, the oppressive weight of the forest lifting just a fraction. The creatures around you began to stir once more, but this time, their movements were not filled with hunger. They moved with curiosity, with wonder, as if they too sensed the change in the air. The forest was no longer a place of death. It was becoming something new, something that could give life. The keeper, watching from her place at the edge of the clearing, stepped forward. There was no fear in her eyes now, no sense of doubt. She had seen you transform before her, had seen the power you had taken and shaped, and now she saw the forest too bending to your will. But she also saw the danger in it. She saw how easily the balance could tip, how quickly the forest's hunger could resurface. Even the most well-intentioned force of creation could spiral into destruction if left unchecked. "You've begun something here," she said, her voice soft but filled with a strange reverence. "Something that could change everything. But be careful. The forest is vast, and its roots run deep. There are forces at play here that you cannot control. Even now, I can feel them stirring, watching." Her words sent a shiver through you, and for a moment, you felt a flicker of doubt, a brief wave of fear. The magic beneath your feet, the power you had embraced, was still unfamiliar, still wild in its potential. The forest had always been a place of equilibrium, life and death, creation and destruction. But now you had disrupted that balance. And the question was whether you could maintain it or if the forest would find a way to restore its hunger. "I know," you said, your voice steady, though your heart was beating faster now. "But I will not let it fall back into what it was. I won't let it consume again. I've seen what happens when it does. I won't let that happen." The keeper nodded, but there was a lingering doubt in her gaze. She had lived through the cycles of the forest, had seen how easily things could go wrong. She had chosen to accept the forest as it was, for better or worse. But you had chosen to reshape it, to give it life. And that was a choice that carried far more weight than you realized. "You must understand, the forest cannot simply be given life," she said. "It is not a simple thing. It is ancient, vast. It is both creator and destroyer. You cannot separate those forces. To give life is to also risk creating death. The magic you control is a double-edged sword. You cannot choose just one side." Her words settled over you like a heavy fog, and for the first time, you began to feel the true weight of your decision. You had embraced the forest's power, had transformed it into something new, something that could give life. But now you had to decide how to guide it. Would you allow the forest to flourish, to become a place of growth and creation? Or would the dark forces within it rise again, seeking to undo everything you had worked for? You closed your eyes, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath your feet. The power of the forest was still within you, still alive, still waiting to be shaped. And now, more than ever, you understood the responsibility that came with it. You could not simply let it run wild. You had to guide it. You had to control it, not with force but with care, with understanding. The forest was not your enemy. It was your creation. And with that creation came the power to shape it as you saw fit. You opened your eyes and turned to face the keeper, your expression resolute. "I will guide it. I will be the force that keeps the balance, that nurtures it without letting it fall back into the darkness. I will create, but I will not destroy. I will give life, but I will not let it consume." The keeper studied you for a long moment as if weighing your words. Finally she nodded. "Then may the forest listen to you. May it heed your will. But remember, the balance is fragile, and you are the one who must maintain it. You are the keeper now. You felt a shift in the air, a pulse of energy that resonated deep within you. The forest had acknowledged you. The magic had accepted you as its new guide, its new heartbeat. But with that acceptance came the knowledge that you could not rest. The forest was yours to shape, but it would not be easily controlled. The creatures around you, once twisted by hunger, now moved with a different energy. They had become something new, something in between predator and prey, between life and death. The forest was changing, and you were its architect. You could feel the weight of the magic, the burden of creation, pressing on you. But you also felt a flicker of hope. A hope that the forest, this place of endless hunger, could become something more, something greater. And as you stood there, at the heart of the forest, you realized one thing above all else. You had not just reshaped the forest. You had become it. And now you would protect it. The pulse of the forest seemed to slow, settling into an uneasy rhythm, as if it too were waiting, watching. The forest had changed, but the depths of its magic remained vast and untamed. It had acknowledged you, accepted your will, but there was a hidden complexity that you couldn't ignore. The forces you had begun to shape and guide were ancient, older than you could comprehend. They weren't bound by time as you understood it. They were born of cycles, of natural laws far beyond the constraints of life and death. You could feel them beneath the surface of your thoughts, silent whispers that beckoned you toward the deeper layers of the forest, toward a place where even the roots feared to tread. The forest had given you its power, but it had not yet revealed all of its secrets. It had allowed you to touch its heart, but its core, the truth of its being, was still hidden, waiting for you to discover it. The keeper's words echoed in your mind. The forest cannot simply be given life. You must control it. You must balance creation and destruction. But how could you balance something so vast? How could you be the guardian of life when you knew so little of death? And yet there was no choice. The forest had chosen you. The power was yours, its currents running through your veins. And so, you would have to rise to the challenge. You would have to become more than you were, more than the person who had walked into this place with no knowledge of its magic, its history, its endless cycles. As you stood there, at the heart of the forest, surrounded by its creatures and shadows, the weight of your responsibility grew heavier. The air felt thicker, pressing down on your chest, as though the forest itself were breathing with you, aligning itself with your heartbeats. You could feel the connection, the intimacy of it. This place was part of you, and you were part of it. The keeper had stepped back, her figure now barely visible in the shadows of the trees, but you could feel her watching, waiting for you to take the next step. She had given you the space to grow, but her caution was clear. She, too, understood that the forest's magic could not be trusted, no matter how well-intentioned its wielder. It was a force of primal hunger, and that hunger would return no matter how much you sought to subdue it. With a deep breath, you extended your senses further, letting the magic flow outward beyond your physical form. You called upon the roots beneath you, feeling them stretch and twist, digging deep into the earth, tapping into the heart of the forest. You could sense the vastness of it, the miles of roots that crisscrossed below the surface, each one connected, intertwined, an unbroken chain of life and death. You pushed further, seeking to understand. And there, buried deep in the forest's heart, you felt it, a pulse that wasn't quite like the one beneath your feet. It was darker, deeper, a pulse that seemed to vibrate with a force older than the forest itself. It called to you, a quiet whisper pulling at your soul. It was the true heartbeat of the forest. It was the hunger, and it knew you. The moment you made contact, a flood of memories washed over you, memories that were not your own. You saw the forest as it had been in ancient times, long before the first human had set foot in its depths. You saw the creatures that had walked these lands, ancient beings that had once ruled the earth, beings that had fed upon the forest's power, using it to grow and spread across the land. You saw the great trees that had stood as sentinels to the balance of life and death, and you saw the conflict that had torn this place apart time and time again. The hunger had always been there, hidden deep within the roots, feeding on the cycles of life and death. It had been a part of the forest since its inception, a force that had been both its creation and its destruction. And now you realized something. The forest's magic was not just a force of creation, it was a force of balance. To give life there must be death. To create there must be destruction. The forest's hunger was a necessary part of its being, but it didn't have to be unchecked. The vision faded, and you were left standing alone in the clearing, the weight of the forest's secrets pressing heavily upon you. The forest was not simply an ancient being that could be reshaped. It was a living, breathing entity, one that had existed long before you had come into this place, and it would continue to exist long after you had gone. It was both creation and destruction. It was both the beginning and the end. and as its new guardian, it was now your responsibility to maintain that balance. But how could you do that? How could you control such a force, such a primal, unstoppable entity? You had touched its core, felt its power, and now you understood the depths of its hunger. It would never be satisfied, could never be tamed, but perhaps it could be guided. The weight of the magic surged through you once more, and you realized something else. The forest was waiting for you to act. It was waiting for you to decide what it would become. It was not a passive force bound by the laws of nature. It was a living entity capable of growth, capable of change. And with that change, it could either become something beautiful, something that nurtured life, or something that destroyed everything in its path. The keeper's warning had been clear. The balance is fragile. You must be the one to maintain it. But how could you balance the power of creation with the inevitability of death? How could you give life without allowing the darkness to consume everything in its path? You felt a presence behind you. The keeper had come closer, standing just at the edge of the clearing. She watched you with a solemn gaze, understanding the depth of what you were facing. "It is not just the forest that must be balanced," she said softly. "It is also you. The forest is a reflection of what lies within us all. We all carry the hunger, the darkness, the desire to consume. But we also carry the capacity to create, to nurture, to bring life. You must find that balance within yourself before you can truly guide the forest." Her words resonated deep within you. She was right. The forest was not just an external force. It was a reflection of the darkness and the light within you. You had embraced its magic, but now you had to embrace the balance within yourself. You could not allow the hunger to overtake you. You could not allow the darkness to consume you. But neither could you allow the forest to remain passive, to fall back into the endless cycle of destruction. You had to find a way to use its power, to guide it, to shape it into something that could create without devouring, that could grow without consuming everything in its path. You turned to face the keeper, your mind filled with clarity. The forest was not a force to be feared. It was a force to be respected, to be understood. And you, as its new guardian, would be the one to shape it. "I will find the balance," you said, your voice steady and resolute. "I will not let the forest fall back into the darkness. I will guide it, and I will keep the hunger in check." The keeper's eyes softened, a flicker of approval passing across her face. "Then you have made the right choice," she said. "But remember, the balance is never static. It is always shifting, always changing, and you must be ready to change with it. The forest will test you over and over again. But if you stay true to your path, you will be the one to reshape it." And with that, the keeper stepped back into the shadows, leaving you alone in the clearing once more. The forest, now calm and still, seemed to be waiting for you, its heartbeat in sync with your own. The power of creation was in your hands. But the question was, what would you create? The forest stretched out before you, its ancient trees standing tall, their branches reaching toward the sky. The roots beneath your feet pulsed with life, and the creatures in the shadows watched silently. You had the power to shape it, to guide it, to create something new. But you also understood that this was not an easy path. The forest was not a simple thing. It was vast, ancient, and full of secrets, and you would have to uncover them all, piece by piece. But for now, you had made your decision. You would guide the forest. You would protect it, and in time, you would create something beautiful. The balance would be kept. The forest stretched before you, vast and endless, its branches reaching out like ancient hands yearning for the sky. The world seemed to hold its breath, the silence thick, broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves and the faint crackle of distant thunder. You stood at the heart of this immense and living thing, the keeper's words echoing in your mind, her warning about the fragile balance pressing against your consciousness. But for the first time since you had entered this place, you felt no fear. There was only a strange peace, a quiet acceptance. You were not simply a visitor now. The forest was no longer something to survive, something to escape. It was part of you, and you part of it. The weight of your responsibility hung heavy in the air, but it felt more like a mantle you had willingly accepted, rather than an unwanted burden. As the guardian, as the keeper of life and death within this ancient land, you would face the challenge of ensuring the forest's survival, but also the survival of the creatures who called it home. This was not just about shaping the forest's magic into something new, something beautiful. It was about maintaining a delicate harmony. A harmony that was constantly tested by forces you could not control. Forces older than time itself. You closed your eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop you. The hum of the earth beneath your feet, the sway of the trees, the low groan of distant branches, all of it was a song that had been playing for eons. It was an old melody, one of creation and destruction, of life and death. And now you were its conductor. But the music was not a simple melodic tune. It was a symphony of power, of tension, and it carried the weight of history with every note. Every step you took in this forest now reverberated throughout its roots, its branches, its creatures. It felt as though the forest itself was watching you, listening to you, waiting for your next move. The keeper's words replayed in your mind again. The forest will test you over and over again. And if you fail, but you would not fail. You couldn't. Not after everything you had sacrificed to get here. Not after everything you had become. You were no longer the lost wanderer who had stumbled into these woods, terrified of the darkness that whispered in the shadows. You were its guardian, its force of creation, and you would guide it to new heights. You would shape it into something it had never been before. The hunger, the endless consumption would no longer dominate. You had learned that much. But now you had to learn how to truly create. The creatures of the forest had begun to gather around you once again, their glowing eyes reflecting the flickering light of the distant fireflies, their movements more curious now than predatory. They no longer circled like wolves on the hunt, their eyes full of hunger. Instead, they watched you with a kind of reverence, as though waiting for your next command. You could feel the pulse of the forest deep within you, its magic swirling and twisting, its power rippling through the air. You reached out with your mind, extending yourself into the roots, the branches, the very essence of the forest. The trees seemed to respond, their bark groaning as if stretching to meet your touch. The air grew warmer, the wind picking up in a gentle caress, brushing against your skin as if acknowledging your presence. A low sound rose from within the forest, like a whisper from the deepest, most forgotten parts of the land. It was not a voice you could hear with your ears, but something you felt deep within your bones. It was the forest's way of communicating, its silent warning. The magic was stirring, restless, like an untamed beast on the edge of awakening. You had barely begun to understand its full nature, and already you could feel it pulling at the edges of your mind. It wanted to consume. It wanted to take, to grow, to spread, just as it always had. The hunger that you had once thought was only a force of destruction was now something more complicated, more profound. It was a force of growth, of expansion. Life couldn't exist without death, and death couldn't exist without life. The balance was fragile, but it was also the key. For a moment, you considered what the keeper had said. The balance is never static. It was a terrifying thought, the realization that the forest's equilibrium could shift at any moment. That your decisions, your choices, could tip the scale. The very power you had sought to harness, to shape, was a double-edged sword. You could use it to bring about a new dawn for the forest, or you could allow it to consume itself once again, to become what it had always been, endless, hungry, devouring. You looked around at the creatures that had gathered in the shadows. They were watching you, not with the predatory gaze of before, but with something else. They too were feeling the pull of the forest's hunger, the primal urge that had driven them for eons. But now they were waiting for you, waiting for your next move. With a deep breath, you focused once again on the magic beneath your feet. It was a living thing, a pulse that surged and receded with each beat of your heart. You felt it tugging at you, pulling you deeper into its ancient currents. The roots beneath you seemed to grow restless, and you knew the forest was testing you once again, seeing how far you would push it, seeing how much control you truly had. You reached out into the earth with your mind, not seeking to dominate, but to understand. What was this force that had shaped the forest for so long? What was this hunger that had driven everything, from the smallest creatures to the tallest trees? And most importantly, what could you do to guide it without falling prey to it? For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, like a whisper in your mind, you felt the answer: create. Create something new, something that will not be consumed, something that will thrive alongside the forest's hunger. You felt the roots beneath you pulse again, but this time it was different. This time it was not a pull, it was an invitation. The forest was giving you a chance to create without destruction. You closed your eyes and focused. This was the moment of choice, the moment when you would decide what kind of guardian you would be. Would you give in to the magic, let it consume you, reshape you into something you were not? Or would you shape the forest into something new, something that could grow without feeding on its own darkness? You stretched your senses deeper into the forest, feeling the ancient magic that pulsed through every leaf, every branch, every root. The power was overwhelming, but it was also beautiful. It was a force that could create life, that could bring things into being. It could build, grow, and evolve. And with it, you could build something that would exist alongside the forest's hunger, something that could nurture life and death, creation and destruction, in harmony. You let the magic flow through you, your thoughts and intentions blending with it. The forest responded, its roots twisting beneath your feet as the energy surged within you. You felt the balance beginning to shift. The power of creation was flowing now, not in a torrent, but in steady waves, gentle and purposeful. The hunger still pulsed beneath the surface, but it no longer dominated. It was part of the cycle, part of the flow. And now you understood. Now you knew how to guide it. With a final, steadying breath, you opened your eyes and stood taller, your body resonating with the magic of the forest. The creatures around you stirred, their eyes glowing with understanding. They knew what had changed. They could feel it too. The forest was no longer a place of endless hunger. It was something new, something more. And now it was your turn to shape it. The wind picked up again, swirling around you as if in response to your will, the trees groaning softly, stretching their branches toward the sky. The forest was waiting for you. And with a deep, unwavering breath, you reached out once more, not to control but to create. The forest once again seemed to hold its breath. The silence around you felt charged now, thick with anticipation. You could feel the very air around you tremble, as though every leaf, every root, every living thing in the forest was awaiting your next move, awaiting the decision you would make. The forest had always been a place of hunger, of death, but now there was something different, something new. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, like the quiet exhale after a storm. It was a beginning, a new dawn for the land that stretched endlessly before you. But with that new beginning came a realization. The weight of your choices would never fully lift. You had begun to guide the forest into something else, something more harmonious, more balanced, but the path was far from clear. The deep hunger that had once been so ingrained within the forest's very fabric had not disappeared. It was still there, lurking just beneath the surface. Its presence was not something you could vanquish with a single gesture, not something that could be erased by your will alone. No, the hunger was part of the forest just as much as the trees, the roots, the magic that pulsed through the earth. It was the forest's reflection of life and death. You were learning, slowly, painfully, that balance was not something you could simply impose. It was something you had to live with, something that would always be in flux, shifting and changing with each decision, each breath you took. The forest was both creation and destruction, life and death. And you, as its guardian, were the force that tied those two together. The weight of that truth pressed heavily against your chest, but it also sparked something within you. A drive, a desire to understand, to control not just the magic of the forest, but also the cycle of creation and destruction. To make it something that could thrive, something that could last, without constantly succumbing to its own hunger. As the days turned into weeks, you spent your time walking the forest, feeling its heartbeat beneath your feet, tracing its pulse through the roots and branches. You worked to reshape the land, guiding the growth of trees, the bloom of flowers, the flourishing of creatures. Yes, life was returning slowly but surely to the once barren areas. The balance of the forest was beginning to tilt toward the nurturing side, rather than the consuming one. But the hunger was never far away. You could still feel its presence, watching from the shadows. The creatures had begun to trust you in their own way. They no longer feared you, and you no longer feared them. They followed you as you walked, their steps light in the grass, their eyes bright with curiosity. Some had even taken to following you into the deeper parts of the forest, where the ancient trees still stood, untouched by time. The creatures moved with an elegance now that they had not possessed before, graceful, poised, with the understanding that they were a part of the new rhythm, the new balance of this place. But the creatures were not the only ones who watched you. There were others in the forest, unseen, lurking just beyond your reach. And they were not creatures of flesh and bone. They were the old spirits of the forest, beings born of the land itself, the unseen forces that had shaped this place long before you arrived. They had been here before the trees had grown tall, before the earth had settled into its patterns. They were the essence of the land, the whispering winds, the flickering shadows, the eerie hum beneath the earth. You had felt them from the very beginning. The lingering presence of the forest's deeper magic, a force that could neither be touched nor understood. It had been calling to you from the very first moment you entered the woods, but now, as you began to shape the forest in your image, you could feel their attention focused squarely on you. They were watching, waiting. At night, when the forest was cloaked in darkness, you would hear their whispers, faint and distant at first, like the soft rustling of leaves in the wind. But as time passed, those whispers grew louder, clearer, more insistent. You could hear them now in your dreams, in the spaces between your waking thoughts. One night, as you stood alone at the edge of the forest, staring up at the moonless sky, you felt their presence. The shadows around you seemed to stir with life, writhing and twisting, and then from the blackness, a figure emerged. It was tall and indistinct, a shape formed of darkness and mist. Its presence was overwhelming, a coldness that seeped into your bones. At first, you stepped back, but something held you in place, an invisible force as though the very ground beneath you had taken root. You didn't want to look away from the figure, but at the same time, you knew you had no choice but to face it. The figure moved slowly toward you, its form shifting with each step it took, as though it was made of the forest itself. The trees around you groaned, the wind howling as it whipped through the branches, and the figure stopped just short of where you stood. There was no sound at first, just the cold weight of its presence pressing down on you. Then, in a voice like the creaking of old wood, it spoke. "You've done well," it said, its voice echoing through the depths of your mind. "The forest is changing. But you have not yet understood the cost of what you seek to do." You swallowed hard, trying to steady your breath, but the chill in the air was like nothing you had ever felt before. The figure's words were not a warning, but a question, a challenge. You could feel the weight of the centuries in its gaze, the deep knowledge of the land that it carried. It was not a creature. It was something older, something born from the heart of the forest itself. "The hunger you seek to suppress will rise again," the figure continued, "for it is a force of nature, as much a part of this world as you are. You cannot erase it. You cannot push it down forever. It will always return, always seek to consume. That is its nature. And it will test you. You will face it again and again. You must be ready." The figure took a step closer, its form shifting once more, becoming even less tangible. "The forest is a reflection of the soul. You have embraced both creation and destruction within yourself, but you cannot stand in the space between them forever. Choose, guardian. Will you allow the hunger to consume you, or will you learn to embrace it?" You felt a sharp, painful jolt in your chest, a realization like the sudden crack of thunder in a storm. The figure was right. The hunger was not something you could defeat. It was not something you could contain forever. It was a part of the forest, a part of you, and trying to suppress it would be a never-ending battle. You would have to learn to coexist with it. You would have to find a way to control it without letting it overrun everything you had worked for. The figure's form began to fade, melting back into the shadows, but before it disappeared completely, it left you with one last thought. You are not just the forest's guardian. You are its creator. And creation, as much as it brings life, always brings with it the possibility of destruction. Do not forget that. As the last of the figure's presence slipped into the darkness, you stood there, your heart heavy with its message. The forest was changing, yes, but so were you. The choices you made, whether in the light or the shadows, would define everything that came after. You were not just guiding the forest anymore. You were a part of its cycle, and the hunger would always be a part of you. The forest had grown still, quieter than it had ever been before. The wind, which had once howled through the trees, now whispered in hushed tones, as though even the air itself was aware of the change that had begun. The figure that had visited you, more a shadow than anything tangible, left behind a coldness, an echo that resonated deep within your bones. Its words were like stones dropped into a still pond, ripples spreading outward, touching every corner of your being. The forest had shifted, yes, but now you realized something more. You had shifted as well. You were no longer simply a visitor in this world, nor even a guardian. You were now a creature of the forest, an integral part of its flow. The hunger you had so desperately tried to suppress had become a part of you, gnawing at the edges of your soul, reminding you that creation and destruction could never be fully separated. You were the nexus between those forces, the balance that kept them in check, or at least tried to. But the figure's warning rang in your ears, unrelenting. Creation and destruction, they are two halves of a whole. You had already known this in your heart, but now it felt more urgent, more pressing. There was a weight in the air, as though the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting to see what you would do next. You couldn't fight it. You had learned that. The hunger, the darkness, was not something to be fought. It was something that could be guided, something that had to be integrated into the flow of life itself. And so, you walked deeper into the forest, your mind heavy with the weight of your responsibility, but also with the knowledge that this was the only path. There was no going back. There could be no more hesitation. The moonless sky stretched above you, black and endless, and the trees around you seemed to whisper in response to your thoughts, their branches shifting in the breeze like skeletal hands reaching up to the heavens. The earth beneath you was warm, alive, thrumming with the energy of the forest, but there was something else here as well. Something beneath the surface, pulsing with a quiet, dangerous rhythm. You could feel it in your bones, the same feeling you had when you first entered the forest, the sensation that something was watching you. The forest, as always, was alive, but now it seemed almost aware of you, as if the land itself recognized the changes that were happening. The creatures that had once been your allies, your companions, were no longer as eager to follow you. They watched from the shadows, their glowing eyes flickering like distant stars. Some had even moved away from the paths you walked, retreating into the deeper, darker parts of the forest. It was as though they, too, understood that you were no longer the same. You had crossed the threshold, and there was no telling what lay on the other side. As you walked, the trees grew thicker, the shadows darker. The path became less defined, and the familiar hum of life around you began to fade. A deep silence enveloped you, an eerie stillness that seemed to stretch on forever. The once comforting sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the calls of distant birds, had vanished. Now the only sound was the beating of your own heart. You reached a clearing, the air thicker here, charged with a strange energy. It felt ancient, older than the forest itself. The ground was uneven, the earth cracked and broken, as though it had been torn apart by some force long ago. At the center of the clearing stood an immense tree, its bark blackened and scarred, its roots twisting into the earth like gnarled fingers. The tree was different from the others. It radiated an aura of power, of dark, forbidden magic. You could feel it deep in your chest, the way it pulsed with an energy that was not quite life but not quite death either. It was the balance, the threshold between creation and destruction. The hunger was strongest here, its presence suffocating, pressing against you like a physical weight. You could hear its whispering, the low hum of the forest's ancient appetite, calling to you from the heart of the tree. It was almost as though the tree itself was alive with the hunger, its roots pulsing with the same dark rhythm that had once dominated the forest. The very air around you seemed to hum with its power. You stepped forward, drawn to the tree by some primal force, an invisible pull that tugged at your soul. The closer you got, the more you could feel the weight of the magic surrounding it. The tree was old, so old that its existence seemed to blur the lines between life and death. It had seen the rise and fall of countless generations of creatures, had weathered storms and fire, famine and growth. It was the heart of the forest, the core of its power, and it was the source of its hunger. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and you felt your pulse quicken. The hunger was calling to you not just as the forest's guardian, but as its heir. The magic of the forest was in your blood now, and the tree knew it. Could feel your presence, could sense the power flowing through you. It was testing you, pushing you, waiting for you to make your choice. You stood at the base of the tree, your fingers brushing against the blackened bark. The moment your skin touched it, the ground beneath you trembled, and the whispers exploded into a cacophony of voices, 1,000 thoughts swirling around you, each one filled with longing, desire, hunger. You could feel them, could almost hear them speaking directly to your mind. Join us. Embrace the hunger. Let it consume you. Let it consume everything. For a moment, you faltered, the weight of the temptation almost too much to bear. The hunger had always been a part of you, always there, lurking just beneath the surface. It called to you now, louder than ever before. It promised power, control, a new way of existence. It promised that you would never have to fear the forest again, never have to fear the darkness within. But then a voice broke through the whispers. It was softer, gentler, but filled with an undeniable clarity. It was your voice, your own inner strength, reminding you of what you had already learned. No, you whispered the words softly, but with certainty. I will not be consumed. I will guide the hunger, not become it. The whispers fell silent, the air stilling as though the forest itself was waiting for you to decide. You took a deep breath, your mind clear now. The hunger, the darkness, it was not something you could push away, not something you could ignore. But you didn't have to let it take over. You didn't have to let it consume you. The tree groaned, its roots shifting beneath the earth, and for a moment, you thought it might reach out to you, to pull you into its dark embrace. But instead, something unexpected happened. The roots pulled back, the whispers fading into the distance. The tree's dark power seemed to retreat just a little. And for the first time since you entered the forest, the air felt lighter, less oppressive. You had made your choice. You would not be consumed. You would not fall into the hunger. You would not let it define you. Instead, you would shape it, control it, guide it towards something new. You were the guardian of the forest, its guide and protector, and you would find a way to create without destruction, to bring life without feeding the hunger. The tree, ancient and powerful, stood silent before you, and you realized that its power was no longer a threat. It was a resource. It was a force that could be shaped, just as you had shaped the forest itself. The hunger could be controlled. And together, you and the forest would rise again. The night stretched on, but the oppressive weight that had once surrounded you began to ease. The air, once thick with tension, now carried a subtle, almost imperceptible shift, like the moment before the dawn, when the world seems to hold its breath in anticipation. You stood before the ancient tree, its dark power no longer an overwhelming force but something more akin to a lingering presence, an energy that could be shaped, controlled, or even nurtured. It was a part of the forest, but it no longer ruled it. You had made that choice, but the choice did not come without a cost. In the quiet that followed, as the echoes of the forest's whispers faded into the distance, you realized the true depth of your responsibility. The hunger you had been trying to tame was not just a force of nature. It was a part of you now, woven into the very fabric of your being. The magic of the forest had seeped into your soul, shaping your thoughts, your desires, your very identity. You were no longer the person who had wandered in, lost and afraid. You had become something else, a creature of the forest, bound to its cycles, to its rhythms. And yet, as the realization settled into your mind, you knew one thing with absolute certainty. You would not let the darkness consume you. You would not succumb to the hunger. You would learn to live with it, to control it. You would walk the line between creation and destruction, ever vigilant, ever aware that balance was not something that could be achieved and then forgotten. It was something that had to be maintained, every moment, every breath. The forest around you seemed to understand. The whispers had quieted, the creatures that had once watched from the shadows now stepping forward with cautious steps, as though sensing the shift in the air. Even the trees seemed to bow their branches in a subtle acknowledgement, as if giving their blessing to your resolve. But not all was still in the forest. A rustle in the distance caught your attention, and the deep, rumbling growl of something far larger than any creature you had encountered echoed through the air. The trees parted, and from the darkness emerged a figure, a creature of shadow and light, its body shifting and changing as though it were made of smoke and flame. It was a being of pure energy, a force of nature itself. For a moment you stood still, watching as the creature approached. Its eyes, glowing with an ethereal light, locked onto you, and you felt the weight of its gaze deep in your chest. It was not hostile, not threatening, but it was undeniably powerful. The air around you hummed with its presence, and you realized with a sudden clarity, this was no ordinary forest creature. This was something else entirely, a spirit of the forest, a manifestation of its deepest magic. The creature stopped before you, its form flickering like a flame caught in the wind. It did not speak with words but with a presence that communicated more than any language ever could. It knew you knew what you had become, what you were now bound to. Slowly you took a step forward, reaching out with your mind, feeling the creature's essence, its pulse. You felt the power within it, ancient and unyielding. It was the force of the forest's magic, the energy that flowed through everything from the smallest sprout to the tallest tree. It was the wildness of the land, the very thing you had been trying to understand, to control. And now it had come to you. You have changed. The creature spoke without a voice, its presence reaching deep into your mind, and the forest has changed with you. You nodded, the weight of its words settling deep within you. The forest had indeed shifted, but so had you. The hunger, the darkness that had once been a force to be feared, was now a part of the forest's greater cycle. You had bridged the divide between creation and destruction. You had made peace with the forces that had long shaped the land. The balance is fragile, the creature continued, its form flickering in the dim light. But you must be more than its guardian. You must be the creator, the one who shapes the forest, who guides it toward something greater. You must command the forces you now wield. The hunger will return, and when it does, you must be ready to face it again. But this time you will not face it alone. As the creature spoke, a strange sensation washed over you, a feeling of connection. It was as though the very land, the air, the creatures, the magic itself was listening, was waiting for you to act. The weight of your power was growing, but with it came the understanding that this was not something you could wield recklessly. The hunger, the darkness, it was part of the forest and part of you. But if you did not learn to control it, to bend it to your will, it would consume everything. The creature took a step forward, its glowing eyes never leaving you. The path you walk is not an easy one. You must walk between worlds, the world of the living, the world of the dead, and the world of the spirit. You must keep the balance always. And then, before you could respond, the creature began to fade, its form dissipating like smoke carried away by the wind. But as it vanished into the night, a feeling lingered, one of power, of purpose, of clarity. The forest was no longer a place of fear. It was a place of potential, of creation. You were its creator, its guardian, its protector. And it was your responsibility to guide it into a new era. The creature's words echoed in your mind long after it was gone. You could feel the weight of them, the understanding that the balance you had sought was not a static thing. It was something alive, something that moved and shifted with the cycles of life and death. And now, more than ever, you were part of that cycle. You were part of the forest. You could hear the rustle of leaves behind you, and when you turned, you saw the keeper standing in the shadows. Her figure was faint, her face hidden by the darkness, but you could feel her presence. She had been watching, waiting, just as she had before. "You have done well," she said, her voice soft but filled with approval. "The forest is yours now, but you must remember, the hunger is never fully tamed. It will always return. But you have learned something valuable. You have learned that creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin. One cannot exist without the other." You nodded, understanding the truth of her words. You had made your peace with the hunger, but you knew that peace would not last forever. The balance you had created was fragile, and it would take all your strength to maintain it. But you were no longer afraid. You were the guardian of the forest, its creator and protector. And you would face whatever came next, whatever challenges lay ahead, with the same resolve that had guided you here. The keeper stepped forward, her form becoming clearer in the dim light. "The next step is yours to take. But remember, the forest will test you again and again. And you must never stop learning. You must never stop growing." With that, she turned and began to fade back into the shadows, her words lingering in the air like the scent of rain on earth. And as she disappeared, the forest around you seemed to come alive once more. The rustling of leaves, the chirping of insects, the whispering wind, reminders that you were no longer alone. The forest was with you and you were with it. The hunger would return, yes, but you would be ready. The forest breathed around you as the night slowly shifted toward dawn, its rhythm gentle, slow. The dark presence that had once filled the air with tension and uncertainty now seemed to ease, as if the land itself had sighed in relief. But beneath this calm, a subtle pulse still echoed, a reminder that everything was connected. Life, death, creation, and destruction, they all lived within the forest, within you. The balance you had worked so hard to create was not yet certain. It had been forged in moments of resolve, but it was still new, fragile. Every breath you took, every step you made, would affect the delicate web that now held the forest in equilibrium. The keeper's final words lingered in your mind, each one resonating like the toll of a distant bell. The forest will test you again and again, and you must never stop learning. You must never stop growing. It was not just a lesson, it was a warning. The hunger would return, yes. The darkness would come, but you were ready for it now, or at least you thought you were. The first light of dawn broke through the dense canopy above, casting long amber rays that flickered between the branches. The forest was waking, stretching, yawning into the new day. And yet, despite the beauty of the morning, something felt different. The air felt heavier now, charged with a deeper energy. You could feel the land beneath your feet vibrating ever so slightly, as though it were trembling from an unseen force. The pulse of magic was stronger here, closer to the surface. You glanced around, your gaze settling on the ancient tree, still looming in the center of the clearing. It was no longer just a symbol of power, it was the source, the root of the forest's deepest magic, its deepest hunger. Its dark energy had receded somewhat, but its influence remained, like an unspoken promise that everything was still connected to it. You could feel its presence even now, not as a threat, but as something that would always be with you. The creatures of the forest had returned, their presence no longer as silent and watchful, but more attuned to the flow of life around them. They moved with purpose, their glowing eyes flashing as they scurried through the underbrush, darting between trees, climbing the trunks with ease. The birds, once quiet, had begun to sing their songs of the morning, the melody soft and harmonious, blending with the hum of the wind through the leaves. The forest was alive, alive in a way it hadn't been in a long time. It was awakening, but that awakening came with its own set of challenges. As you stood there watching the forest stir, you realized that your role had only just begun. You were no longer a passive participant in the land's magic. You were its active creator, its guardian, and its ruler. The power that you had begun to understand was vast, unyielding, and yet so easily lost. The hunger was always lurking in the background, a force that could not be ignored. And the spirits of the land were restless, waiting to see how you would wield that power. It was then that you felt a new presence, one that was more familiar than any of the spirits that had come before. The earth beneath you shifted again, and a figure stepped out from the shadows of the trees, emerging into the light of the morning. It was not the keeper this time, nor the creature of smoke and flame. It was something different, something old. The figure was tall, cloaked in shadows, but there was something regal about it, something ancient in its posture. Its features were indistinct, hidden beneath the folds of its cloak, but you could feel its eyes on you, watching, waiting. It was a presence unlike any other you had encountered, like the forest itself had manifested before you. The figure spoke, its voice deep and resonant, like the rumbling of distant thunder. The land has changed, and so have you. You are no longer merely a part of the forest, nor are you a mere keeper. You are something more now, a force, a creation unto itself. But understand this, the path you walk is not one of simple growth. It is a path of endless change. You felt a shiver run down your spine. There was something about the figure that made you uneasy. It was not hostile, not exactly. But it carried the weight of ages, the weight of forces that had existed long before the forest had even begun to take shape. It was as though the very fabric of time had woven this being into existence, born of the forest's deepest roots. The figure continued, its voice a low murmur now, almost a whisper, but still carrying the gravity of its message. You have made a choice, a difficult one, to hold the hunger in check. But know this, nothing remains still for long. The hunger will return, and it will seek to consume. You may not be able to stop it. It is the nature of the forest, the pulse of the land. A flicker of doubt crept into your mind. You had thought you could tame the hunger, could control it. But the figure's words rang true. The forest was not a static thing. It could not be tamed in the way you had hoped. It was a living, breathing entity, ever-changing, always shifting. The balance you had created was fragile. It would not hold forever. The figure stepped closer, its cloak trailing behind it like the whispers of an ancient storm. But there is more at stake now than the hunger, it said, its voice gaining strength. The forces that bind the forest are not just those of life and death. There are deeper forces still, forces that reside in the spaces between worlds, forces that you have only begun to touch. As it spoke, the air around you seemed to grow colder, the sky above darkening despite the rising sun. The figure raised its hand, and the ground trembled again, the roots beneath your feet shuddering as though they were waking from a long slumber. You have not seen the full depth of the forest's power. You have only glimpsed its surface. The hunger you face is but a fraction of the forces that move through the land. The weight of the figure's words pressed against you, and you felt your resolve falter for the briefest moment. Was this power something you could control? Had you underestimated the forces at play? The forest was not just a land of magic, it was a nexus of realms, a crossing point between the living world and the worlds beyond. The figure took another step toward you, its presence overwhelming. The hunger is but a symptom of the deeper rift that lies beneath this land. The forces that have shaped the forest are not merely natural. They are ancient, primordial. They come from places beyond the reach of time itself. You must prepare. The forest is a reflection of the worlds it connects to, and those worlds are in flux. The boundaries are weakening. A deep, foreboding chill washed over you, and for a moment, the world around you seemed to bend, like the air itself had been distorted. The trees groaned, the wind howling like a distant cry of anguish. The figure's gaze never left you, its eyes gleaming with an eerie light. You are the guardian of this place, yes, but you are also something more. You are the bridge between worlds, and the forces that seek to tear those worlds apart will come for you. They will test your will, your strength, and they will test the balance you have forged. With that, the figure turned, its form dissolving into the shadows once more. But its presence lingered, like a dark cloud hanging over you. The wind carried the whispers of its words, echoing in your mind, reminding you that the hunger was not the only force at play here. The forest had awakened, yes, but there were deeper currents at work, forces that had always been there, waiting for their moment to emerge. And now you were caught in the middle. The balance you had worked so hard to create was fragile, like a thread stretched taut between two cliffs. And you would have to walk the edge, constantly aware of the abyss below. You were not just the guardian of the forest anymore. You were its bridge, and the worlds it connected were beginning to bleed into each other. The hunger was only the beginning. The air felt heavy, thick with an energy that pulsed through the ground beneath you, through the very fabric of the forest itself. The ancient being's words echoed in your mind, reverberating like the tolling of a distant bell. You were no longer just the guardian of the forest. You were its bridge, a link between the realms, between worlds that should never have touched. And yet, here you stood, caught in the delicate balance between life and death, between creation and destruction. The figure had warned you that the hunger was merely a fragment of something much larger, something older, something far beyond the reaches of time itself. You were the bridge, yes, but you also realized now that you were standing on the edge of a precipice, looking down into a chasm of unfathomable darkness. You couldn't ignore the pull of the forest beneath you. Its whispers, once a gentle rustling in the background, now thrummed in your ears, urgent, as though the very land was trying to speak to you, to reveal something you had yet to understand. The hunger, the magic you had tamed, was but a surface manifestation of a deeper force. There were things within the forest, things within you, that had only just begun to stir. The ground shifted beneath your feet, the roots of the ancient tree groaning, twisting like serpents beneath the earth. You could feel the pulse of the forest, not just in the trees and the creatures, but in the very soil itself. It was a heartbeat, deep and primal, echoing through every part of you. You closed your eyes, trying to focus, trying to understand the strange sensation that gripped you. But the moment your mind reached out into the earth, seeking to anchor yourself to the land, a vision struck you, a flash of light too bright to ignore. You stumbled backward, your heart racing as the vision unfolded before your eyes. The forest before you, the land that had once felt like home, began to shift. It was as if the boundaries between worlds had begun to blur. For a brief moment, the trees twisted and writhed like tendrils of smoke, their bark peeling away, revealing something ancient and dark beneath. The sky cracked open, revealing not the soft blue of dawn, but a swirling vortex of stars, stars that pulsed and flickered like distant flames. The forest was no longer just a part of this world, it was connected to something else, something far older, far more ancient than you had ever imagined. The hunger, the darkness that had once been a part of you, now seemed insignificant compared to what was unfolding. The forest was not just a living entity, it was a doorway, a portal between worlds, a convergence point where forces of creation and destruction, life and death, could bleed into each other. And you, standing at the heart of it, were the keeper of that door. You felt your breath quicken as the vision twisted again, shifting into something darker, more terrifying. The once familiar shapes of trees and roots twisted into grotesque, monstrous forms, creatures with eyes like blackened pits, writhing masses of shadow and flame. They surged toward you, their hunger insatiable, their desire to consume everything in their path. You staggered back, feeling the forest's pulse quicken. The shadows were not just creatures, they were manifestations of the very forces the figure had warned you about. The hunger you had been trying to control, the forces you had believed you understood, were part of something much larger. The forest was the gateway, the threshold, and it was beginning to crack. In the vision, the sky above you shattered completely. A wave of darkness rolled toward you, consuming everything in its path. Trees, land, sky. It was a flood of pure chaos, a tide of destruction that swept through the world, leaving only emptiness in its wake. The hunger had not just returned, it had grown, consuming everything. There was no forest, no life, only endless, ravenous darkness. You gasped, stumbling back as the vision began to fade, the terrifying images dissolving into the morning light once again. The ground beneath you trembled as though the earth itself had just exhaled a deep, rattling breath. You could feel the hunger once again, deep within your soul, gnawing at the edges of your consciousness. The trees around you groaned, their branches creaking like ancient bones. The forest, alive with its own magic, was shifting again, responding to the forces at play, to the instability that had begun to bleed through the veil between worlds. You closed your eyes, trying to steady your breath. The forest had changed once more. It was no longer just a place you had come to protect. It was a battleground, a space between worlds, and you were standing at the center of it, holding the fragile line between creation and destruction. But there was something you had to do. You could feel it in your bones, a sense of urgency that pressed at your chest. The figure had said that the hunger would return, but now you knew the truth of its words. The hunger was only the beginning. The forces that had shaped the forest, forces that you had only just begun to understand, were coming. You could feel them now, slipping through the cracks just beyond your reach. They were ancient, older than the land itself. The creatures, the spirits that had once inhabited the deepest corners of the forest, had been banished, hidden away by time and space. But now their power was returning. The walls between worlds were weakening. A low rumble of thunder echoed through the sky. The forest was alive, its magic churning, twisting beneath your feet. And then, in the distance, you saw something move, something large, something dark. At first, it seemed like a shadow, but as it drew closer, you saw the shape of it, massive, monstrous, an amalgamation of shadow and flame. The creature stepped forward, its eyes glowing like embers in the night. It was like nothing you had seen before, part tree, part beast, part something else entirely. It was the embodiment of the hunger, of destruction, but it was more than that. It was the force that the forest had been trying to contain, the force that had been waiting to break through. And now, standing before you, it was no longer a distant threat. It was here. The figure had warned you that the hunger would return. But it was not just the hunger. It was the end of one world and the beginning of another. The creature's glowing eyes locked onto you, and for the first time, you felt a wave of fear wash over you. This was not something you could control, not something you could simply tame. This was the force of destruction itself, the very thing the forest had been trying to balance. And now it had come. The creature roared, the sound reverberating through the air like thunder, and the forest trembled in response. You could feel it. The land itself was reacting to this ancient force, as though it recognized the return of something primordial, something that had been banished long ago. You could no longer deny the truth. The hunger was not just a force you could control. It was a force that had existed long before the forest had taken root. It had always been here, hidden in the deepest, darkest corners of the land. And now it was breaking free. You took a deep breath, steadying yourself. The battle had begun. The creature before you, the hunger itself, was only one part of the greater forces that were stirring. The rift between worlds was widening, and you were the only one who could stop it, or let it destroy everything. The forest was no longer just a sanctuary. It was a battleground. And you, the bridge between worlds, would have to decide whether to fight for its survival or let it fall into chaos. The creature before you loomed like a storm, its massive form darkening the forest around you. Every step it took caused the very earth to tremble, as if the ground itself recognized the ancient power that had returned. Its eyes, burning with an eerie, ember-like glow, fixed on you with an intensity that could pierce through your very soul. The air around it shimmered, warping like heat rising from a flame, as if reality itself was bending and shifting with the creature's presence. You could feel it in the pit of your stomach, the deep, primal hunger that the forest had fought so hard to suppress. It was not just the hunger of the trees or the creatures. It was the hunger of the land itself, an ancient, insatiable force that had always been present, but hidden beneath the surface. Now it had been unleashed, and with it came the promise of destruction. The creature was the physical manifestation of that hunger, a harbinger of the chaos that lay ahead. The wind picked up, swirling around you in wild gusts, carrying with it the scent of smoke and decay. The trees groaned, their branches twisting and bending as if they were being pulled in the creature's wake. The very earth beneath your feet seemed to quake with the force of its presence. The forest was no longer still. It was alive with energy, a chaotic, restless energy that stirred within every leaf, every root, every pulse of the land. The balance you had worked so hard to create was beginning to unravel, thread by thread. The creature's roar shattered the silence, a deafening sound that echoed through the forest like the rumble of thunder. It was not an animal's roar, nor a beast's. No, this was something older, something that resonated deep within the heart of the land itself. The hunger had returned, not in the form of a simple beast, but as a force, as a being, a power that could not be controlled by will or magic. It was ancient, primordial. It was beyond you. You stumbled back, your heart racing, the weight of the situation pressing down on you. The hunger was not just a force you could bind or tame. It was a part of the forest, a part of the very fabric of the land. And now it had broken free. The lines between worlds were starting to blur, the boundaries weakening. What had once been a place of refuge was now becoming a battleground, a rift between realms. The creature's eyes flickered, its gaze narrowing on you. It knew who you were. It could feel the power within you, the power of the forest, the magic that flowed through your veins. It recognized you as the guardian, the keeper of the land. But it also knew that you were standing in the way of its hunger, of its destruction. And it would stop at nothing to break through, to tear the veil between worlds and feast on what lay beyond. You cannot stop me, the creature growled, its voice like the crackling of firewood. You are nothing but a part of the forest. You are a link, a bridge between worlds. But I am the end of all things. I am the hunger, and I will consume everything. The word sent a chill through your spine. This was no longer just a battle for the forest. It was a battle for existence itself. The creature was not simply trying to tear down the forest, it was trying to tear down the very barriers that separated the worlds, to destroy the delicate balance between life and death, creation and destruction. It was trying to bring forth a new age, an age where the hunger would reign supreme, devouring everything in its path. You could feel the power building, the energy in the air growing thicker, heavier. The wind howled as the creature's form pulsed with an otherworldly energy, its body shifting between shadow and flame, smoke and light. The boundaries between worlds were starting to tear open. You could see it. Just beyond the creature, the air shimmered, rippling like a veil being lifted. Through the rift, you could glimpse what lay beyond, a dark, infinite expanse, swirling with stars like a vast ocean of nothingness. It was a realm of chaos, a place where creation and destruction collided in a never-ending cycle. You had to act, and you had to act quickly. The creature was not just a physical threat. It was the key, the agent of the unraveling. The hunger had returned, but more than that, the rift between realms had begun to open. If it fully opened, the worlds would collide, and everything would be consumed in the chaos that followed. The power inside you surged, but it was different now. It wasn't just the forest magic you could tap into. It was something deeper, something older. It was the power of the land itself, the magic of life and death intertwined. You had learned over time how to control the forest, how to channel its energy. But now you understood. You were not just a guardian. You were the bridge. And to protect the forest, to protect the balance, you had to keep that bridge intact. You closed your eyes and reached deep within, summoning the energy that flowed through your veins, the power that had once been a part of you in the forest, but now something more. The rift between worlds was tearing open, and the hunger was pressing through, desperate to feast. But you could still feel the pulse of the land beneath you, its rhythm steady and unyielding. The forest had always been a part of you, and now you could feel it calling to you, urging you to stand firm, to not let the rift swallow everything. You were the guardian, the keeper of balance. And though the hunger was great, though the power of the rift was overwhelming, you would stand in its way. You would protect the line between worlds no matter the cost. With a deep breath, you raised your hands, summoning the power within. The air around you grew still, as if the forest itself had paused, holding its breath. The creature growled again, its massive form writhing, its hunger growing stronger with each passing moment. But you would not yield. You had learned over time that the hunger could be controlled, guided. It could not be allowed to consume everything. It could be channeled, used to preserve the balance, not to destroy it. The energy around you built like a storm-gathering force. The ground trembled again, but this time it was different. The pulse of the land beneath you synchronized with your own heartbeat, a deep, resonating rhythm that echoed through every tree, every root, every leaf. You were no longer just part of the forest. You were the force that could shape it. You were the one who could hold the line. With a surge of will, you extended your hands toward the creature, focusing all your energy on the rift between worlds. You could feel the darkness pressing against you, but you refused to falter. The creature roared in fury, but the sound was swallowed by the force of the power you had summoned. The rift trembled, flickering like a dying flame. And then, with a violent explosion of light, the rift closed. For a moment there was nothing. The world seemed to hold its breath, suspended in time. The creature let out a final, frustrated cry, its form writhing in the fading light. Then, with a hiss of smoke, it dissipated, vanishing into the ether. The forest around you fell silent. The earth stilled. The magic, the hunger, and the chaos seemed to recede, drawing back into the shadows, into the spaces between worlds. But the peace was only temporary. The rift had closed for now. But you knew, deep within your bones, that it would not be the last time it would try to break through. The hunger would return, and with it, the forces that sought to tear the realms apart. You stood at the center of the forest, your breath heavy, your heart pounding in your chest. The battle was far from over. But for the first time in a long while, you felt a sense of clarity. The forest was alive. It was yours to protect. And as long as you stood as its guardian, you would not let the worlds collide. You would keep the line intact, no matter the cost. The air was still, far too still. Even the wind, which had once howled through the trees like a wild beast, had fallen silent, as though it too was holding its breath. The forest, having witnessed the rift open and then close with such catastrophic force, seemed to be recoiling, pulling back into itself, retreating into the shadows as though it needed time to recover from what had just happened. And so did you. You stood there at the center of the ancient clearing, your pulse hammering in your chest. The aftermath of the battle hung in the air like a heavy fog, thick and oppressive. The hunger had not been vanquished, it had only been pushed back, contained for the time being. The rift, the gateway between worlds, had been sealed, but it had left behind a scar, a tear in the fabric of reality that would never heal completely. The boundary between the realms had been compromised. You had only delayed the inevitable. For a moment, you felt the weight of it all, the crushing responsibility, the isolation, the knowledge that you were standing on the edge of a precipice, gazing into a chasm that could swallow everything if you were not careful. The hunger would return. The forces that had tried to break through, that had called to the forest, would not stop. They were always there, just beyond the veil. And you were the only one who stood between them and the world you knew. The forest around you groaned, its trees creaking and shuddering as if they were waking from a deep slumber. The energy, once so chaotic and untamed, was now calming, settling into a new rhythm. The pulse of magic beneath your feet had slowed, but it had not disappeared. It was still there, a heartbeat that was both a reminder and a warning. You exhaled slowly, your mind racing as you tried to process what had just happened. The hunger, the rift, the creature, it was all connected. The forest had always been a place of magic, of power, but now you understood its true nature. It was more than just a sanctuary or a refuge. It was a bridge, a meeting point between realms, a crossroads where forces of creation and destruction collided. And you were the keeper of that bridge, the guardian. The weight of that title settled on your shoulders, heavy and unyielding. But you were not afraid. Not anymore. You had faced the darkness. You had stood at the threshold of oblivion and turned it away. The hunger was not invincible. It could be contained. But only if you understood it, if you learned to control it. The ground beneath your feet trembled once more, but this time it was different. It wasn't the deep, violent shaking that had heralded the arrival of the creature. This was something subtler, more insistent. A whispering, a gentle urging. The earth was calling to you, pulling you toward the roots that extended deep beneath the forest, beneath the world itself. Without thinking, you took a step forward, your boots crunching on the earth as you moved toward the ancient tree at the heart of the clearing. The roots of the tree, twisted and gnarled, seemed to beckon to you, calling your name. You could feel the pull of the forest, the magic coursing through the ground, through the air, through your very veins. You placed your hand on the tree's bark, its surface rough and cold beneath your fingers. The moment you touched it, the world seemed to shift. A surge of energy, raw and ancient, shot through your arm, flooding your body with power. It was a jolt of electricity, a spark of life that made your heart race and your blood hum in your veins. The tree's magic was not the same as the hunger. It was life, the force that sustained the forest, that nurtured it, that bound it together. It was the pulse of creation, the rhythm of the land. And it was alive, more alive than anything you had ever felt before. The roots beneath you seemed to move, stretching down into the earth, into the deep, hidden places that no human had ever touched. They were reaching for something, something deep, something ancient. And then you felt it, the pulse of the land. The heartbeat of the earth, resonating through the roots, through the tree, through your very soul. It was a connection, a bond. You were part of the forest just as the forest was part of you. But now you understood that bond in a way you hadn't before. You were not just the guardian. You were the vessel, the conduit through which the power of the forest flowed. The magic, the hunger, the life, they were all intertwined, part of a single, unbroken chain. The vision of the rift, of the creature, of the chaos that had almost consumed everything flashed before your eyes again. You saw the darkness pushing through, saw the hunger creeping into the world, felt the force of destruction tearing at the seams of reality. But now you understood something more. It wasn't just destruction. It was balance. Without the hunger, without the chaos, there could be no creation, no life. But without life, without creation, the hunger would consume everything. The forest was the balance. It was the meeting point between creation and destruction, between life and death. It was the place where worlds intersected, where forces of all kinds collided. And you were its keeper. You were the one who could control the flow of magic, who could guide the forces of creation and destruction in a way that preserved the balance. But you knew deep down that the balance was fragile. The rift would not stay closed forever. The hunger would return, and the forces that sought to tear apart the fabric of reality would come for you. But now you knew what you had to do. You had to become the anchor. The forest was alive, and you were its heartbeat. Without you, the balance would tip, the hunger would devour everything, and the world would fall into chaos. But with you, the forest would survive. The realms would stay separate. The magic would flow, life and death would continue, and the hunger would be contained. You stepped back from the tree, your heart still pounding in your chest. The forest around you seemed to sigh, the air heavy with the weight of what had just transpired. The land was calmer now, but the peace felt like a fragile thing, a fleeting moment before the next storm. You knew that your journey was far from over. The rift was still there, buried beneath the earth, waiting for the moment when the forces of chaos would once again try to break through. The hunger would return. The darkness would rise. But this time you would be ready. You were no longer just a part of the forest. You were its heart, its guardian, its anchor. And as long as you stood, the balance would be maintained. But you could feel it in the air. The forest was not done with you yet. There were forces still at play, ancient powers that had not yet revealed themselves. And you would have to face them sooner or later. The trees around you swayed in the wind, their branches whispering secrets of the land's deep magic. The forest was watching, waiting. And you were the bridge between the realms, the one who stood at the center of it all. The battle had just begun. The calm that had settled over the forest was as fleeting as the dawn, but it was not peace. It was only the stillness that preceded the storm. The weight of the forest's magic pressed down on you, a constant reminder that the balance was still in jeopardy, and every breath you took, every step you made only deepened the understanding that you were not merely a guardian. You were a thread in the web, a part of a much greater pattern. A pattern that was far older, far more intricate than you could have ever imagined. You closed your eyes and breathed deeply, feeling the pulse of the land beneath your feet. The magic was still there, woven into the very soil, the trees, the air. It was the lifeblood of the forest, the essence of existence itself. And yet, now, you understood something more. The forest was not just a single realm. It was a crossroads, a junction where worlds, realms, and dimensions collided. A place where the veil between life and death was paper-thin. The threads of existence were woven through the forest, interlacing and connecting the realms, creating a tapestry of magic and chaos. But some threads had begun to fray, unraveling at the edges. The rift, the hunger, the creature, it was all part of something far greater. Forces that had once been contained were now slipping through the cracks, seeping into the world, threatening to destroy everything in their wake. And you, standing at the heart of it all, were the one who had to mend those fraying threads. You moved through the clearing, your mind racing with the weight of the knowledge that had come to you. The forest whispered around you, its leaves rustling like distant voices. The roots beneath your feet shifted, reaching deeper into the earth, pulling you toward the center of the web, toward the place where everything connected. It was there, at the base of the great tree, where the threads converged. The ancient tree was no longer just a symbol of the forest's power, it was the anchor, the foundation of the web itself. Its roots stretched deep into the heart of the earth, intertwining with the threads of life, death, and magic. The tree was the gateway, the portal that connected the realms, and you were the keeper of that threshold. But now, as you stood before it, you felt a tremor in the air, a ripple in the fabric of reality. Something was shifting. Something was moving beneath the surface. The hunger was not the only force at play here. There were other powers, older and more subtle, that had begun to stir. The forest had always been a place of mystery, of secrets, but now you felt the weight of those secrets pressing in on you. The web that had once been stable was now fraying, its threads twisting and pulling in directions you could not control. A figure stepped from the shadows, its form obscured by the mist that had begun to swirl around the clearing. It was not the keeper, nor the creature of flame. This was something different, something ancient, something far older than the forest itself. The figure was draped in a cloak of shifting shadows, its face obscured by a hood, but you could feel its presence, feel the weight of its power. It was the one who had been watching, waiting, hidden in the folds of the web. The weaver. Without a word, the figure stepped forward, its movements fluid and graceful, like the flow of a river through the forest. It did not need to speak, its presence was enough. It was the embodiment of the forest's deeper magic, the force that shaped the threads of reality, weaving them together in patterns that no mortal mind could comprehend. The weaver was the one who guided the flow of the forest's magic, who controlled the ebb and flow of life and death, creation and destruction. But something had changed. The web was unraveling, and the weaver had come to you for a reason. The threads are weakening, the weaver spoke, its voice a low melodic hum like the sound of wind through the trees. The balance you have fought for, the web that binds the realms, is coming apart. And you, the one who stands at the center, are the only one who can mend it. You felt a chill run down your spine as the weight of its words sank in. The rift had been closed, yes, but it was only a temporary measure. The hunger would return, and the forces that sought to tear the realms apart were already gathering, waiting for their chance. The weaver had not come to stop it. It had come to show you how to repair it. You are the bridge between worlds, the weaver continued, its voice filled with ancient wisdom. But bridges can be broken, and when they fall, the worlds will collide. You must understand the web. You must see the pattern. The threads are not just broken, they are being pulled. Forces beyond the veil are seeking to unravel them, and they will not stop until everything is consumed. You could feel it now, the subtle tension in the air, the shift in the fabric of reality itself. The threads were being tugged at, pulled in different directions. The rift had closed, but it had left behind a scar, a tear in the web that could not be easily mended. The hunger was only one part of the force trying to tear the web apart. There were others, older, more powerful forces, hidden in the deepest corners of the forest, waiting for their chance to strike. The weaver stepped closer, its shadowy form flickering like the last remnants of twilight. "I have watched you," it said. "I have watched as you learned the ways of the forest, as you tamed the hunger. But there is more you must learn. You are not just the keeper of the forest, the guardian of the balance. You are the one who must weave the threads of reality, the one who must bind the realms together. You are the one who must see the web, who must understand it." A sudden, sharp pain flared in your chest as the weaver's words penetrated your mind. You gasped, stumbling backward, but the pain did not fade. It was as if the very essence of the forest, of the web, was pushing into you, filling you with its power, its knowledge. It was overwhelming, and for a moment you felt as if you were drowning in it. The threads of the forest, of the realms, of time itself, tangled in your mind, twisting and knotting with terrifying speed. But then, something within you clicked. A realization. The threads were not just tangled. They were interwoven. Life and death. Creation and destruction. The hunger and the magic, they were all part of a greater whole. A single, vast, eternal pattern that flowed through the fabric of reality, and you were part of it. You were not just the guardian of the balance. You were the one who could repair the pattern, who could weave the threads back together before the realms collapsed in on themselves. You closed your eyes, focusing on the threads, on the deep, subtle magic that flowed through the land, through you. You could feel them now. Feel the connections, the way they wove in and out of each other, the way the hunger tugged at them, trying to break them apart. But you could feel the strength of the web too. The forest was strong. It had endured for millennia, weathering the forces of creation and destruction. And with the weaver's guidance, you could help it endure again. The pain began to fade, replaced by a sense of clarity, of purpose. You had a role to play in the grand design. You were not just a part of the forest. You were the one who could hold the web together. The weaver stood before you, its shadowy form flickering in the dim light. The threads are weakening, it repeated, but there is still time. The hunger will return and the forces will come for you. But you can mend the web. You can keep the realms from collapsing. You must learn to weave, to guide the threads, to see the pattern. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for your next move, for the next step in this long, winding path. The hunger, the forces of destruction, the rift, they were not over. But now you understood the stakes. You were no longer just a guardian. You were the weaver of worlds, the one who held the balance in your hands. The weaver stepped back, its form dissolving into the shadows once again. But before it vanished, it left you with one final message. You are the thread, and the thread must never break. The weight of its words sank deep into your soul as the forest began to pulse again, the magic of the land swirling around you. You were no longer a passive observer. You were part of the pattern, part of the web. And it was your turn to weave it all back together. The words of the weaver lingered in your mind, echoing like a distant drumbeat, resounding in the deepest corners of your thoughts. You are the thread, and the thread must never break. The forest around you had fallen silent once again, as though it too were waiting, anticipating the next step in the grand design. But beneath that silence there was a growing tension, a subtle hum in the air, a warning, perhaps, or an invitation. The forest was no longer just a place to be protected. It was a battlefield, a place where realms collided, where the forces of creation and destruction were constantly at war. And you, standing at the center, were the key. The power of the weaver had been both overwhelming and enlightening. You had felt the web, the interconnectedness of all things, and now you understood that you were not simply part of the forest's magic. You were part of it. The land, the trees, the very air around you, they were all threads in the tapestry of existence, threads that you had the power to weave, to bind, and to protect. But that power came with a cost. You could feel it now, the subtle tension in the very fabric of reality. The hunger, the rift, the forces beyond the veil, they were all pulling at the threads, trying to unravel everything. You had closed the rift once, but it had left behind a wound, a scar that was not easily healed. The web had been torn, and the pieces were falling apart slowly but surely. You knew what had to be done. The forest had shown you the pattern, and the weaver had given you the key to understanding it. But the question remained. Could you repair the web? Could you mend the fracture before it consumed everything? The answer was both simple and terrifying. It depended on you. The air around you seemed to thicken as you stepped forward, the ground beneath your feet trembling with a faint, insistent pulse. You could feel the web, the threads of existence, stretching out before you like a vast, invisible net. The threads were frayed, weakened, but they were still there. You could still see them, if only faintly, shimmering in the darkness. Your hand hovered over the ground, and for a moment, you hesitated. Could you really do this? Could you hold the web together? You had felt the weight of the forest's magic in your veins, felt its power coursing through you. But now it was as though the forest itself was asking you to go deeper, to reach further, to understand more. The threads were not just magic, they were the essence of existence itself, and you were the one who held them in your hands. You took a deep breath and closed your eyes, focusing on the web. You could see it now, stretching out across time and space, across realms and dimensions, a vast tapestry that connected everything, the living and the dead, the material and the ethereal. The threads were delicate, fragile, but they were also incredibly strong. The forest had endured for eons, and it would endure again, but only if you could find a way to repair the tear in the fabric. The pulse beneath your feet grew stronger, more insistent. The land was alive and it was waiting for you to act. The hunger, the forces that sought to tear the web apart, were already moving again, preparing for the next strike. But you were ready now. The weaver had shown you the way. You knew what had to be done. You reached down, placing your hand on the earth once more. The magic surged through you like a river of fire and ice, a torrent of power that coursed through your very soul. The threads of existence trembled in response, and you could feel them shifting, realigning, twisting and turning as you pulled at them. It was like weaving a tapestry, but the tapestry was made of everything. Life, death, creation, destruction, all woven together in a delicate balance that could easily tip into chaos. But the more you focused, the clearer the pattern became. The web was not random. It was not chaotic. It was a living, breathing thing, a force of nature that had existed long before you had ever walked the earth. And now you were a part of it. You were the weaver, the one who could guide the threads, bind the realms, and restore the balance that had been lost. The ground beneath you shuddered again, the pulse growing stronger, faster, more erratic. The web was weakening, and the hunger was coming for it. You could feel the dark force tugging at the edges of the fabric, trying to tear it apart. The rift was opening again, slowly but surely, and the creatures of darkness were stirring in the shadows, waiting for their chance to break through. You knew what you had to do. You had to weave the threads back together to repair the fabric before the realms collided and the hunger consumed everything. It was not enough to simply hold the balance. You had to create the balance, to strengthen the threads that held the realms apart, to bind them together in a way that could withstand the forces of destruction. The magic in the air intensified, a storm of energy that swirled around you, lifting your hair and sending shivers down your spine. The earth beneath you trembled as the very fabric of reality seemed to twist and warp. You were standing at the center of the web, and the threads were pulling at you from every direction. The hunger was not just an external force. It was a part of the web, a piece of the pattern that had gone astray. With a deep breath, you extended your hands, reaching for the threads. You could feel them now, each one pulsing with life, with magic, with potential. The power of the forest was within you, and you were the one who could guide it, shape it. You had to weave the threads, to mend the tear, to strengthen the fabric that held the realms together. The world around you seemed to blur as you focused, your mind and soul aligning with the threads of existence. The hunger, the rift, the forces of destruction, they were all part of the pattern, part of the balance. And you were the one who had to hold it together. You could feel the threads slipping through your fingers, each one more fragile than the last. The rift was widening, and the forces of chaos were pressing against the fabric, eager to break through. You had to act quickly or everything would be lost. With a cry, you reached out, grabbing hold of the threads with all the power you could summon. The forest roared around you, its magic surging as you began to weave, to bind, to repair the web. The threads snapped into place with an audible crack, the fabric of reality pulling tight, realigning, binding the realms together once more. But the hunger was relentless, and it fought against you, tugging at the threads with all its might. You could feel the darkness pressing in, could feel the pull of the void, the emptiness that sought to consume everything. But you would not let it win. You had the power of the forest, the power of the weaver, the power of the balance itself. And you would not let it be destroyed. The web began to glow, threads of light weaving through the darkness, forming a protective barrier around the realms. The hunger, the chaos, the forces of destruction, all of them pressed against the fabric, but they could not break through. The balance was restored for now. You collapsed to your knees, exhausted, the weight of the magic still pulsing in your veins. The forest was calm again, the threads of existence woven back together, the rift sealed once more. But you knew this was only temporary. The hunger would return, and the forces that sought to tear the web apart would not rest. You had only delayed the inevitable. But for now the balance was intact, and that at least was enough. The world around you was still. The forest, though alive with its usual hum of energy, had quieted in the wake of the battle for the web. The hunger had been pushed back, the rift sealed, and the realms, though frayed, were intact. For a moment, it felt like a fragile victory. A breath, a pause in time before the cycle began again. The tension was still thick in the air, but for now the forest felt secure, the balance held in place. Yet there was an underlying sense that something had changed. The magic of the forest, which had always been comforting in its rhythm, now felt unsettled. It was as though the roots of the land had stretched too far, pulled too tight, and were now trembling under the weight of the unseen. The threads of reality were tighter than they had ever been, but they were also strained, their natural flow disrupted. You stood there, at the center of the clearing, your body exhausted but your mind sharp, taking in the weight of the task ahead. The weaver's words lingered in your mind, an insistent reminder of what you had become, the thread that must never break. The responsibility was yours, but it was also a daunting, endless task. The web was a living thing, and like any living thing, it could grow sick, it could die. The question now was whether you could mend it in time, or if you had already delayed the inevitable. The darkness that had tried to breach the realms had not disappeared completely. It still lingered, like a distant storm on the horizon, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The hunger would return, but now you knew that it was not just a mindless force. It was part of the greater balance, a force of chaos that shaped the land, that tore at the threads to ensure that creation could exist. Life and death, destruction and rebirth. The forest was all of these things, and you were its guardian. But now, as you stood at the edge of the clearing, feeling the pulse of magic beneath your feet, you wondered if you could truly hold back the storm forever. In the distance, you saw it. A shadow in the trees, an unnatural shape that seemed to distort the air around it. It was more than just a shadow, it was a distortion of the world itself. The hunger once again was pulling at the fabric, and this time you could feel it call to you. It was a whisper, a promise of destruction, a reminder that no matter how hard you fought, there would always be forces out of your control, forces that sought to unravel everything. Your heart raced as you took a step forward, the air around you growing heavier with each passing moment. The trees whispered again, this time not in the usual language of the forest, but in words, hushed, fragmented, as if the very essence of the forest itself was trying to communicate with you. A flash of light pierced the darkness, momentarily blinding you. When your vision cleared, you saw it, a shimmering veil like a curtain of mist stretched across the forest. It pulsed with a strange, otherworldly glow. The fabric of reality was beginning to tear once again, but this time, it wasn't the rift you had sealed. This was something different, something more elusive. You stepped closer, your feet light on the ground, and the moment you did, the mist began to swirl around you, caressing your skin like a cool breeze, then tightening, becoming denser, heavier. The veil was alive, responding to your presence, but it was not hostile. It was beckoning you forward. A voice, not of the forest, but of something deeper, older, and more primordial, echoed in your mind. The veil has thinned. The time has come. The words seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. They were not spoken aloud. They were a thought, a sensation that you could not ignore. The voice called you, urging you to cross into the unknown, to step beyond the boundaries of the familiar world and into the place where the fabric of reality had begun to unravel. Come, it whispered again. Come and see what lies beyond the veil. See what has been hidden for so long. There was no turning back. You knew that now. The web had been mended, but it was fragile. The threads were not enough to hold the realms together on their own. The rift was only one part of the puzzle. The hunger was only one of the forces pulling at the fabric. But what was this? What lay beyond the veil that had begun to shimmer so tantalizingly before you? Without hesitation, you reached out and touched the mist. The moment your fingers brushed against it, the world around you seemed to shudder. The air itself vibrated, and a deep, resonating hum filled your ears, growing louder until it became all-encompassing. The veil rippled, and with it, the very essence of reality seemed to tear open, like the unraveling of a great cosmic fabric. The next thing you knew, you were no longer standing in the forest. The ground beneath you was cold, barren, otherworldly. The mist that had surrounded you was now thicker, more dense, as though it were a living thing, curling and coiling around you like tendrils, pulling you deeper into the unknown. You were standing at the edge of a vast, endless chasm, a rift that seemed to stretch into infinity. The edges of the chasm flickered with strange lights, pulsing, glowing, shifting colors that seemed to dance in patterns you couldn't understand. The air was thick with magic, dense with power, and it hummed in a way that felt almost alive. In the distance you saw shapes moving, but they were not creatures you recognized. They were neither solid nor ethereal, neither alive nor dead. They were fragments of reality itself, floating in the darkness, their forms ever-changing, never quite solid. Some seemed to be echoes of things that had once been, others were shapes that you could not even begin to comprehend. They moved through the chasm like whispers on the wind, drawn toward something at its center. Then a figure emerged from the mist, as if stepping through the folds of space itself. It was tall, its form slender and graceful, draped in robes of shimmering shadow that seemed to blend with the very fabric of the chasm. Its face was obscured, but you could feel its presence, a deep, ancient power emanating from it. The figure raised a hand, and the mist parted around you. You were no longer standing at the edge of the chasm. You were in a space between worlds, a place where the threads of reality had twisted so much that they no longer held any meaning. Time, space, existence, none of these concepts seem to matter here. The figure's voice came again, low and resonant. You have crossed into the domain of the veiled, the forgotten, the lost. You are standing at the boundary between realms, where the web begins and ends. Your heart pounded in your chest. This was not the forest. This was not the world you knew. This was something older, something deeper. You had crossed into a place that was outside of time, a place where the very rules of reality bent and twisted in impossible ways. This was where the hunger had come from. This was the source of the forces that sought to unravel the world. The figure stepped forward, and its presence seemed to fill the space, the very air growing thick with power. This is the place where all things begin and end. This is where the web was woven, and this is where it will be undone. The hunger you face is only a shadow of what lies beyond. It is but one thread in the great tapestry of existence. The figure extended its hand toward you. You have come to learn. But are you ready to understand? The veil shimmered again, and suddenly, you realized that everything you had known, everything you had fought to protect, was just one layer of something far more complex, far more intricate. The web you had been mending was only a part of something much larger, a pattern that stretched beyond the realms of creation and destruction, beyond life and death. You were no longer just the keeper of the forest. You were standing at the threshold of something far greater, something far more dangerous. The hunger you had fought, the rift you had sealed, they were just the beginning. There were forces at play here that even the Weaver had not fully understood, and now, you had crossed into the very heart of them. And as the figure's shadow enveloped you, you felt the first stirrings of something deeper within yourself. The true nature of the web. The true nature of the hunger. And what it would mean for you. The figure before you, standing at the center of this strange, unfathomable realm, seemed to shimmer and pulse with an energy that was both alien and familiar. Its presence was overwhelming, an ancient power that radiated not just from its form, but from the very fabric of this place. It was as though it was the place. The chasm stretched into infinity, and the mist curled around you like a living thing, its presence oppressive, suffocating. The figure's outstretched hand beckoned you, urging you to take the next step into the unknown. The question it had asked, "Are you ready to understand?" hung in the air like a challenge, a promise, a threat. There was no turning back now. The hunger had only been a shadow, a mere flicker of what lay beyond the veil. And you had crossed that veil, willingly, stepping into the heart of the unknown. For a moment, the world around you seemed to freeze. The air stood still, the mist suspended in time, the chasm before you devoid of motion. Everything was waiting. The question had been asked, and now, it seemed that even the very fabric of reality itself was holding its breath. The figure spoke again, its voice low, its words dripping with the weight of untold centuries. You have walked the edge of the web, seen the threads that bind creation and destruction. You have mended the rift, but what you have not yet seen is that the web itself is alive. It is not a static thing. It breathes, it grows, it shifts with the will of the forces that shape it. A ripple ran through the chasm at its words, a violent pulse that tore through the fabric of reality, shaking the space around you. The mist responded to the motion, swirling in wild, erratic patterns, as if the very air was alive with energy. The chasm stretched deeper, and for the first time, you felt as though you were standing at the edge of something far greater than the forest, far beyond the hunger, beyond even the veil you had crossed. The figure's gaze remained fixed on you, though its face remained hidden. The hunger, the darkness, the forces that seek to tear apart the realms, they are not enemies but manifestations. They are the product of the web's own life force. Creation cannot exist without destruction, and order cannot be maintained without chaos. The web is not something to be protected. It must be understood. The words hung heavy in the air, sinking into the depths of your soul. Your heart raced. You had never fully grasped the scale of the forces you were dealing with. The Weaver had shown you the magic of the forest, the balance of life and death. But this was something else. The forest was but a small piece of a much grander design. A design that stretched across realms, dimensions, and perhaps even the very fabric of existence itself. The figure stepped closer, its shadow growing larger, darker. The veil you have crossed is not the only one. It is only one thread among many, a thread in a vast tapestry that spans beyond time and space. And you, child of the forest, are the one who must see it. For it is you who stands at the center. The balance you seek to protect is but a reflection of a greater truth, a truth that lies beyond the veil. The figure's words cut through you like a blade, slicing through the layers of understanding that you had so carefully built. The forest, the hunger, the balance, they were all parts of a greater truth that you had not yet seen. It was as if the figure was offering you a glimpse into the heart of existence itself, a truth so vast, so incomprehensible, that it made the world you knew seem small and insignificant. The figure's shadow reached out, and you felt its presence in every fiber of your being, its power surging through the mist, pressing in on you from every side. It was no longer just a force. It was a presence. You could feel it in your bones, in your blood, in your very soul. The air thickened, and the very ground beneath you seemed to shift, as though the entire chasm was alive with the weight of an unseen, unspoken power. "Do you see?" the figure asked, its voice echoing through your mind. "Do you understand what has been shown to you? The forest you protect, the web you weave, they are but reflections of a greater reality. The hunger you face is not evil. It is a necessary force. Without it, there can be no life. Without destruction, creation cannot exist. And the web itself, the force that binds all things together, is not something to be feared. It is something to be accepted." The mist began to swirl around you, tightening, drawing closer. The air felt thick with magic, with energy, with life, and with death. You could feel the weight of the figure's words pressing on your chest, a suffocating truth that seemed to make the very ground beneath you tremble. "You have always been a part of the web," the figure continued, its voice growing more insistent, more powerful. "From the moment you set foot in the forest, you became a thread in the grand tapestry. And now you must choose. You must choose to accept the truth, to embrace the web and become more than a keeper. You must become a weaver of worlds." The ground beneath you began to shift violently, and you staggered, your body trembling under the weight of the energy that surged around you. The chasm seemed to open wider, and the air thickened with the presence of something else. It was a force that was not quite of this world, not quite of any world. It was ancient, primal, a force that had existed long before time itself. "The choice is yours, child of the forest," the figure whispered. "Embrace the web, become the weaver, and you will understand all things. Or turn away, and the web will unravel as it always has, as it always will. The hunger will consume everything. The rift will grow, and reality itself will fall apart. The veil will tear, and what lies beyond will come for you." You could feel it then, the pull, the weight of the web, the pressure of all that was, all that had been, all that would ever be. It was a force greater than anything you had ever known. The forest, the magic, the hunger, it was all part of the same pattern, the same cycle. And you were at the center of it. You had been chosen. You had crossed the veil. But now the figure's words pressed deeper into your soul, demanding an answer. Could you embrace the truth, accept your role as the weaver, the one who held the threads of existence in your hands? Could you become the architect of reality, the one who shaped the worlds, who held the balance of life and death in your grasp? Or would you turn away and let the hunger consume everything, let the rift tear the realms apart? The weight of the decision pressed down on you, the tension in the air growing unbearable. And in that moment, you realized that the forest, the hunger, the very fabric of reality, all of it depended on what you chose next. The web, the very essence of existence itself, hung in the balance. But you knew deep down that the answer was not one you could give lightly. It would require more than just strength. It would require something deeper, something more profound. A willingness to become part of the web, to surrender yourself to its power, to understand its true nature. The figure before you watched silently, as though waiting for you to make your choice, to take the next step. The chasm stretched before you, infinite and unknowable. Beyond it, there were no answers, only questions. And you stood at the edge, the weight of the decision pressing down on you, heavier than any burden you had ever known. And so, you took a breath and stepped forward. As you stepped forward, the moment seemed to stretch, bending reality around you like a piece of delicate thread pulled taut. The figure, this ancient being, did not move, but its presence loomed over you, an ever-growing shadow that seemed to stretch into the very core of your being. You felt its eyes on you, though you could not see its face. Its presence was suffocating, like the weight of centuries pressing down on you, urging you to make a decision that would alter the very fabric of existence itself. The chasm before you pulsed with energy, its deep abyss full of untold power. It was a place between realms, a place where the web of reality itself unraveled at the edges, but where, within its core, all things were connected. The space before you seemed to ripple and warp, as if time and space were bending and folding upon themselves. In that moment, you realized that the veil, the shimmering mist you had crossed, the boundary between the known and the unknown, was not just a barrier. It was a living, breathing force, one that held the balance of existence in place. It was a place where the lines between creation and destruction blurred, where the threads of reality were spun and broken. And you stood at the center, at the heart of it all. This is the crux of all things. The figure spoke again, its voice echoing like a distant storm vibrating in your chest. The web you have worked so hard to protect is but a single thread in a vast, endless tapestry. You have only seen a small piece of the pattern. But you, child of the forest, stand at the crossroads. You must understand the whole if you are to weave the future. You must embrace the web in its entirety. The figure's words tore through the air, crashing into your mind with the weight of 1,000 truths. The hunger you had fought, the rift you had sealed, these were just parts of a much greater, more complex design. The web you had been so intent on protecting was only one of countless threads, one among many that connected not just realms, but dimensions, worlds, and timelines that stretched far beyond what you could imagine. You had thought the forest was your world, the place you had always known, where you had been tasked with maintaining the balance. But the forest was just one piece, one thread among countless others, each of them pulling in different directions, shaping the fabric of existence in ways you could not yet understand. You had been playing a part in something much larger, something far older. As you stood there, gazing into the swirling chasm, the threads of reality seemed to call to you. You could hear their whispers, faint at first, then growing louder. Each thread pulsed with a different energy, each one carrying with it a unique story, a unique world, a unique fate. And as your gaze shifted across the expanse of the chasm, you began to see them, the threads, spanning across the void like a vast web stretching out into infinity. The threads were not static. They were alive, shifting, intertwining, constantly changing, and yet always connected. There were threads of light, threads of darkness, threads of creation and destruction, threads of life and death. Some were vibrant, pulsing with energy, while others were thin and fragile, on the brink of snapping. Some were old, weathered, and frayed, while others were new, freshly woven and full of potential. But as you looked deeper, you noticed something more troubling. Some threads were unraveling, their ends fraying and splitting, like the beginnings of a tear in the fabric of reality. The hunger you had faced before was not just a force, it was a fracture in the web itself, a hole in the tapestry that had begun to spread. The rift you had closed was not the only one. There were other fractures, hidden, dangerous, and far more powerful than anything you had yet encountered. The figure's voice pulled you from your thoughts. Do you see now? The web is not just the forest. It is all of existence. It is the very fabric that holds everything together. And like any fabric, it can be torn. You have fought the hunger, but you have not yet faced what lies behind the veil. You must decide, child of the forest. Will you weave the threads together, or will you let them unravel? The weight of the question hung in the air, and the tension in the space around you seemed to grow with each passing second. You could feel the pulse of the web beneath your feet, the slow rhythm of existence itself, as if the very world was holding its breath, waiting for your response. A feeling of deep, profound understanding washed over you. The role you had been playing, the part you had been given in this vast, cosmic pattern, was only a small fragment of the whole. You were part of something greater, something that had always been there, something that would continue long after you were gone. You had seen the balance and you had understood the hunger. But now you realized the true nature of your task. You were not just a guardian. You were the weaver. Your hand instinctively reached out toward the threads, and as you did, something extraordinary happened. The moment your fingers brushed the air, the threads seemed to shift, to bend and pull toward you as though they were responding to your presence. The vast, infinite web, stretching across the void, was drawing you in, inviting you to take hold of it. You could feel its power coursing through you, filling you with an ancient, overwhelming force. The figure before you was no longer just a figure. It was the embodiment of the web itself, the force that governed all of existence. It was the first thread, the beginning of all things, and it stood before you, watching, waiting, urging you to take the next step. The web is yours to weave, the figure intoned, its voice resonating with the force of eternity. You must choose the pattern. You must choose the threads. Will you repair the fractures? Will you weave the future? You closed your eyes, feeling the threads all around you, their energy alive within you. Each one was a story, a reality, a piece of the grand design. Some were full of life and light, others dark and twisted, but all of them were connected. The web was not just about maintaining balance, it was about understanding every thread, every story, every piece of existence, and shaping them into a cohesive whole. For a long moment, you felt as though you were standing at the crossroads of time itself. The choices before you were infinite. You could weave the threads together, heal the fractures, and restore the balance. You could strengthen the web, reinforce the threads that had begun to fray. But you could also choose to let the web unravel, to let the fractures grow and spread until everything collapsed into chaos. The power was in your hands. Weave the threads, child of the forest. The figure's voice came again, softer now, almost like a whisper. Shape the future. For you are the weaver, and this is your creation. And with that, you understood. The web was not a static thing to protect. It was a living, breathing entity, ever-changing, ever-growing. And you were not just the one who held it together, you were the one who could shape it. You could choose which threads to strengthen, which to let go, which to bind, and which to unravel. The hunger, the rift, the fractures, they were all part of the pattern, part of the grand design. And you, as the weaver, could guide it all. As the realization sank deep within you, the threads around you began to shift, responding to your will. You could feel them weaving themselves together, the magic flowing through your fingers, the energy of the web pulsing in your veins. It was a feeling unlike any you had ever known. You were no longer just a part of the forest, no longer just a guardian. You were one with the web, the very force that held existence together. The figure stood silently, watching as you began to weave. "The web is yours," it said, and then it faded into the mist, its presence slipping away like a forgotten dream. And with that, the threads began to spin. The moment the figure faded into the mist, the true nature of your transformation began to settle within you. No longer simply a thread in the vast web of existence, you had become the weaver, the one who could guide, shape, and mend the very fabric of reality. The realization was both exhilarating and terrifying, for with this new power came an awareness of just how fragile the web truly was. It was not something to be taken lightly. It was a living, breathing entity, and the weight of its existence rested now in your hands. You stood in the chasm, surrounded by the endless expanse of the web, feeling its hum deep within your bones. The air was thick with power, the energy of countless realms swirling around you. The mist that had once been opaque and dense now shimmered with a subtle, iridescent glow. The threads, countless, infinite, hung in the air, reaching out from the void, some shimmering with light, others darkened by decay, but all connected to one another by an invisible force that you now knew to be the fabric of existence itself. The very nature of the web was becoming clearer. Each thread represented a world, a life, a moment in time, each one a piece of a larger tapestry, woven together through the flow of creation and destruction. Life could not exist without death, creation without destruction, light without darkness. The threads were not simply connected, they were interdependent. One thread's unraveling could send ripples through the whole, causing chaos and change across countless realms. But now, with the power of the weaver coursing through you, you could see those ripples, could feel them before they even began. You could sense the delicate balance of each thread, the way they wove together and interlocked, creating a symphony of existence. And you could hear the subtle, haunting notes of a song, the song of life itself, echoing through the vastness of the chasm. It was a song that had no beginning and no end, a melody that was as old as time itself. In the distance you could see the first thread, vibrant, golden, and strong. It was the thread of the forest, the world you had known all your life. You could feel its pulse, its rhythm deep within your soul. The forest was the first world, the beginning of all things. It was the foundation, the place where the web had first been woven. And it was here that your journey had started. But now you realized it was only one of many worlds. A single thread among countless others, all of them interconnected, all of them dependent on each other. As you reached out toward the thread of the forest, the web responded to your touch. It thrummed beneath your fingertips, its energy flowing into you like a river of light. You could feel the forest's magic, the essence of its life force, surging through your body. It was both a familiar comfort and a reminder of the immense responsibility you now carried. The forest was not just your home. It was a part of something far greater, a piece of the intricate web that connected all worlds, all dimensions, all times. But as your hand hovered over the thread, you saw something. A dark spot, a fracture in the otherwise vibrant gold. It was small, almost imperceptible, but it was there, an infection, a disease, a break in the thread. It was a place where the magic of the forest had begun to falter, where the balance had shifted, where the web was beginning to unravel. You pulled your hand back, a deep sense of foreboding settling in your chest. The hunger, the force that had sought to tear apart the realms, was not a singular entity. It was a manifestation of the fractures in the web itself, the ruptures where the balance had been disturbed. The hunger was not an enemy to be defeated. It was a consequence, a result of the broken threads. And the longer they remained broken, the stronger the hunger would grow. Your mind raced, thoughts spinning faster than the threads around you. If the forest, your home, was already beginning to unravel, what of the other threads? What of the countless realms, dimensions, and lives connected to the web? How many others were fractured, waiting to fall apart? "The web is dying," you murmured, the weight of the realization pressing down on you. and I am the only one who can save it. The thought was overwhelming. You had never imagined the forest could be in danger, let alone the entire web of existence. You had always thought of the web as something unchanging, something eternal. But now you understood that the web was fragile. It was not an unshakable force, but a living, breathing organism that required constant care and attention. It was like a great, intricate machine with each thread playing a vital role in the whole. If one thread faltered, the entire machine could collapse. You took a deep breath, centering yourself. You were the weaver now, and it was your responsibility to protect the web, to heal the fractures before they spread further. You could feel the pull of the threads calling to you, urging you to act. The hunger was already beginning to stir, but if you moved quickly, you could still save the web. You reached out again, this time touching the thread of the forest more carefully. You focused on the fracture, sensing its dark energy, its corruption. The thread felt sick, like a wound in the fabric of existence, and you knew that you had to mend it before the infection spread. You drew upon the power of the forest, the magic that had once flowed freely through its trees, and began to weave it back into place. At first, nothing happened. The thread remained dark, its glow weak and fading, but you did not give up. You focused harder, pulling on the web, guiding it, urging it to heal. The power surged through you, and you could feel the forest responding. The trees whispered their approval, their leaves rustling in the wind as the magic flowed through their roots and branches. The earth beneath you trembled, and the air grew thick with energy. Slowly, the dark spot in the thread began to fade, its grip on the web loosening. The golden glow of the forest thread grew brighter, stronger, as if life itself was returning to it. The fracture was healing, slowly but surely. It was a process, a delicate process, but you were making progress. But as you focused on the thread of the forest, something else caught your attention. A faint tug at the edges of your consciousness. Another fracture, deeper this time and far more dangerous. You turned your attention to it, your heart sinking as you realized where it was. Not in the forest, but in the heart of the web itself. It was the rift, the tear in the fabric of existence that had once threatened to consume everything. It had been sealed, but now it was beginning to pulse again, growing stronger, its darkness spreading like a shadow over the web. The hunger was not just a force of destruction. It was the manifestation of this rift, the place where reality had torn, where the threads had come undone. The rift was calling to you, urging you to fix it, to heal it. But this time you knew it would not be so simple. The hunger was not just an external force. It was a part of the web, a force of chaos that had been woven into the very fabric of existence. To heal the web, you would have to face it head-on. You took another deep breath, feeling the weight of the decision before you. The rift was the heart of the problem, the source of the fractures, the place where all the darkness had originated. To heal the web, you would have to go there, to the very edge of existence itself. It was a terrifying thought, but you had no choice. The web was unraveling, and you were the only one who could stop it. You turned your focus to the rift, drawing upon every thread of power you could summon. The hunger roared in your mind, pulling at you, urging you to give in, to let go, to unravel it all. But you fought back, holding firm to the web, to the threads that connected all things. The magic surged through you, and you began to weave once more, pulling the threads back together, sealing the rift and pushing back the darkness. The rift screamed in defiance, but you did not falter. You were the weaver now, and the web was yours to shape. You would not let it unravel. The rift before you pulsed like a living wound, its dark energy swirling and twisting with an insatiable hunger. It seemed to be alive, a festering wound in the very fabric of reality. The hunger, you realized, was not just a force of destruction. It was the rift's lifeblood, feeding off the fraying threads and unraveling the world in its wake. It was a manifestation of entropy, the relentless decay of all things. And it was drawing closer, pulling at the web, trying to tear apart everything you had worked so hard to protect. You stood before it, the weight of the task pressing down on you. The power of the web was in your hands now, the threads of existence flowing through you like rivers of light. But this was different. This was not just a tear in the fabric of one world, it was a fracture in the very structure of reality. To heal it would require more than just magic. It would require understanding, control, and an acceptance of the dark force that you had always feared. The rift loomed before you, its edges jagged and uneven, as though reality itself had been torn apart. The threads that had once woven it together were now scattered and frayed, floating in the void like broken strands of glass. The darkness at the center of the rift was an inky blackness, devoid of light, sucking in all that came near it. The hunger, that primal force, was ever present, gnawing at the edges of the rift, threatening to pull you in. You reached out with your mind, feeling the threads of the web stretch around you, responding to your call. You were the weaver now. You were the one who held the power to mend the web, to bring the threads back together. But the rift was not something that could be easily fixed. The hunger that lurked within it was not something you could simply mend. It was a force of chaos, of creation and destruction, that had been woven into the very core of existence. The air around you grew colder, the light from the threads dimming as the rift's pull grew stronger. The hunger called to you, its voice a low hum that reverberated through your bones. It was tempting, a primal instinct that whispered of power, of liberation from the constraints of the web. You could hear it in your mind: let go. Let it all unravel. Embrace the void. But you refused. You could not let it win. You had seen what happened when the web fell apart, when the threads were left to fray. You had seen the world begin to unravel, the horrors that arose from the darkness. You had seen the destruction, the emptiness. And you knew that you were the only one who could stop it. Taking a deep breath, you focused on the rift, the hunger, and the web. You felt the threads that connected everything: the forest, the realms, the lives and deaths that made up the world. Each thread was fragile, delicate, but together they formed a tapestry that held reality in place. You could feel the pull of the rift, but you could also feel the strength of the threads, the magic that bound them together. The force of the hunger was strong, but it was not invincible. The rift itself was a contradiction: darkness and light, creation and destruction, chaos and order. It was the birthplace of everything, the void from which all things had emerged, and yet it was also the place where everything would return. The balance between life and death, light and dark, creation and destruction. It all began here at the rift. And now you stood before it, tasked with weaving the threads back together. You reached into the rift, your fingers brushing against the void. The moment you touched it, the hunger surged, filling your mind with visions of chaos and destruction. It whispered to you, promising release, promising power. The pull was overwhelming, but you fought back, drawing upon the strength of the web, the magic that flowed through every thread. The hunger tried to pull you in, to consume you, to drag you into the void. But you resisted. You reached deeper, pulling on the threads of the web, feeling the energy surge through you. The web was alive, a living, breathing organism, and you were its heart. The rift might have been a fracture, a tear in the fabric of reality, but it was also part of the web. And it was in your power to heal it. As you focused, the threads around you began to respond. The golden thread of the forest pulsed with life, the magic of the world surging through it as the darkness in the rift began to recede. The threads that had been scattered and frayed started to weave themselves together, slowly at first, but then with increasing speed. The power of the web filled you, flowing through your body like a torrent of light and energy. You could feel the rift's power, but you also felt the power of the web, the magic that held all things together. The hunger, sensing the change, roared in defiance. It twisted and writhed, fighting against the pull of the web. But you were stronger now. You were the weaver. You understood the balance between creation and destruction, life and death. The hunger was a part of that balance, a necessary force that kept the web in motion, but it could not be allowed to consume everything. With a final, powerful surge of energy, you focused all your magic into the rift, guiding the threads back into place. You could feel the web stretching, pulling, the threads weaving together with an intricate, delicate precision. The darkness of the rift began to recede, slowly at first, then more rapidly, until the void itself was filled with the golden glow of the forest and the other threads of reality. The hunger screamed one last time, its voice filled with rage, but it was no match for the power of the web. The rift began to close, the threads binding together, the fractures healing, the darkness retreating. The air around you shimmered with magic, the very fabric of reality knitting itself back together. And then, as if the universe itself had exhaled, there was silence. The rift was sealed. You stood alone in the chasm, the threads of the web stretching out before you. The hunger had been pushed back, but you knew it was not gone forever. The balance had been restored, but the web would always need tending. The threads were fragile, each one a life, a world, a moment in time. But now you understood. The web was not something to be feared. It was something to be embraced, something to be nurtured. You were the weaver now. And with that power came a responsibility that could never be set aside. You could feel the threads all around you, each one calling to you, each one in need of your touch. The forest, the realms, the lives of all beings, they were all woven into this great tapestry. And it was up to you to protect it, to guide it, to ensure that the web never unraveled again. But as you turned, a new feeling washed over you. It was not the hunger nor the rift, but something else. A presence that had been there all along, watching you. You had felt it before, but now it was clearer, stronger. A voice, not of the web, but of something other, something ancient. "You have done well, weaver," the voice spoke, echoing in your mind. But know this, there are forces beyond the web, beyond the veil, that will never cease their pursuit. You have sealed the rift, but the hunger will always seek to return. The web may be strong, but it is not invincible. And there will come a time when even you, the weaver, will face the true test of your strength. The voice faded, leaving behind only the quiet hum of the web, its threads pulsating in the stillness. You stood in the chasm, the weight of the words settling in your chest. The battle was far from over. You had sealed the rift, but there were other forces at work, forces that sought to unravel the fabric of reality itself. And so, with a deep breath, you took the first step toward what would come next. The web was alive, and so were you. The quiet hum of the web surrounded you as you stood at the center of the chasm, a vast, endless sea of threads stretching in every direction, weaving through realms and dimensions, connecting all of existence. You had healed the rift, sealed the hunger away, but the voice that had echoed in your mind, an ancient, powerful presence, had left you with a lingering sense of unease. It was not over. The words of that voice, soft and cryptic, reverberated in your thoughts, stirring up a deep, unshakable feeling that there was far more to this tapestry than you had ever known. The web was not just a collection of threads, it was a living, breathing entity, one that held the very fabric of existence together. But even a living thing could be wounded, could be corrupted, could be destroyed. And the forces beyond the veil, forces that lay hidden just beyond the edge of your perception, were not finished with you yet. You took a breath, steadying yourself. The air around you shimmered, the magic of the web vibrating beneath your feet. You could feel the pulse of the threads, the endless dance of creation and destruction that had always been present, but now you felt it more acutely than ever before. You were not just the observer now. You were the weaver. The threads had been laid out before you, and with them came the responsibility of shaping the future. And yet, as you reached out to touch one of the threads, something else stirred within you, a dark, cold pull that twisted your gut. The sensation was not of the rift or the hunger, but something more elusive, something that had always been there, hidden beneath the surface of reality. The voice had warned you of forces beyond the web, beyond the veil. And now, for the first time, you could sense them clearly. You pulled your hand back instinctively as a shiver ran down your spine. The web was still, but in the stillness there was something waiting, something ancient and hungry just beyond the threads, just beyond the veil. You could feel its presence, a coldness that seeped into the very fabric of the web. It was as though the universe itself had a shadow, a part of it that was never meant to be seen, but that had always existed. A shadow that now stirred, waking from its long slumber. The air thickened, and the pulse of the web began to shift, a tremor that ran through the threads like a ripple across water. The sensation was faint at first, but it grew stronger, more insistent. Something was wrong. Something had changed. You closed your eyes and focused on the web, reaching out with your mind. You could feel the threads, vibrant, alive, each one connected to a world, a life, a moment in time. You could feel the delicate balance of creation and destruction, life and death, that had always existed within the web. But now you could sense the disturbance, like a crack running through the fabric of reality, a fracture that had not yet been noticed but was spreading. The hunger was not gone. It was not simply defeated or sealed. It was still there, lurking at the edges of the web, its presence waiting to return. But something new had come with it, something that had been hidden, concealed by the web itself, now breaking through. The hunger was but a reflection of something greater. And this greater force, this force was far darker. You feel it now, the voice spoke again, its presence wrapping around your mind like a suffocating fog. The veil is not just a barrier between worlds. It is a boundary between what is and what should never be. There are forces, ancient forces, that were never meant to be part of the web. They exist beyond the fabric of reality, beyond time and space, and they have always watched. Now they stir. The weight of the voice pressed on you, and for a moment, you felt as though you were drowning, overwhelmed by the magnitude of its presence. You could feel it now, the shadows, the dark force that had always been waiting. It was ancient, older than the web itself, and it had been locked away, sealed in the void. But something had cracked, something had shifted. The threads were beginning to fray, and the veil, the boundary that had separated the realms from this darkness, was weakening. The cold presence pressed closer, its tendrils reaching out, twisting through the threads. You could see it now, its shape, its form dark and formless, a shadow that clung to the edges of the web, slipping through the cracks. It was the embodiment of chaos, a force that had never belonged to the web. It was a force that existed outside of creation and destruction, outside of life and death. It was nothing, the absence that would consume all things. It was the end, and it was coming for you. With a surge of desperation, you reached out with your power, calling upon the strength of the web, pulling on the threads with everything you had. The magic surged through you, but it was met with resistance, a force unlike anything you had encountered before. The shadow, the darkness, seemed to be feeding off the magic, absorbing it, growing stronger. "You cannot fight this," the voice whispered, softer now, like a lullaby. "This force is older than the web, older than the hunger. It is the first of all things, the end of all things. It is the nothing that waits beyond creation. And now you will see it for yourself. You will see the end of the web." You gritted your teeth, unwilling to surrender. The web was your responsibility now. You were the weaver. But the force you faced was something more than you could handle alone. It was a force beyond magic, beyond time, beyond the very nature of existence. The darkness twisted and writhed, a blackness so deep that it consumed everything in its path. It was the absence, the void that existed before creation, and the nothingness that would come after all things were undone. It reached through the threads, grasping at them, pulling them apart, unraveling the very fabric of reality. "You cannot win," the voice repeated, its tone now filled with an eerie calm. "The web is not eternal. It is a fleeting thing, a thread that will one day snap. And when it does, this force will take its place. The end will come, and all things will return to the nothing from which they came." You could feel the pressure mounting, the weight of the darkness pressing in on you. The threads of the web, once strong and vibrant, were beginning to dim, their energy fading as the shadow consumed them. The chasm around you seemed to close in, the very air growing thick and suffocating. And yet, in the face of this darkness, you did not falter. You were the weaver, and the web was your creation. With one final, desperate cry, you called upon the deepest power within you. The magic surged through your body, every fiber of your being crackling with energy. You reached out to the threads, the fragile, living threads of reality, and you wove with all your strength. The darkness pressed in, but you fought. The web responded to your touch, its threads pulsing, thrumming with life. Slowly but surely the darkness began to retreat, the shadow pulling back into the void. The web was not invincible, but it was resilient. And as you wove, the rift began to heal, the edges of the fabric mending themselves, pushing back the darkness, sealing the void. For every thread that unraveled, you wove two in its place. For every force that sought to destroy, you called upon the forces of creation. The battle was not over, but the web had not been defeated. The darkness was retreating for now, but you knew that it would return, perhaps stronger, perhaps more insistent. And next time you might not be able to stop it. But for now you had won. The web was still intact. The darkness had been pushed back. For now. The pressure of the darkness, the sheer weight of that void began to loosen, and the echo of its crushing presence faded like the last tremor of an earthquake. The threads, once dimmed by the shadow, began to glow again, their vibrancy returning slowly, steadily, one by one. The web, though weakened, had not broken. It had been stretched to its limits, but it held. For now the balance had been restored. But you knew better than to think that the battle was won. The void, the hunger, the ancient darkness. It had retreated, yes, but only momentarily. It was no longer a distant force, a whisper in the depths of your mind. It had made itself known, its presence lingering like a ghost, a dark cloud on the horizon. The web, in all its beauty and intricacy, was not just a structure. It was a living, breathing thing. And now you felt the subtle, painful shift in its energy. Something had been disturbed. The universe had been shaken, and though it had healed for the time being, there was no denying that something more was coming. Something greater than you, greater than the web itself, was moving in the shadows. You breathed deeply, trying to center yourself, to focus on the task at hand. You were the weaver. You had mended the threads, pushed back the darkness, but it was not enough. The rift had been sealed, but its scar remained, its mark on the fabric of the web now a permanent wound. Even as you wove the threads together, you could feel it, the pull, the whisper, the faintest shadow of the forces you had just confronted. The web had been changed, and its new reality was fragile. A single thread, out of place, could set everything into motion again. You were not alone in this anymore. The voice that had haunted your thoughts, the one that had warned you of the forces beyond the veil, returned, though this time it was not so clear, not so direct. It was a presence, lingering like smoke in your mind, impossible to escape. You could feel it just beneath the surface of your consciousness, a cold, whispering breath that stirred the edges of your thoughts. The threads have been woven, the voice spoke, its tone almost approving, but with a quiet edge of something far more ominous. But the web is not safe. It is fragile, and the forces you face are not bound by your rules. You are not the first to come before them, and you will not be the last. The darkness has tasted the web, and it will return. And when it does, you will face the true test. The words settled like a weight in your chest. You wanted to respond, to deny it, to argue that the web was strong enough to withstand the darkness, but you couldn't. Deep down, you knew it was true. You had only bought time, not peace. And then, as if responding to the voice in your mind, something shifted in the space around you. The threads of the web, which had only moments before pulsed with a renewed vigor, began to tremble again. It was subtle at first, a faint shiver like a leaf in the wind, but it quickly grew more pronounced. The fabric of the web was undulating, the once stable threads now stretching and snapping in ways they had not before. You moved quickly, extending your senses through the threads, trying to grasp what was happening. You could feel the magic of the forest, your home, still present, still strong, but now it was mixed with something else. A foreign energy, darker, colder, was creeping in like an infection, contaminating the very lifeblood of the web. It begins, the voice murmured, low and steady. The mark of the end is upon you. The web is a living thing, but even it must one day die. And the time of its death is coming. A chill ran through you, the weight of those words sinking deep into your bones. You could feel the pull of something not of this world, not of the web, beginning to tear at the edges of the threads. The forest's magic, the threads you had so carefully woven, were beginning to erode. You knew now that what you were facing was not just a force of destruction. It was an infection, a poison. It was eating away at the very heart of the web, one thread at a time. You focused, pushing your power into the web, trying to fight back against the corruption that was spreading like wildfire. The threads shuddered under the weight of your efforts, but the infection was relentless. It moved through the web like a plague, spreading from one thread to the next, consuming all in its path. The threads that had once glowed with life now darkened, their energy seeping away, replaced with a sickly, cold emptiness. You had no choice but to act. With every ounce of strength within you, you wove, pulling on the web, weaving the threads tighter, stronger, attempting to hold back the darkness. But no matter how much energy you poured into it, the infection spread further. It was as though the very act of weaving only accelerated the corruption, as if the darkness was feeding off your efforts, growing stronger with every attempt to resist it. You were fighting against something that was not bound by the same laws of existence. The force that had touched the web was ancient, something beyond time and space. It had existed before the web, before the threads, before anything. It was the primordial chaos that had birthed all things, but also the very force that would return to consume everything. The rift you had sealed was no longer the center of the danger. It was merely a gateway, a fracture in the barrier between realms. The infection had seeped through, not just into the web, but into the fabric of the forest itself. The land was dying. You cannot fight what is already inside you, the voice echoed again, as though it had been waiting for this moment. The darkness has always been with you. It is inside every thread, every world, every being. It is the end that waits behind every beginning. And it has already claimed you. Your chest tightened. Had it claimed you? Was this truly the end? But you could not, would not, accept that. The forest was your home and the web was your creation. You had been given the power to weave it all together. You had fought for it, you had won, and you would fight again no matter how impossible it seemed. With renewed determination, you turned your focus inward. The magic that had once flowed from the forest that had been your source of strength, was now being drained, consumed by the dark energy. You reached deeper, deeper than you ever had before, beyond the forest's magic, beyond the boundaries of the web itself. You tapped into something older, something primordial, something beyond even the threats. For the first time, you felt the heart of the web. It was not the forest, nor the realms, nor the worlds that lived within it. It was something more, a singular, pulsing core of energy, the source of all creation, the very essence of existence itself. And now, with your power, you could feel the heartbeat of the web, faint but steady. You drew upon that core, weaving it into the threads, channeling its energy into the fabric of reality itself. The darkness recoiled, pushing against the surge of power, but you would not let it win. You were the weaver, and the web would not fall, not on your watch. You called upon the heart of existence. And in that moment, the threads began to respond. The darkness twisted and screamed in defiance, but the threads were stronger now, bolstered by the core energy of the web itself. You could feel it, the shift, the sudden change as the light of the threads began to pierce through the dark. The infection was being driven back, slowly but surely. But you knew this was only the beginning. The forces you faced were vast, ancient, and relentless. But you had the heart of the web. And as long as you stood as its weaver, you would not let it unravel. The light of the web began to burn brighter, its energy surging like a tidal wave through the threads. You could feel the threads themselves shudder under the immense pressure of your power, the web thrumming with life as it fought against the darkness that had infected it. The primordial force that had been consuming everything, consuming the fabric of reality itself, was finally being repelled, but not without a cost. The air around you was charged with magic, the very atmosphere vibrating with the intensity of your will. The threads, once dimmed by the corruption, now gleamed again, but there was something different about them. They shimmered with an almost eerie radiance, a light that was not quite natural, like a reflection of something far beyond the web itself. It was as though the very nature of the web had been changed. The infection had left its mark not just on the fabric of existence, but on you. As the darkness receded, you felt the strain in your bones, the weariness creeping up on you like a silent predator. The magic you had drawn from the heart of existence, from the core of the web itself, had not come without a price. The threads had responded, yes, but at a cost to you. Every ounce of power you had poured into the web, every strand of energy you had called upon, had left you drained. But it was not just your physical body that felt the weight of this effort. It was deeper, more profound. Your mind, your very soul, had been touched by the magic you had wielded. You had always known that the web was more than just a tapestry of threads. It was the heartbeat of the universe itself, and now, for the first time, you understood what that truly meant. You had become more than a mere weaver. You had become part of the web. The thought was terrifying. The idea that you were no longer simply an observer, no longer a guardian or protector, but an integral piece of this vast, intricate structure, was overwhelming. The web was alive, and now you were woven into its very essence. And with that came a responsibility far greater than you had ever anticipated. The darkness had been repelled for now, but the infection had left behind a lingering shadow. The threads that had once pulsed with life now seemed more fragile, their vibrancy dimmed as though the very heart of the web had been scarred. You could sense the balance of the web had shifted. It was no longer the same. It had been altered, twisted by the forces you had fought against, and the damage, though repaired for the moment, was far from healed. You cannot undo what has been done. The voice spoke again, its cold tone slicing through the silence. The web has been changed. It has been scarred. The heart of existence has been marked, and you cut the voice off with a sharp thought, unwilling to let it plant more seeds of doubt in your mind. You knew the danger was far from over. The web had not healed. It had only been halted. The darkness was waiting, lurking just beyond the surface, ready to strike again. But now you understood something crucial. The web was not invincible. It was not just a structure to be protected. It was a fragile thing, like the lives woven into its threads. You were not just the protector of the web, you were its guardian, its steward. You had been granted the power to weave and to mend, but with that power came a choice you could not ignore. The cost of the magic you had wielded was evident now. You could feel it in the very fibers of your being. The web had been altered, yes, but so had you. You could feel the threads running through your veins, pulsing with the rhythm of the universe. You were no longer separate from the web. You were bound to it, connected in ways that were not just magical but intrinsic. Every time the web shifted, so would you. Every time it was torn, so would you feel the rip in your soul. Every time a thread unraveled, you would feel it as if it were your own life being severed. And now, as you stood in the chasm, the hum of the web vibrating beneath your feet, you realized that there was no going back. The magic, the responsibility, the weight of the web, it was yours now, forever. But with this revelation, another fear began to stir within you. If you were the only one left to maintain the balance of the web, if you were the only one left to weave and repair, what would happen if you failed? What if the darkness was too great, too vast for you to handle? What if you could not protect the web? The mere thought of it was suffocating. The burden of this responsibility threatened to crush you, to pull you into the very darkness you had fought so hard to keep at bay. And yet, there was still hope. The heart of the web still beat within you, a steady pulse that resonated with the rhythm of existence itself. The threads, though frayed, were still there. They still responded to your touch, still connected to the very essence of life. The forest, the realms, the lives and worlds woven into the fabric. They were still there, still alive, still waiting for you to heal them. But you knew that the time for passive protection was over. The web was changing, and so must you. It was time to act. The balance of the web had been disturbed, but that did not mean it was lost. You had the power to restore it, to mend the fractures, to rebuild. The darkness had not claimed the web, yet, and you would not let it. The threads that connected the forest, the realms, the very core of existence were still alive, still pulsing with the potential for creation, for renewal. But there was more to be done. The rift, the fracture in the heart of the web, had not been fully healed. The darkness, though pushed back, had not been vanquished. The infection had only been slowed, not eradicated. The forces that sought to undo everything were still out there, waiting for their next opportunity. The task before you was greater than you could have ever imagined. You were no longer just a weaver of threads. You were a guardian, a protector, a defender of the very fabric of existence. The web was alive and you were its caretaker. You could feel the pull of the threads, feel them calling to you, urging you to act. The heart of the web was still there, still beating. The magic was still in your hands. But where would you go from here? How could you restore what had been lost without losing yourself in the process? You stood at the center of the chasm, the weight of the web heavy in your chest. You could feel the presence of the ancient forces, those beyond the veil, lingering just out of sight. They were watching, waiting, and you knew that your time was running out. The web needed you, but it needed more than just a weaver. It needed a champion. You closed your eyes and reached deep within yourself, calling on the very core of your being. The power of the web surged through you, and you felt the threads all around you, stretching and swaying like an ocean of possibility. The magic filled you, wrapping around you, binding you to the web in ways you had never felt before. With that surge of power, you understood. You knew what had to be done. The threads of existence were not just to be woven, they were to be defended, protected, and restored. The darkness had come once. It would come again. But this time you would be ready. This time you would be the shield, not just the weaver. And you would not let the darkness swallow the light. The air around you thickened with the weight of your newfound realization. You were no longer just a weaver. The title of guardian did not simply mean overseeing the delicate threads of existence. It meant taking up arms against the very forces that threatened to unravel them. The web was your home, your responsibility, and now it had become your war to fight. You inhaled deeply, feeling the pulse of the threads within your own being. The connection to the web was not just a mystical bond, it was a living, breathing reality, an intricate latticework of power that surrounded and flowed through you. You could feel the heart of the web beating, steady but fragile, each pulse a reminder of the weight you now carried. The darkness, the void that had threatened to consume everything, was still out there, waiting for a weakness, a crack, a slip of the hand to unravel the tapestry once more. But this time the web would not be unprotected. You stood at the center of the chasm, surrounded by the swirling threads of existence, feeling the quiet hum of magic coursing through you. The forest, the realms, the worlds beyond, all of them were woven together, and you now were their champion. The realization was both overwhelming and empowering. You were a guardian of the delicate balance, the shield that would defend against the rising storm. But as the weight of this responsibility pressed down on you, so did the creeping tendrils of doubt. The darkness had been pushed back, yes, but it had not been eradicated. It was still out there, beyond the veil, its presence lingering like a shadow in the corners of your mind. The infection had not disappeared. It had simply been contained, hidden beneath the surface. You cannot win this fight alone. The voice spoke again, though it no longer echoed in your mind with the same cold authority. There was a sense of familiarity to it now, as if it had become a part of you, a reminder that you were not alone in your struggle. The forces you face are too great. The web is fragile. The balance is delicate. You will need allies. The word struck you like a hammer to the chest. Allies? Who could possibly stand beside you in this battle against forces older than time itself? The web had been your responsibility from the beginning. There had been no room for others. You were the weaver, the protector, the one who kept the balance intact. But now, with the weight of your duty pressing heavily upon you, you realized that the scale of the battle was far beyond what one being, no matter how powerful, could handle alone. The threads of the web stretched before you, winding into the horizon of existence, stretching into realms you could barely comprehend. The strands of fate and magic danced, invisible to most, yet palpable to you. You reached out with your senses, brushing against the threads that connected the countless worlds, the myriad of lives intertwined in this great living web. You could sense the heartbeat of the forest, its ancient, untamed magic. You could feel the pulse of the mountains, the rhythm of the rivers, the breath of the sky. But what you felt most acutely now was the emptiness, the absence of something vital, the sense that the balance had been disturbed in ways that would take more than your strength to restore. The darkness had left a scar, and no amount of weaving could mend it alone. You closed your eyes and concentrated. The heart of the web throbbed against your chest, a steady pulse that resounded through every fiber of your being. But as you focused on it, you sensed the subtle presence of something else, a force that was not of the web but of the realms beyond it. something old, something other. It was a feeling you had only brushed against in passing, but now it reached out to you, pulling at your consciousness. The magic was shifting again. The infection that had threatened to consume the web had left its mark, but in its wake, something new was emerging. A spark of hope, a glimmer of potential. You were not alone, you realized. The web, the threads of reality were alive. They were conscious, aware, and they were calling to you for help. You opened your eyes. The chasm was silent, its vastness stretching out before you, the threads pulsing with life. But beyond the threads, beyond the web, you felt the pull of something greater, something outside of time and space. Something that had existed before even the web itself. The dark voice from before stirred again, this time with a new intensity. You are not the first to stand at this precipice, Weaver. The threads of fate are older than you, and there are those who have stood before you, those who have fought this battle long before you were ever born. You cannot protect the web on your own. There are others who have wielded the magic of the web in ways that you cannot begin to comprehend. The words were unsettling. The web was ancient, yes, but what were these others? Who else had walked this path before you, and what had they learned that you had not? Seek them, the voice urged, its tone almost kind, like a whisper in the dark. They will come when the time is right, and together you will face the darkness. But not until you learn the truth of the web. Not until you understand the full extent of the magic you wield and the cost of it. You shook your head, trying to block out the voice, but its words lingered in your mind, heavy and insistent. The threads of reality shimmered with an unfamiliar energy, and as you focused, the web seemed to respond, but not in the way you had expected. The threads twisted and stretched, not in harmony but in conflict. It was as if the very fabric of existence was at war within itself, struggling against the weight of what had been done. You reached for the core of the web, reaching deeper than you had before, beyond the surface of magic and reality, beyond even the heart of the forest. You reached into the oldest part of existence, where the threads had first begun, where creation had sprung forth from nothing. You touched that primordial magic, the magic that had given birth to everything, and in doing so, you felt something awaken. The presence you had sensed, that had pulled at you from beyond the web, was now clearer, more defined. You could feel it coiling through the threads like a serpent, its ancient power surging through the web, wrapping itself around the very core of existence. It was old, older than anything you had ever known. And it was calling you, drawing you toward it. You are the weaver, but you are not the creator, the voice whispered. There are forces that create and forces that destroy. You have touched the threads, you have woven the fabric of reality, but you have never truly understood the forces that govern it. You have never understood the price of creation. The weight of those words settled deep within you. The forces of creation and destruction were not just concepts. They were the very forces that held the web together. The web was not simply a structure. It was a battleground where the forces of life and death, light and dark, creation and destruction, clashed and intertwined. And now you were in the midst of that battle. You had learned how to weave, how to protect, but you had never understood the true cost of the web. Every thread you wove, every world you held together came at a price. And that price was not just paid by you, it was paid by the web itself. The realization hit you like a tidal wave. The magic that had sustained you, that had given you the strength to protect the web, was not without its consequences. You had already felt the toll it had taken on your soul. The very act of weaving had changed you, had bound you to the web in ways you could not escape. And the more you wove, the more you called upon the forces of creation, the more you would have to pay. But you had no choice. The web needed you, and it would always need you. But the question now was, how long could you carry the burden before it consumed you? You closed your eyes and reached deeper still, calling upon the heart of the web, pulling on the threads with all your strength. The energy surged, filling you with power, but with it came the weight of responsibility, the knowledge that you were not just a weaver, but the keeper of a delicate balance. And that balance was on the brink of collapse. The air seemed to tremble as you stood in the heart of the chasm, the weight of responsibility pressing down on you with a force that almost made it difficult to breathe. You had always known that being the weaver meant carrying a heavy burden, but you had never fully understood the depth of that burden until now. Every thread you wove, every realm you connected, every life you touched, it all came at a price, and that price was paid not just by you but by the web itself. As the darkness receded, the pulse of the web seemed to grow weaker, as though the very heart of reality itself was struggling to recover. You could feel it, the tremors of a distant force, something far beyond your reach, moving through the threads like a slow-moving tide. The infection had left a scar, one that could never be fully healed. The web had been altered, its foundation shaken. And you, as its guardian, Its keeper felt the weight of that change in the very marrow of your bones. But even as you stood at the center of the chasm, feeling the subtle shift in the balance, you knew that there was still hope. The heart of the web, though bruised, was still beating. The threads that connected all of existence were still intact, still pulsing with the power of creation and life. The battle was far from over, but you had learned something vital. The web was alive, and so were you. You were more than just a weaver. You were part of it. With that knowledge came a sense of purpose, but also fear. You had woven the threads of fate before, but now you realized that you were no longer just the one who shaped the tapestry. You were also its protector. The balance was delicate, and every choice you made, every thread you wove, could tip the scales one way or another. You had to be careful. You had to tread lightly, for the cost of failure was not just your own life, but the very existence of everything. The voice that had haunted you since the beginning spoke again, but this time, it was not the cold, dispassionate voice you had come to fear. There was something different about it, an undertone of sadness, perhaps even regret. You are learning, Weaver. But the lesson is not over. The web is fragile, as are you. The forces you face are older than you can comprehend. And the price of creation. The voice trailed off as if struggling to find the words. You have touched the edge of the abyss, and now you must face what lies within it. You are not alone in this fight. But neither are you invincible. The words echoed in your mind, filling you with a sense of unease. The abyss. You had already come so close to it once, standing at the edge of the rift, feeling the pull of the darkness. But now, it was more than just an abstract concept. It was real. It was waiting. And it had touched you. You could feel it now, its presence like a cold shadow at the edges of your thoughts, always watching, always waiting for the moment of weakness. But even in the face of this growing threat, you stood tall. The web was still yours to protect, and you would not let it fall into the abyss. You would not let it unravel. You took a deep breath, focusing on the threads that surrounded you. They were alive, pulsating with the energy of creation. You reached out with your senses, feeling the intricate web of reality stretching out before you, vast and endless. Each thread was a world, a life, a possibility. But the web was not just a map of existence. It was the lifeblood of reality itself. And you had become its keeper. As you focused on the threads, you began to feel a subtle shift, a movement within the fabric of the web. Something was stirring, something was awakening. You could feel it, far off, like a distant tremor beneath the surface of the world. The force that had infected the web, the ancient darkness, was still out there, still pulling at the threads, trying to tear them apart. But now, something else was stirring as well. A flicker of light in the darkness. A hope. You reached deeper into the core of the web, drawing upon the primordial magic that lay at the very heart of creation. It was a power older than time, older than the web itself. It was the magic that had birthed the threads, that had given life to the realms. You had never before drawn upon it so deeply, but now you understood that it was your only hope. The darkness, the void, could not be defeated by force alone. You would need something more. Something ancient. Something that could counterbalance the pull of the abyss. You closed your eyes, extending your senses beyond the threads, beyond the fabric of reality. You felt the presence of the primordial magic, its pulse resonating within the very heart of existence. It was the spark of life, the breath of creation. You could feel it warm and steady deep within you. And with that warmth came a sense of clarity. You knew what had to be done. The threads around you began to glow with a brilliant light, their energy shimmering like 1,000 stars. You could feel the web reacting to your call, responding to your desire to protect it. The magic you had drawn upon surged through you, filling you with an overwhelming sense of power. But this power was not for destruction. It was for healing. You were not here to fight the darkness with force alone. You were here to restore the balance. As the light of the threads intensified, you felt the presence of the abyss grow stronger. The darkness was not giving up. It was fighting back, clawing at the edges of the web, trying to tear it apart. But you would not let it. With every ounce of strength you had, you called upon the primordial magic, weaving it into the fabric of the web. The threads shimmered and shifted, their energy growing brighter, more vibrant. And as they did, you felt the pull of the abyss weaken, its hold on the web loosening. The darkness roared, a deafening sound that filled the chasm, but you did not flinch. You stood firm, your focus unwavering. The web was your charge, your responsibility, and you would not let it fall. With one final, mighty push, you wove the threads together, sealing the fracture in the web. The darkness recoiled, its grip on the fabric of existence weakening as the threads of reality tightened around it. You could feel the power of the web surging through you, the force of creation pushing back against the void. The abyss screamed, but it was no match for the force of life. The chasm shook with the intensity of the struggle, but slowly the pull of the abyss began to fade. The threads settled, their energy now stabilized, their light shining brightly once more. The darkness had been driven back for now. But you knew this was not the end. The battle was ongoing. The abyss would return, as would the forces that sought to destroy the web. But for now you had won. For now the web was safe. You opened your eyes, feeling the weight of exhaustion pressing down on you. The magic had taken its toll. But despite the weariness in your bones, there was a sense of relief. The web was still intact. The thread still pulsed with life. The balance had been restored. But as the echoes of the battle faded, you felt a quiet stirring within you, a nagging sense that this was only the beginning. The forces you had faced were ancient and powerful, but they were not alone. The web was not just a battleground for creation and destruction. It was the heart of the universe, and all manner of forces, old and new, would continue to press against it. And you, as its keeper, would have to remain vigilant. The task was far from over. The web had been healed, but it had also been changed. You had touched the deepest parts of the web, and now it was bound to you as you were bound to it. The balance had been restored, but the war was not won. The darkness would return, and when it did, you would be ready. The moments after the battle were quiet. The chasm that had been the epicenter of the conflict was still, save for the faint hum of the threads reverberating through the air. The vast expanse of reality had settled, like a deep breath drawn after a storm. You stood in the center of it, your body weary, but your spirit tethered to something much greater than yourself. You had fought, you had woven, you had restored balance, but now you understood that this was not a battle you could win in isolation. The darkness had been pushed back, but it was not gone. Not yet. It would always be lurking, waiting for the right moment to strike again. But you also understood something deeper now. You were not alone in this fight. You had drawn from the primordial magic, the very essence of creation itself. But the web was far more complex than you had ever realized. The strands that wove existence together were not just threads of power, they were connections, relationships, bonds between realms, forces, and beings. And as you had stood against the darkness, something had changed within you as well. You had touched the very core of the web, but now you also carried a piece of the very magic that had created it. The weight of it, the knowledge of its depth, felt both empowering and terrifying. You were no longer just a weaver. You were part of the very fabric of reality itself, woven into the tapestry as much as the threads you controlled. But there was more. The voice that had guided you, the voice of ancient wisdom and warning, had been a presence in your mind since you first felt the pull of the web. It had spoken of the cost of creation and destruction, of the fragility of existence. Yet now you sensed something different in it, a tremor of something beyond advice. It was as if the voice had been preparing you, leading you to this moment when you could finally begin to comprehend the true nature of your role. The threads, though pulsing with life, still held their imperfections, their scars. They were not the pristine, unbroken tapestry they once had been. They had been touched by the darkness, by the void, and now they carried the weight of that encounter. The heart of the web, though still beating, had been altered. The web itself, though stronger, had been shifted. You closed your eyes and extended your senses through the fabric of reality. The pull of the darkness had receded for now, but something new had emerged. A shift in the threads. A new, unfamiliar energy was beginning to seep through, threading its way into the heart of the web. You could not see it fully yet, but you could feel it. A subtle change, a deepening of the web's complex nature. Something had stirred, something beyond the darkness, beyond the balance of creation and destruction. You were not the only one who had been touched by the battle. The forest, the realms, even the stars themselves, they had all felt the tremor of what had occurred. The energies of the web were not static, they were in constant motion, constantly shifting. And the web, as much as it had been your domain, was not just yours. It belonged to the universe. It was the living thread that tied together all of existence. And as the weaver, you were both its protector and its participant. You were its pulse, its lifeblood, but you were also its echo, its reflection in the vast expanse of space and time. The voice came again, but this time it was not a whisper. It was a presence, no longer distant, no longer separate from you. You have touched the heart of the web. The voice spoke with a gravitas that sent a chill down your spine. And now you must understand its true nature. You are the keeper of the threads, but you are also part of them. You have woven yourself into the very fabric of existence. But there are others who hold the same connection, the same power. They too are part of the web. And soon you will meet them. The weight of the words settled over you like a cloak. The realization that you were not the only one with this power was both reassuring and unsettling. Others, others who were connected to the web in the same way you were. Others who could wield its power. But why had you been chosen to meet them? And what did it mean to meet them? You felt the threads shift once again, this time more urgently than before. A sense of anticipation was building within you. The web was calling out, the magic within it intensifying, as though something was being drawn toward you, drawn toward the very heart of existence. They are coming, the voice said, and when they arrive, you will have a choice to make. The web is not just a tapestry to be protected. It is a living, breathing thing, and you are its shepherd. But shepherds cannot guide alone. You will need them as they will need you. Together, you will face the darkness that still lurks, the darkness that will return. And only together can you stand against it. Your mind raced, the implications of the voice's words tumbling over each other. They are coming. Who were these others? Were they like you, bound to the web in the same way? Could they help you? Could they bring balance to the web that had been so deeply fractured? You breathed deeply, focusing on the sensation of the threads, feeling their pulse through your very being. Each thread was a world, a life, a reality unto itself, but now you understood something more profound about them. They were not just individual strands, they were part of something much greater. And you, as the weaver, were part of that greater whole. You were both a creator and a participant, and your role in this vast design had only just begun to unfold. The subtle hum of the threads became louder, more pronounced. You could feel them drawing together, not in harmony, but in anticipation. Something was coming. Something was changing. And the web, though strong, was not yet ready. You stepped forward, your hands outstretched, feeling the energy of the web gathering beneath your fingertips. The threads responded to your touch, wrapping around you like the embrace of an old friend. The magic surged, pulsing through your veins, and you could feel the strength of it, the power of creation itself flowing through your fingertips. But it was not just power. It was a responsibility. The web, though beautiful and vast, was fragile. The threads were delicate, each one woven together in an intricate dance of existence. And yet, within that fragility there was strength. Strength in unity, strength in connection. You were not alone in this. Not anymore. As the threads pulsed around you, you felt something stir deep within them. A ripple of change, a movement beyond your understanding. You had been part of the web's creation, its defense, and its healing. But now you realized there was more to the web than you had ever understood. It was not just a structure. It was a living being. And you were its heartbeat, its protector, its keeper. But to truly understand the web, to truly grasp the forces that shaped it, you would need to meet those who shared this bond with you. Those who had walked the same path, faced the same darkness, and were now drawn toward the heart of existence. The time has come, the voice spoke again, its tone now almost reverent. The web calls to you and it calls to them. The tapestry will unfold and you will find your place within it. But be prepared, for what you will discover may not be what you expect. The darkness you face is not the only enemy. There are other forces that stir in the shadows, other truths that will be revealed. The energy around you surged, the threads tightening and pulling as if in response to the voice's words. And in that moment you knew with a certainty that chilled your very soul, that this was just the beginning. The web was alive, and it was calling out for you to understand its true purpose. But what would you find at the heart of it? Would you stand as the web's protector? Or would you find yourself woven into a far greater story, one that would challenge everything you thought you knew about the balance of creation? The answers were out there in the uncharted threads, waiting to be uncovered. The pull of the web was palpable, a steady hum that resonated through your entire being. Each pulse of energy, each flicker of light, seemed to call you deeper into its labyrinthine threads, deeper into the core of existence itself. You stood at the precipice of something much greater than you had imagined. The great unfolding of the tapestry, the revelation of the forces that had always lurked just beyond your awareness. The voice, now a presence within you, guided your every thought, every movement, its words a constant undercurrent in the vast silence that surrounded you. They are coming, it said, the tone almost reverent now. The others who are bound to the web as you are. They are the ones who will walk with you. Together, you will confront the darkness that threatens to unravel existence itself. The words echoed in your mind, a constant reminder of the monumental task ahead. You had thought you were the sole protector of the web, the lone weaver who carried the responsibility of mending the threads of reality. But now you understood that this was not a solitary battle. You were part of a greater design, a design that spanned beyond time, beyond worlds. The web was not just your burden to bear, it was a collective tapestry, a shared responsibility. As the hum of the threads grew louder, more insistent, You felt a ripple pass through the very fabric of the web itself. The energy surged, drawing you closer to its source, to the center of existence. The threads twisted, weaving together in intricate patterns, and in the heart of it, you saw them, the others. They appeared not as beings, not as people in the traditional sense, but as manifestations of the web itself. They were like shadows cast upon the threads, flickering forms that seemed to shift and flow with the ever-changing currents of the universe. They were both familiar and strange, part of the web, yet independent of it, each one a distinct echo of the forces that governed reality. You watched as they drew closer, their presence becoming more defined, their forms coalescing into shapes that resonated with the energy of the web. The threads shimmered as they passed through them, each one leaving a faint trail of light in their wake. They were not like you, bound to the web in the way you had come to understand it. They were different, but they shared the same connection, the same bond to the fabric of existence. The council has arrived, the voice spoke again, its tone now carrying a weight of finality. They are the keepers of the ancient threads, the ones who have walked this path before you. They have woven the web in ways you cannot yet comprehend. They are your guides, your allies, and they will help you understand the true nature of your purpose. The realization hit you like a tidal wave. The council. These were not mere figures of power, they were the architects of the web, the ancient weavers who had shaped the very fabric of existence. They had been here long before you, and they would be here long after. They were the ones who understood the web in ways you could not yet fathom. As they drew closer, their forms became more distinct, their energy more defined. They were like stars, burning with the light of creation, their presence casting a shadow upon the web. You could feel the weight of their existence, the knowledge they carried within them. And as they gathered around you, you felt a sense of awe, a sense of purpose. You were no longer alone. One by one, the members of the council stepped forward. Each one radiated a different kind of energy, a different aspect of the web. One seemed to shimmer with the light of creation itself, her form composed of flowing strands of golden light, her presence warm and nurturing. Another appeared as a being of shadow and flame, his form shifting and flickering like a flame caught in the wind. His energy was intense, chaotic, and yet it was also balanced, as though the chaos itself was a necessary part of the greater design. A third, a figure of soft blue light, stood in quiet contemplation, her presence calm and serene. She radiated wisdom, and as her gaze met yours, you felt a deep understanding pass between you, as though she had always known your soul. A fourth, cloaked in a cascade of emerald green energy, stepped forward with the grace of a storm, her every movement a dance of elemental power. Her energy seemed to crackle with the raw forces of nature, unstoppable, untamed. And the fifth, he was unlike the others. His form was translucent, a shimmering reflection of the stars, but his presence was heavy, as though he carried the weight of all things. His energy was still, a steady force that grounded the others, a silent anchor to the ever-shifting currents of the web. His gaze met yours, and you felt an immediate connection, as if he saw through you, past all the layers of existence, straight into your very soul. Each of them was a piece of the web, a force unto themselves, and yet together they formed something greater, a collective whole. And you, as their equal now, were part of that greater force. The moment stretched on, the air thick with the power of the web, the power of the council, and the power of your own presence. The threads shimmered, the magic thrummed beneath the surface, and you felt the pull of destiny. This was no longer just about you. This was about them, and you, and the web that connected all of existence. The figure of golden light, the one who seemed to be the most nurturing of them all, stepped forward, her presence radiating warmth and compassion. She spoke, her voice a soft melody that seemed to echo through the very fabric of existence itself. We have watched you, Weaver. We have seen your struggles, your victories, and your growth. And now we welcome you into our fold. You are not alone in this fight. The web is vast and its threads are many. But together we will ensure that it is protected, that it is healed. Her words carried a sense of finality, but also a quiet invitation. You were no longer just a participant in the web, you were a part of it, woven into the fabric as much as the rest of the council. You had a role to play, a purpose, and the council had come to guide you toward that purpose. The being of shadow and flame, whose energy crackled like a storm, spoke next, his voice deep and powerful, like the rumble of thunder in the distance. The darkness that threatens the web is not gone. It is only waiting. And we are the ones who will face it. Together we will guide the threads of existence toward the light. But it is not a simple task. The darkness is cunning, and its reach is long. We must remain vigilant. His words sent a chill down your spine. The darkness was not something you could face alone, and neither was it something you could banish permanently. The shadow had taken root in the heart of the web, and it would return. But you now had the strength of the council beside you. Together you could stand against it. Together you could protect the tapestry. The figure of blue light, calm and serene, spoke next, her voice like the gentle flow of water over smooth stones. The web is not only a battleground between light and dark. It is also a dance between creation and destruction. Every force has its place and every thread has its purpose. But it is through balance, through understanding, that we will preserve the integrity of the web. We will show you how to weave with purpose, how to heal the scars of the past and prevent the scars of the future. Her words filled you with a sense of peace, a sense of rightness. The web was not something that could be fixed with force alone. It required wisdom, it required balance, and it required patience. You were beginning to understand that the web was not just something to protect. It was something to care for. The fourth figure, the one whose energy was as wild and untamed as the storms themselves, stepped forward next. Her energy crackled with an elemental force, her every movement a surge of power. She spoke with the intensity of a hurricane, her voice ringing with the sound of thunder. Creation is chaos, and chaos is creation. The threads of the web are not just bound by rules, they are bound by will, by the strength of those who weave them. The web needs fire, it needs energy, it needs passion. And we will teach you how to channel that power into something greater than yourself. The storm is coming, but we will stand strong together. Her words lit a fire within you, igniting a sense of purpose and strength. You understood now that the web was not just about keeping things intact. It was about shaping, about creating anew. There was no balance without fire, without the energy to push things forward, to bring about change. Finally, the figure of stars, whose energy was as still and grounded as the earth itself, spoke in a voice that was soft, yet full of weight. The web is not just a battle between forces. It is a place of truth. And truth is not always easy to see. But in the silence, in the stillness, there is clarity. The darkness hides truths, but we must uncover them. We must see beyond the veil and face what is hidden in the shadows. The silence that followed the council's words was heavy, filled with a profound weight that seemed to press down on everything around you. The threads of the web pulsed, their hum vibrating in the air, as though they were listening to what had been said. The force of their collective presence, these ancient beings, these guardians of the web, was palpable. The realization that you were no longer an outsider, that you were part of something vast and ancient, settled deep into your soul. The stars above, the very ones that had watched over the web from the beginning of time, felt closer now, as if they had come down from the heavens to gather around you. The council, these keepers of ancient wisdom, had come for you. And now you were no longer a solitary weaver. You were part of a greater whole. Your bond with the web was shared by others who understood its complexity, its fragility, and its strength in ways you could not have imagined. The figure of stars, still glowing faintly with the light of countless worlds, spoke again. His voice, though soft, carried the weight of ages. The web is older than time, older than creation itself. But its existence is not a static one. It shifts, it bends, it weaves itself into new shapes with each passing moment. We, the weavers, are its guardians, its tenders. But more than that, we are its keepers of truth. His words rang in your mind, echoing with a resonance that struck at something deep within you. The web was not just a collection of threads, a tapestry of existence. It was a living thing, breathing and shifting with the winds of time, of creation, of destruction. It was a being that demanded not just protection, but understanding. Understanding of the forces that shaped it, the forces that changed it. Truth, he continued, is the heartbeat of the web. The darkness that seeks to consume it is built on lies, on falsehoods that twist and corrupt. But those lies are not the true enemy. They are merely shadows of something deeper. And in order to face what lies ahead, you must understand the nature of those lies. You must uncover the truths that are buried beneath the surface. You felt the weight of his words like a stone settling in your chest. The web was not a simple battlefield between light and dark. It was a place where truth and falsehood intertwined, where the forces of creation and destruction, order and chaos, played out in a delicate dance. And now you understood that your role was not just to protect it, but to uncover what had been hidden, to seek the truth within the web, and confront the lies that sought to tear it apart. The being of shadow and flame stepped forward next, his presence a crackling energy that felt as if it could set the air itself ablaze. His eyes, glowing with the intensity of 1,000 storms, fixed on you with a knowing look. The darkness you faced, the infection that tried to tear the web asunder, was not born of malice alone. It is a force that arises when the truth is twisted, when the balance is disrupted. But it is also a force that feeds on confusion, on uncertainty. The more you doubt, the more it grows. His words sent a shiver through you, a deep understanding of the battle ahead. It wasn't enough to just fight the dark forces. You had to confront the doubts that festered in the corners of your mind, the uncertainty that had plagued you since the very beginning. Only by confronting your own fears, your own confusion, could you truly stand against the darkness. The more uncertain you were, the stronger it would become. He held up a hand, and the air shimmered with the heat of his energy. We all face the darkness, we all carry the shadow within us. But only by embracing our own fire can we truly overcome it. You are not alone in this. Together, we will channel the strength of the storm, the energy of creation itself. The web needs fire, it needs the spark of passion, the energy of creation. And you will learn to harness that power. The figure of blue light, serene and calm, stepped forward next, her eyes closed in quiet reflection. Her presence was like a cool breeze, gentle but unyielding. Her voice was soft, but its wisdom struck deep into the core of your being. The darkness cannot be destroyed with force alone. To fight it, you must understand it. You must see beyond the surface, beyond the fear and the confusion. You must find the balance. She reached out a hand, and the web responded, weaving itself into intricate patterns around her fingers. The web is not just a tapestry of creation. It is a tapestry of balance, a balance of forces, of energies, of life and death. And that balance is delicate. You will learn to weave with care, to understand the forces at play, to see both the light and the dark for what they are. Her words washed over you like a cool, calming river. The balance of the web, this was what you needed to protect. Not just the light, not just the dark, but the delicate equilibrium that allowed creation to flourish. You would need to walk a path of harmony, learning to balance the forces within you, within the web, and within the worlds it connected. The figure of green energy, elemental and wild, stepped forward next, her presence crackling with raw power. She was like the storm, the hurricane, the untamed forces of nature, and her voice was the sound of winds howling through trees, of earth shifting beneath your feet. Creation is chaos, and chaos is creation. The forces that shape the web are not always gentle. Sometimes they are violent, destructive. But destruction is not evil, it is a necessary part of creation. She clenched her fist, and the air around you swirled with energy. We will teach you to channel the storm, to embrace the power within you. You must not fear the chaos. The web needs chaos, unfiltered, untamed. It is the spark of life, the pulse of creation. And you, as a weaver, will learn to command that power. The chaos is within you, it is part of the very threads you weave. Harness it, and you will be unstoppable. The raw intensity of her words filled you with a fire that burned within your chest. The storm was not something to be feared, it was something to be embraced, to be understood. You had the power within you to channel it, to use it to protect the web, to protect creation itself. And then, the figure of golden light, the one who had welcomed you with warmth and compassion, stepped forward again. Her presence was soothing, like the sun breaking through the clouds after a storm. She spoke in a voice that was soft but firm, the voice of a mother, of a guide. The web is not just a battle. It is also a place of nurturing, of growth. You, weaver, are not just here to protect. You are here to help the web flourish. Her hands moved through the air, and the threads around you responded, growing brighter, more vibrant. We will teach you how to heal, how to nurture the threads of life, to guide them back into harmony. The web will grow, it will change. But you must be its caretaker. You must see that it flourishes, that it thrives. Her words were like a balm to your spirit, calming the fire that burned within you. The web was not just something to protect. It was something to nourish. You were not just a protector, but a gardener of the web, ensuring that it grew, that it thrived, that it remained balanced. Finally, the figure who stood in the center of it all, the one who had been a silent anchor, the one whose presence was as steady as the earth itself, spoke. His voice was like the rumbling of distant thunder, steady and unyielding. The web is a living thing, but it is also fragile. The darkness, the forces of destruction, will always seek to weaken it. But they are not the only threat. There are forces beyond what you can see, forces that seek to disrupt the web, to tear it apart from within. We will guide you, but you must remember this. The balance is everything. Without balance, the web will fall. And with it, all of existence. His words hit you like a hammer, the gravity of them settling deep in your bones. The web was fragile, even in its strength. You, as its guardian, had to protect that balance with everything you had. You could not afford to falter. The forces you faced were not just external, they were internal, within the web itself. The council stood around you, each of them representing a different facet of the web. They had come to guide you, to teach you. And now the true work was beginning. The web was vast, but so was your purpose. Together, you would face the darkness, face the chaos, and nurture the balance. And when the storm came, you would stand strong. Together.